was born with the story. I was born for the glory. Through the heat and the rain, can't deny and ignore me. I'm bred for commitment, signed up for a mission. Yeah, it comes with the price, it's all in the description. My time has arrived, I can't hesitate. Nothing is in my way, knocking down barricades. On a different type of time, using another lane. From the jump, I'm the person you can never break. Ain't got time for indecision. I got one love. No, you ain't gonna hold me down. 'Cause I'm
some numbers on the board when I didn't have hope. Whatever comes my way, I'm with all of the smoke. Mark my words, that's a real statement.
just doing whatever the hell he wants right now, Alan. 99 Kiz is back at it, baby. Oh, I don't believe it. Holy shit, in the corner. 3, gonna get a 4th. Gross! Out of Joe to Thieves.
I mean, this is disgusting stuff from Neptune in the 1 versus 2.
Has both weapons to work with now, and he sees him off the top rope, off through the door! Get it, Crib! Get it! What's an ace? Wow, what's that play?
Make some noise, Texas! We are here for Major 2 of the 2025 CDL season in one of the greatest venues in esports, the Credit Union of Texas Event Center, host of Overwatch League, Call of Duty League Championships, and of course, Major 2. Welcome back in. Last time we were here, we closed out the 2024 season. Optic winning the championship in front of a home audience in Texas. Nameless, it was an electric finish to an amazing event.
It was awesome. You saw how beautiful that stage looked. It was incredible up there. The fans were electric, and I expect them to bring that same energy this weekend.
We got Rosalie, and we've got a very special guest, Mr. Miles Ross, the boss, on the desk today. And Miles, I want to ask you, as a caster, what are you excited about?
I'm excited about the noise. I'm excited about the energy. I'm excited about the venue once again. I mean, we've been here before. It was always nice then, and now it's a little different. It's a little earlier in the season, but I still think it's going to be nice.
Ali, we're going to be seeing the Optic squad in just a bit, but first, for anyone who has missed the social media news, there is a roster change in Optic Texas. Let's talk about the move.
It's one that caught everybody by surprise. As we were heading in for Major 2 qualifiers, we are not going to see Kenny on this main stage today. Instead, we are going to see Skies, who was on the LAG Gorilla Mates at the beginning of this season and a world champion. So we're still going to see Ken in the crowd, but for Optic Texas, I mean, obviously, and everybody was super shocked to see this change so close to the major.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of shocking things from the Optic camp. Obviously, you know, they had a very visible stage. Nobody expected that. And there's people very much on both sides of this. Obviously, Kenny's performance has been great. Is it a one-person issue? Probably not. And I think just with the move, when you drop Hook after being one of your better performers in stage 1, you're kind of saying, like, we trust this World Championship roster to figure it out.
Right.
And they have a bad stage, but like maybe you give them a chance to go through this loser bracket. They decide, nope, we're going to go with Skies. We're going to get rid of Kenny. As you can see, over the last 3 years, 2 rings, he's been absolutely insane. It's a big loss for this roster, leadership-wise and player-wise, but they think Skies gives them the better chance.
Miles, looking at these numbers, this guy has 10 event wins, 2 World Championship rings. He was the Rookie of the Year in 2018. He was the Controller Player of the Year in 2018 when he first came out. Can you afford to drop a guy of this caliber?
Well, you had to do something. You absolutely had to do something. The team was in a real downward place. I mean, Skies himself said they're in the depths of hell, and can he be the man to bring him out? We'll find out. But for Kenny, again, joining in Dub 2, he had an amazing season then. One of the most relived highlight moments, I think, of my time in COD. That Gibraltar play, man, it just lives rent-free in my head and in my bookmarks. But yeah, man, it's going to be an interesting change, Chris. A superb player. He'll find a place somewhere else, but in the meantime, a little bit of soul searching.
Some massive shoes to fill for Kenny, but we know Skies can do it. Let's take a look at Skies' reaction to getting the call up.
Me and Aaron are pretty close. All he did was send me eye emojis. And then I responded with like...
That's it?
Yeah, like eye emojis. And I was like, bro, like you guys need a reset or like some good vibes or something, like anything. Like you guys seem mentally defeated, and then we just slowly went from there. I'm very positive of what I can do. Like I swear to God, I've won tournaments just off my vibes purely. I feel like from the little depths of hell that they were in, like I don't want them to have like even like an inch of that. Like I just want them to always like be happy. So that's what I love doing with my team. Like I hate seeing like that sadness and just... You
do bring vibes.
Yeah, I do.
If there's one thing Bueno's bringing, he's bringing...
People are tweaking, I'm taking off my shirt and I'm screaming.
Okay.
And then, like, I mean, that's what I did with my past team.
That is the solution to all problems if you're Caesar. You just gotta pull them out.
Just take a shot. I'm ready to see some Yetis on the main stage. If they go down map 1, I'm ready. I know the crowd's ready on this stage. Yes, please.
Yeah, already. I mean, listen, talking about Kenny's not to take anything away from Skies. You know, world champion, great in his own right. And in terms of like mid-season pickups, it's a great pickup, right? Like this guy, he can come in, he can be...
Should not be available.
A little bit of a leader for them, right? Exactly. Like there shouldn't be a player like this that is available. It's just they're coming in off no practice, right? So the vibes, like you said, those are massive. And, you know, you cannot downplay the pressure that's on this roster. and then it's also on Skies.
Yeah.
Right? He has to come in and sort of be the hero. That's what they're asking of him, right? So it's an incredible story, but I'm excited to see how it plays out.
And when it comes to personalities, I don't think there is a better fit. If you want to make content on the best content creating team, well, Skies is going to be a front runner to watch throughout 2025. For now, though, we have to turn your attention to what happened at Major 1, because if you missed Madrid, we had the tightest grand final of all time. LA Thieves, Atlanta FaZe, a Game 7, Round 11, Rosalie.
We were absolutely gifted with this grand final, and I think we're going to be gifted with this rivalry as the year goes on, because even during this split, both teams have gotten stronger in their own rights, considering where they were starting during Major 1. So for Atlanta FaZe, for them, it's going to be like, all right, we need to keep pace with the LA Thieves, because LA Thieves, they've been getting better at search and destroy as they got handed those losses in that best of 7, and they haven't lost step anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, if LA Thieves come in and win this tournament, be one of the best stage performances ever. I mean, they didn't lose a series. They're #1 in all 3 game modes. The individual stars are delivering. They've just been unbelievable. And they're playing with a chip on their shoulder. They lost a Game 7 versus Atlanta FaZe, right? In the round 11. So talking about this match, I mean, it's just going to be electric if they match up. And they are on opposite sides of the bracket, so it can happen.
Reminder, FaZe was your Minor 1 and Major 1 champ, but LA Thieves enter with the #1 seed at the top of that bracket. They've already won Minor #2. Now they're gunning for a major spot. And you look at their road, who's in the way for LA Thieves and Atlanta FaZe?
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at Royal Ravens and Serge. We expect them to breeze through Breach, but those 2 teams that you see right there, the blue squads, they've both been top 4. They've both been getting better, and we saw Serge take Thieves the distance in the minors, so you can't take anybody lightly when we get to that semifinal.
Let's take a look a little deeper into Atlanta, Miles, because this is a squad that has had success for years now. And since I've joined the CDL, they've won back-to-back Major 2s. They're my favorite coming into this venue this weekend. What have they shown you lately?
I mean, what have they shown me? What has FaZe not shown us? I mean, their confidence is only matched by their competence. This is a squad that literally has very few weaknesses. Everyone is a little worried about loading up against them in the lobby with damn good reason, as of recent form as well. We're seeing, again, moments like this. You're taking body shields, they push game mechanics, they push the way the game's played, they change the game for everyone involved. Are they beatable? Of course, Ali.
Of course. We saw that their Achilles heel happened to be the Vancouver Surge, but I will say for the side of Atlanta FaZe, for Major 2 qualifiers, they've gotten much stronger in Respawn, trying to match pace with that LA Thieves, but the issue is their S&D took a little bit of a hit sitting middle of the pack during Stage 2 when it comes to search and destroy. They're 0-2 in round 11s right now, and so what was their lockup game mode, you're kind of throwing some question marks as we head into Major.
Keep in mind, Atlanta FaZe always testing their map pool, always challenging themselves despite a 6-1 record. Their only loss came at the hands of Vancouver to kick off our Major 2 qualifiers. You look at the numbers, Respawn is where LA Thieves had the edge. That was until late.
Yeah, so they're tied for first in Hardpoint, but to add a little bit of context to that, LA Thieves have just been beating teams by way more, about a 40 more point differential. So they're tied for first record-wise. LA Thieves have just performed better in that game mode.
They got prettier wins. Well, let's talk about that Thieves squad, because they have been devastating. And if you ask Hydra, how well are you playing? 85%. He hasn't even reached his final form. So let's see some of the best moves of the players from this squad. It's a superstar lineup. You're expected to see highlights from them.
They've been unreal. Like, we thought they were already strong during Stage 1 and heading into Major 1, but like this split, they have taken it to another level. #1 across almost every single game mode. I mean, their S&D has gotten better. Their Respawn hasn't lost anything as they've been working on that game mode. They're on a 10 series win spree, a 5 series hardpoint streak. Like, they have just been unbelievable. But I will say, there are multiple times I feel like in the past where we've had teams that have unreal splits, and then they come to Major and they get bopped out. So a little bit on the edge for LA Thieves.
These are 2 teams that we think have the best chance of winning the title in 2025 for LA Thieves. If they're going to do it this year, Nameless, who do you think's the future MVP?
Hydra. I mean, he's stepped up, like you said, the 85% remark that he had. He's operating at 100 now. The guy this stage has been unreal. I mean, really everybody has taken a big step, and they just look ridiculous across all the game modes. You can see right here, even when they needed 2, 3, 5, they're still getting it done.
Miles, why don't they lose maps?
Well, Chris, it's a very complex algorithm involving, timing and skill and all of these things certainly add up. Hydra helps, it's a lot of things going on here. But realistically, it's a team that believes in one another, who puts in incredibly hard work. And when it comes to the big moments, they deliver. That's what makes the Thieves so great.
All right, so we're going to see both of these squads in action later today. Allie, though, if you could give me the future, look into your crystal ball as the queen of predictions right now.
I'm looking.
Who is the strongest team entering the bracket?
What do you mean? LA Thieves. That was the easiest answer I could have given
Over
you.
Atlanta?
LA Thieves, 100,
No doubt.
100% no doubt on me right now. Their split has just been way too insane.
And if LA Thieves is going to win a world championship in 2025, do you agree that it has to be Hydra, or who else do you have eyes on?
Actually, I think it's got to be Envoy. I think Hydra is going to stay at that very consistent level, and I think Envoy could definitely push them to that championship.
Scrap's underrated.
Dude,
I like that
they're so
call out.
consistent.
On
What
this
do you
roster.
mean?
This is
Gotta
only
go for the
event number
underdog.
2, and we got a lot to get to. Before we crown our 2025 champions, though, we need to recognize the amazing team play that we saw in 2024. To do so, we send to the stage with Guy Blaze.
Thank you so much, Chris. Now, throughout the whole 2024 season, Optic Texas was pushed to their limit and fell to the darkest depths. But brick by brick, they climbed to the top of the mountain to break a 7-year drought. Now crowned your CDL 24 champions, Texas makes some noise for Optic Texas. And now today, we honor their achievement with the presentation of their championship rings. Texas, get loud for the world champions as they come to the stage. Now to award the rings, please welcome the owner of Optic, El Jefe Hex. Now first in line is your 2024 Champs MVP, the Movement Demon, the Superstar, Shotzi. Grabbing that second ring. Now riding up in his Batmobile, Bruce earns his first ring to cement himself in the Optic legacy. Give it up for Dashy, everybody. Now in his third season taking over the CDL, the Thunder from Down Under, the first Australian player to ever win champs. Give it up for Brad, everybody. Earning his second ring in 3 years. He is a force to be reckoned with, and on and off the map. Show some love for Kenny! Now the mind behind the wall, directing the troops, building the strats, the selfless coach. Give it up for JP! And last but not least, a legend in the COD scene. 3 rings as a player, and his first as a coach. Give it up for Karma! One last time, Texas, give it up for the CDL champs of the 2024 season, Optic Texas. Now leaving a legacy bigger than just the rings, this will forever be cemented here in Allen, Texas with their banner. One more time, Texas. Give it up for your 2024 world champions, Optic Texas.
So much love in this venue for that lineup. Optic Texas achieving their goal, claiming the rings and the title of world champions at the end of 2024. They've been off to a slow start in the 2025 season, but this is a rock star lineup with the potential to go round 2.
Round 2, what a sight that would be. You heard the crowd there. There was a thank you, Kenny, ringing out through the credit union of Texas. That's incredible, man. Really, really exciting stuff. Thanks, Ken, for an insane season, and no doubt he's going to bounce back.
100%.
Yeah, that was awesome. And if there's a moment for these guys to rally behind, it's that, like remembering who you are, getting those rings, and having a historic run down there in the losers bracket. Should be excited, man. Those guys are special last year.
It's going to be a great show, and a big shout out to everyone who made it down to the credit union already. I know a lot of people are still at work for Thursday, but don't you worry. We have a long COD show, and after the break, the first of 4 matches kicks off. You don't want to miss it.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Baggage full of cabbage and I think they lost my tempo. 36 Mickeys on the candy paint bento. Jabber, jabber on, keep my brass knuckles warm. Get the cash in the floor, 60 seconds and I'm gone. Bad when I'm gone, bad man, polygon. Going fast, start the bomb, roll a quarter-mile marathon. Shimmy in the Jimmy, high wide, sipping Kimmy. Got a brand new mark, okay, to the Mimmy. Lately all together, something gonna stick. Lazy on a river, team, bound the wing, the whip. Maybe under 18, new rim, big slick. Baby, you ain't never seen nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this.
What is he?
Whoever ever think it gets better? Big chain, call the record. I can feel it, I can feel the pressure break loose with the ratchet. Go deuce, black sabbath on 2 round patches. I'm a fuel injected savage. Lately all together, see something gonna stick. Lazy on a river, team, someone on my hip. Maybe under 18, no rim, all switch. Baby, you ain't never seen nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Maybe you ain't never seen nothing like this. Nothing like this.
Let's go, boys! Finally!
Baggage full of cabbage and I think they lost my tempo. 36 Mickeys on the candy paint bento. Jabber, jabber on, keep my brass knuckles warm. Put a crash on the one, get the cash from the pawn. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Baby, you ain't never seen nothing like this.
Welcome back. It is Major 2 opening day, and we just gave away some rings to the 2024 champions on the main stage. Before we kick off the matches here, I have a special request. The Great Hex created some custom shoes for me.
I love.
And I was given a Sharpie during the break. So if someone from production can go and get all the autographs for me, I need these in the trophy case. With that said, let's move on to the standings because Optic, they're not playing today, Miles Ross. They are down in the bottom 4, which means they are starting in the elimination bracket. It has been quite an interesting season, though, because after Major 1, they earned enough points to stay in that top 8, at least for now.
At least for now, 5.7 separating them between Minnesota Rocket. And again, they made a big team change. They're hoping to reinvigorate, get the engine rolling again. Can they do it? Of course they can. They're a World Championship caliber team. They add another World Championship to the roster. On paper, everything seems good.
Let's take a look at the bracket here. We have our 4 teams in that elimination. They have 1 life. All the teams at the top, though, it's double elim. So you have 2 lives in this tournament. Who do you think has the best chance outside of LA Thieves? Where are the upsets, and who do you think has an easy run in this bracket?
I immediately want to go to Carolina Royal Ravens and Serge, but they're tied right now in points, so it's really a 50-50 toss right there. I think Toronto Ultra and Cloud9 is going to be a special one for me. I think Cloud9 might be able to cause an upset here in that bottom side of the bracket.
Yeah, I think I have an interesting perspective on the bottom side of the bracket. You look at all those teams, great Surge teams throughout this split. New York been one of the better Surge teams we've had in Stage 2. Ultra, obviously, you can never count them out. And then Rocker, gritty team. I don't know, things could get shaky down there.
Today, we're all starting with the winner's bracket, but all weekend long, we want you to play a game with us. We like to call it CDL Bingo, and we've got some fun blocks this time around. Top left, lower bracket run. I know a lot of Optic fans hoping for that one. You look around, though, I want each of you, choose a column and your favorite box within the column. Allie, you can start. I see the hands up.
I'm going to go with O, Hilton, 100%. That's
Is that
my
Dan
favorite
Ghosty?
one. It's probably going to be Dan Ghosty, absolutely.
Yeah, LA Thieves.
It should be attached, all right? They
Or
found success when he does
Or
it.
Attach
I'm going to
is
go
cool.
with B, and I'm going to go with Donut and S&D.
Oh,
I love that. The crowd just gets behind it. It's always a lot of fun. Listen, no names. Somebody will drop a donut.
I love the negativity
Trying to
already. A
escape.
250-249 hard point. That's what I'm hoping for from column G. Miles, what do you got?
I'm ready for a rookie wins a series. I think there's a couple of fantastic contenders and an opportunity today and tomorrow for that to happen.
Puckett, 3 correct picks. That's a free box. I'm getting it tonight,
today.
baby. Let's take a look at our teams to open up the day, though, because they are about ready to take the stage. So let's start with Vancouver Surge. The Canadian squad has looked like a totally different team than what we saw back in Madrid. Why? They only subbed out 1 player, but Neptune has had a massive impact.
And Nameless and I went for a little walk. We saw the players. We said hello to everyone. We had a good bit of time to spend behind Neptune to get to watch him play in person. And
Is he cheating?
No, he's not. We can't confirm. It is just as impressive as it has been online. So really excited to see how he plays. The lights are bright, though, and these things happen.
But those lights won't hit him. You know why? Because he plays about 3 inches from the screen.
Smart.
The guy is basically in the game, right? And Neptune,
Smell-o-vision.
He came into this team, though, and he's just turned them around. They're Hardpoint, one of the best HP teams we have in the world right now. He plays at a great pace. Him and 04 have a good dynamic, and the ARs have stepped it up. So he's sort of just made everybody's job easier.
Not to be negative, Nancy, though, I will say as we've gotten closer, I'm sorry, but as we've gotten closer to Major 2, I will say there is a glaring issue. Their Search and Destroy. They've won 1 of the last 5. They've been trying really hard to add Vault, Search and Destroy to their map pool, and it just has not been going their way. So that might cause them some issues coming down the line, especially going up against a team like Carolina Royal Ravens that have a very deep Search and Destroy map pool. So a little bit of worrisome there, but I mean, they are 20% better than they were during stage 1, so it's already good.
Look at that difference in hard points. Neptune bringing the slinging power that Vancouver very much needed. A totally different team. Miles, we knew they were the real deal when they beat Atlanta FaZe a second time. The first time we thought, oh, it might have been a fluke. When they did it again in the minor bracket, we're like, oh, you got to look out for the squad.
They've definitely got their number when it comes to playing against FaZe. They love how they play. I mean, we heard Nasty in an interview saying he just likes to see players who play against players who are doing the right thing. He can kind of make reads there. He can get involved a bit more. It's against everyone else, though. You have to find the success. So, hey, if Serge can do it here today, I'm feeling very good about their chances in the tournament.
Their opponent today is a top 4 squad since week 1 of the CDL season, and that comes after I gave them a D+ on their roster rating. Allie, they have proven me wrong. Let's talk about the Carolina Royal Ravens and what Slasher's crew has been able to do, because this is a dominant run from your AR, but you're also getting so much out of your sophomore player.
Yeah, and it's just been so much consistency across the board, right? Like, Quinn has been showing up from stage 1 and stage 2 and somehow gotten better, and then Slasher had an unreal stage as well, and TJ is still doing the thing in Search and Destroy. He's still an unbelievable player in that game mode. The Carolina Royal Ravens are just a situation where, like, you just don't want to go up against them in any facet. Like, elimination, and whether it's round 1, like, you just do not want to go up against this team.
And back at the first major, Vivid had some eye issues. We saw him get better, and of course his gameplay improved. Is he back to full form? How do you think Carolina's playing with him in the lineup?
I mean, I think he's playing the best that he's played this season, right?
Yeah.
And I think they just have a really good system. I mean, obviously he switches roles to fit what they need for this team. I mean, traditionally he's always been a sub player on this team. He's the flex, right? So he's having to pull out that AR at times. So statistically, like, he's not going to have the craziest performances, but we're seeing other players reap the benefits of him filling the gaps on the team. Slasher having an incredible stage. Gwyn taking a step. They're all playing within this system. Serge, the #1 record on the season. Control, they play all 3 maps, so you don't know what to play against them. And Hardpoint, this split, they're 8-4. So there is really no glaring weakness when you look at this Carolina squad. They're ready to make a run. Why not?
Why not Carolina?
Why not Carolina?
Why not?
That's what I say with this roster.
Can it be done? Let us know, chat. In the meantime, we got to talk about another opponent in the opening round, Cloud9, looking to cause spoilers. Sib and crew have been looking much more ferocious recently. Why are they now a threat in Texas Alley?
Well, that's because Sib and Attach finally found like their little chemistry right during this split, especially at the start of the Major 2 qualifiers. Sib started to become an unreal player. It was Mac throughout the first half of this, where he was kind of putting the team on his back, but it seems like the chemistry is finally gelling for them. But I will say, at least me and Ann have talked about this near the end though, a couple of glaring issues have slowly started to come out from the side of New York Cloud9 getting closer to Major.
Yeah, I mean, just versus some of the top teams. I mean, you have the Thieves match, Carolina, Atlanta, where you lose in a game 4, all 3 of those series. The Hardpoint, you're now on like what I would call a losing streak.
Yeah.
Once it gets to that 4 mark, something's going wrong in that game mode, right? So got to figure it out. But yeah, Search and Destroy has been great throughout this split. Kremp has taken a step. We're now seeing the Kremp that we saw the last couple events last season. We're seeing him sort of get comfortable in this game in Surge.
Miles, Cloud9 is coming off back-to-back losses to Carolina and Atlanta, but then of course you got to look at their dubs. Toronto, 3-0. That is their opening round opponent. How do you feel Sib's going to play this time around against Insight and crew?
I mean, absolutely no questions asked. Sib is confident. It is absolute confidence. That is the name of the game. That has changed the entire makeup of this team. Self-belief. These guys couldn't win a Hardpoint if they spawned in it before, but nowadays, they're looking totally different. Yeah, a couple of maps here or there, but I think against a squad like Toronto, I mean, they've already done it. They've done it online. They can do it here on LAN. Confidence key. Same thing for Toronto, though, on the other side. As soon as Joe believes, I mean, I've already done it. I didn't mean to, folks.
Joe believes?
As soon as Joe deceives becomes Joe believes, anything's possible.
Can we take a look at this guy? It's Toronto Ultra,
I can see
their
the
star
view from
player.
Joe over here. He's judging you bad.
Joe deceives the future millionaire. Let's take a look at the star players for Toronto Ultra. He's just in his sophomore season, and this man is right. This is his 3rd year, technically?
Third year.
3rd year already for Joe deceives. One of the youngest players in the league, but one of the most impressive when it comes to Search and Destroy. He's not alone, though. You've seen some great games out of Beans recently. CleanX and Insight, the mainstays on Toronto, are the 2 players we have our eyes on.
My biggest thing with Toronto Ultra right now is I feel like a lot of it's been on Joe Deceive's shoulders. Like the first half of the season, it was kind of like he was carrying them in Search and Destroy, and then now we get to the second split. He translated that to respawns, and a lot of their comebacks come off the back of him just literally doing everything. So I'm expecting a little bit more weight to be kind of equally distributed throughout Toronto Ultra, but they're still solid across all game modes. Kind of a Carolina situation. You don't really want to go up against this team because they find success across all 3. They have a fairly deep map pool, but I am a little bit worried. Jamie Insight, I feel like, have had some inconsistent performances, and like I said, it's off the back of Joe Deceives kind of saving them in a lot of situations.
And their last match in the qualifier was against Vancouver. It was a Game 5 victory for Toronto that jumped them all the way to the 3 seed in this tournament. Do you think they're the 3rd best team in your power rankings?
No. Because they folded in all the tournaments we've had. The minors, the major one that we've had, in the big tournament moments when they play a good team, they have folded. And namely, like, their Slayers haven't performed there, right? So I think that's the question that remains to be answered. Can they come into a tournament being good at Search and actually make a run like the historic Toronto teams that we've had? They haven't done it yet.
Not yet. This is your second opportunity of 4 before we get to champs. For now, let's take a look at the schedule. When do these teams play? About 5 minutes for your opening match. That's Carolina taking on Vancouver. We've got Cloud9 New York versus Toronto for our match number 2, and we'll close things out with Atlanta FaZe taking on Minnesota Rocker. When we come back, though, it is going to be an epic showdown. Number 4 versus number 5. Can Slasher and crew stay in the winner's bracket, or is it Vancouver starting their run at Major 2?
What the fuck?
Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The 2025 Vancouver Surge Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm for when you have a bone to pick. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
It's time for the first match of the Major 2. Let's jump right into it with Vancouver Surge taking on Carolina Royal Ravens. If you're looking at Vancouver, they brought in Neptune, a guy from Challengers that was winning trophies there. He has turned the identity of this squad. They are now a ferocious powerhouse in hardpoints and still dangerous when it comes to control and search and destroy, Miles.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's not a huge amount wrong with Vancouver at the moment. Hardpoint, I'm a massive fan, man. They play it tight, they play it clean. Shout out to Rambo Ray and all the coaching staff again, making sure that these 4 boys are looking as spick and span as they possibly can out there. Nasty, having a great run so far. 0-4, super exciting to watch and search and destroy as well.
Ali, I think the coolest part of Vancouver is they made it to that final in minor number 1.
Yep.
No one really saw them making it past Atlanta. From there, they went the distance until they played against LA Thieves.
That was kind of like the solidifying of this being a top team, right? Because when we first got that opening match versus Atlanta FaZe, it was like, whoa, Atlanta's coming out flat. Vancouver Surge is kind of capitalizing. Is Neptune really making this big of a difference? And we got to find out he absolutely is. And so now the biggest question mark is he going to be able to do the same thing on land? But this isn't like a rookie situation. Like, Neptune's been on the stage before. So, like, I would expect him to be calm, cool, and collected for this match.
That's the concern, though, because if Neptune slows down a little bit, like 0-4 hasn't been able to pick up that slack in the respawns, I would say. Like, statistically, like, he's not going out there putting out a ton of damage, right? So a lot is on Neptune, then 0-4 kind of plays ratty around that. They have a very good dynamic, so you need Neptune to come in with that same steam. And in terms of, like, the issues for this team, it is their map pool. They do not have a deep map pool. In Search, they play Protocol and Red Card. Outside of that, they have not been good. 2-7 on all the maps that aren't Protocol and Red Card, right? So you get rid of one of those, and you have a great opportunity to steal those search and destroys in the series. And then in Control, Protocol's been great. It's likely not going to be played in any of the series that they have here. So in this last week, hopefully they've watched some bot and put in some work. But what we do know is in Hardpoint, they have been a force.
Vancouver Surge looking stronger with Neptune. They come in with the number 5 seed overall, but today they're taking on Carolina Royal Ravens that feature Gwyn and TJ. Is TJ still a top 10 player coming into Major 2 nameless?
I mean, after Major 1, he certainly was. I think he's been outshined by Gwyn. Gwyn and Slasher just had such a good stage. And honestly, though, from what Slasher said, like, they just put each other in position to succeed. And whoever runs with that opportunity is going to have an insane series. It's a great system they have.
I think the biggest thing for Carolina in this matchup is they have the huge edge in search and destroy, where Vancouver Surge has kind of been falling flat. Like, Carolina is still top 3 overall. As Ann said earlier, number 1 overall in the league, and just in this split alone, sitting at top 3, and it's one of the deepest search and destroy map pools we have. And the reason that's important is because the last time these two teams went up, it went all the way to a game 5, Carolina losing in the 2-3-5. So they lost both search and destroys in that series, and I don't think it's going to go the same today.
Carolina dropping their opening 2 qualifier matches before rattling off 5 straight wins. And you look at those wins, they are clean 3-0s over Minnesota and Optic, a 3-1 over Cloud9, and a 3-1 over the Falcons. They've been taking care of business. And honestly, they're not letting people get close to them, not allowing that game 5. You look at their LAN record, this is where they're at their most dangerous.
Yeah, it's still dangerous, man. I mean, online is fantastic. We obviously get more reps there, but I mean, Ravens are a perfectly well-rounded team, man. They do everything right. They've got great individual players. And right now, talking about the shine, yeah, sure, TJ may not as individually impressive, but it doesn't need to be, man. The whole team is delivering. That shine is just going across the boys right now. That is a good-looking squad. I can't wait to see them play today.
We've got our first best of 5 loading up in just a moment, but first we've got our maps and modes. So Alley Cat, looking at the numbers, Protocol is in the mix, but not until game 4 and 5.
I look at this and I really like the hard points for both teams, to be honest. Vault and Protocol, they both have extremely deep map pools, but then you go to Search and Destroy, you see that red card. Carolina Royal Ravens sitting at 6-2, don't love it for the Vancouver Surge. Looking at that Vault control, you love it for both sides, so definitely a big head-to-head battle.
Yeah, I mean, Carolina kind of looking at them like, we're just going to chow you. I mean, you talk about the two searches that Vancouver's good at. They're just playing them on it. The ball control will be interesting. A map that, you know, Vancouver have been trying to add to their map pool. And if you're the side of Carolina, you haven't played it this split. You're really good at stage one. We'll see how they look.
Miles, give me some players to watch in this one because we have some fantastic frontline players.
Oh, I mean, we have to watch Neptune. We absolutely have to. It's the big debut here in Black Ops 6 on LAN. He's going to be the guy to watch. And again, Gwyn is there for me. I didn't have to do this, folks. Very little computation required. Gwyn has got a lot of pressure on his shoulders to perform on LAN as well. Those are the two guys we're keeping an eye on.
It's time to lock in our first pick'ems of Major 2. Allie, you have the lead, but I'm right at your heels.
You are.
Would you like to go first or second?
I can go first here, see if you'll copy my homework. I'm going to go Vancouver Surge. I said it earlier in the pre-show when we were rehearsing. I was like, I think Carolina's going to go down and we're going to have a Thanos elimination special. So I'm going to go with Vancouver Surge.
Miles, do you agree with Vancouver Surge? We went ahead and switched you over.
Did you think? No, I do actually agree with that. I really do think Vancouver are going to come out hot. I want to see that run, and also I'm kind of down to watch Slasher make another loser bracket run. It's his thing now.
It's his bread and butter. It's awesome.
Ant, you are 8 back of me, bro.
I am. Optic got me in this hole.
You got some catching up to do. Optic and Boston. Give a shout out to Big Wake. Where are you going, Nameless?
I'm going to go with Carolina. They've looked so good throughout the split. I think they've improved in key areas. And going up against Vancouver, I think they strike blood early.
TJ versus Neptune. TJ, Neptune. I'm going TJ.
Let's go.
Carolina Royal Ravens. We're split here on the desk. Let us know in the chat how you have it. And remember, get your pick'ems in right now. It's about to close. We send it to the stage to get match number 1 started with Guy Blaze.
Thank you so much, Chris. Texas, are you guys ready to get this tournament kicked off? I know it's been cold this weekend, and we got to light this stage up blue for 2 teams that's ready to ice up. But the first squad looking to fly to the stage, get ready, because here comes Carolina. The vibes are high. Make some noise for the Carolina Royal Ravens. Coming to the stage, we got Thieves. Followed up by Vivid. We got Slasher and Gwyn. The Carolina Royal Ravens looking to get it done again. Make some noise for them, Texas.
That Carolina blue looks so good. Listen, this team has proved a lot of haters wrong. They have been a staple in our top 4 across our minors and our major tournaments. They're trying to get that championship, and they have improved in a lot of game modes in a lot of areas coming into this tournament, but they got to go up against the Vancouver Surge, who have been insane lately. Truly one of our best round 1 matchups. Let's bring out their opposition.
I'm ready to bring them out, and I'm ready to see if lightning's going to strike twice. Texas, get ready to make some noise for Vancouver. Ready to knock out their opponents, coming to the stage, the Vancouver Serge. Make some noise for Ofo, Neptune, Abuza, and Nasty. Looking to drown out the competition yet again. The Vancouver Surge looking to get it done.
A team that was teetering on the edge of success throughout the entirety of stage 1 finally found their missing puzzle piece. A roster stacked with underrated players, now beating some of these top teams looking to make their first run together on land. They have to go through their mirror though in the Carolina Royal Ravens, and it's gonna start here.
On this cold day, we got a hot matchup on the stage. Now I know I got the best CDL fans in the venue right now for the first match, so help me set the stage. Texas, are you ready? Merc, Maven, let's go.
Hell yeah, let's get it started with this first matchup. And Joe, I mean, if you looked at, like, I don't know, you're a casual fan, you see one of those accounts tweet out the stats overall for these maps of the teams, like, it looks pretty good for Carolina. But when you get down to it and you're just talking about the qualifier, like this qualifier, things are a little different, yeah?
Yeah, I think since adding Neptune, the map stats look very solid here for Serge. You know, you heard the devs talk about it. I'm surprised Ant actually picked them for this, because he said in the Search and Destroy, like, those two are their maps, and they're both here. Right-guarded protocol, so some big question marks there, veto-wise here for Carolina.
Absolutely, definitely some big question marks. And just with this map 1, like, what also is impressive to us, if you're looking at how many times Serge have just played this Vault Hardpoint, it's 9 times they've played it, right? Just over this qualifier. There were only 10 matches they played between the minor and
the minor. I mean, yeah, you're playing 10 matches.
Like 9 out of 10
final.
played it.
Yeah, so you're getting a great set of maps here if you're Serge. I think you're very happy with how this played out.
And you know, like Ant and some of the devs were really pumped about Carolina, their chances to do it, but like, you haven't really become a believer, because when you look at just like impressive wins and teams people have beat, when you put up that kind of tab for both these squads, it's leaning Serge big time.
Yeah, I mean, listen, obviously you can't pick your schedule, your strength of schedule. Carolina took care of business, but when you look at it, I mean, they've beaten Cloud9, who obviously looked a lot better this stage. They've beaten Rocker, who are in the winner's bracket. Outside of that, they took care of business, and then they have losses versus, your Ultra, your Thieves. That's pretty much, your other top teams. On the side, though, of Serge, you have, you've beaten C9, you have beaten Ultra, you've beaten FaZe twice, almost beat LA Thieves in the minor. Just when you talk about resume, the matchup, it looks a lot better for Serge. But we'll see. I mean, we're here on land now. Carolina, they've been very impressive fundamentally.
Yeah, no, you were just looking through kind of their S&D, but we saw the graphic before this, right? Like how it's stepped up for them on land when it comes to Search and Destroy, a team we know can be so good on land. They were able to make the run to a top 4 last time. Are they going to be able to do it again? I'm excited to see his Carolina team. Slasher's a guy, too, that he's been, when you talk about like online over the years, he's been very vocal about how he doesn't perform as well. He always gets an upgrade on land. He struggled with it at times. Like, this is a really good qualifier for him.
Yeah, I think, I don't know. He's been around for so long, I think.
Just becomes a thing.
Yeah, it's almost just like he's just got to do what he has to do at this point. I think, when he was really that player who really focused on land, he was in a much different part of his career.
True.
And I think you just kind of have to deal with what you have to deal with now after Slasher. But it has been very impressive, his stat line coming into this.
It certainly has. He had like a 1-1. Playing so well. Gwyn statistically has been firing it up. A road to the major and how it has looked. And this is kind of what you're talking about. Like, you lose to Thieves and Ultra. You're like, I don't know, your most impressive wins, I guess, like Rocker and Cloud9, but they're not really that impressive.
Yeah, I guess like you have the 3 over Rocker, who was kind of struggling, earlier in the stage. But yeah, Cloud9's probably the best win there. And then, Optic, but again, it was a different Optic this stage. So I think you look at this, again, you take care of business, you don't pick your schedule, but this is one of those situations where we're just waiting to see more for Carolina, because this discussion is who is our 3rd, 4th place team, and it's probably between these two.
No, 100%, absolutely between these two. We'll get into it as quickly as we can. Players on stage, getting ready to go. I don't see fist bumps or...
No,
okay, well, there's a fist bump. Maybe actually we are ready, but I'm excited to see what Booz is going to do. As of late, he's been putting up some numbers, been looking so solid. Hasn't necessarily had to be the guy that's the fry man. Since Neptune's come on the team, the upgrade you've seen for Nasty, 4 is just kind of need to do what does he need to do? Kind of beat the Swiss Army knife, fill some gaps. When they get to a map 5, he suddenly steps it up. And
well, I think it's something he knows he needs to be a little bit more consistent. He just has these variables where, he's just a wild card where he can have, 5 lives in a row where he's 0-5, but then he really starts to go on off. And yeah, I think he's just looking for a little bit more consistency from himself. So we'll see if we get that here. alongside Neptune. If he starts to play that well, it is going to be tough to stop. But one thing that has been so impressive here for Serge has been their hardpoint. 15-5 through stage 2. And again, they've played Vault 9 times, 6-3 here.
They have had so many reps. We'll see how crucial that is for them in the map 1. As we get ready to fire it up, first match here of Major 2, Serge. Royal Ravens battle it out on Vault. And God, this could dictate so much of this tournament, just how this particular one plays out. But it's right off the diving board and into the action for Neptune. This is probably the single biggest question mark. How is he gonna be on land? Is everything he's been doing online since getting back into the Pro League, is that gonna transfer here?
Yeah, that's going to be the question, but we'll see. I mean, it just feels like they have a great understanding of how they want to play the game, just fundamentally, and I think that's it. When you are playing that sound of COD, you're going to be in the right positions, but Slash are going to hit him with an 8. On rotation, there will be 3 dead, so maybe a chance here for Carolina to move on up.
A chance for them to do exactly that. Big eyes on 04, and what you're going to get, they kind of talked about in the desk, like, he hasn't been putting in the damage or the numbers necessary in the respawns, and he hasn't needed to get to the place they are. But if they're going to make a late run into Sunday, and maybe Neptune isn't getting the same type of numbers he is on land, I think there's going to be pressure to 04. Can he perform a little better? Can he be more of a shooter on land? And sometimes we'll see players upgrade. He seems like a guy that I think can, because he is maybe one of the more underrated players in the league. Excited to see what he's going to do, but a guy that's really bumped up just with this change was Nasty on your POV. He's been a different beast entirely.
And well, this has been the key here for Serge. It has been that they've been the #1 hardpoint breaking team, and you had such a good setup there if you were Ravens, but unfortunately for them, it's just going to be 3 dead, and now Serge on that time.
All tied up early. It's a boozer. Looking to get involved. That's a bunch of kills through though for Royal Ravens as they try to fight here for the backside of this P2. Royal Ravens gonna be first to get in, as my brain is gonna have to use to both the Blues, Joe, but we're gonna get there. Of course, this is what we get in match 1.
Yeah, right now you're just going time for time right here. But on this rotation, you're going to see Gwyn is in a very good spot, so he's going to have rotation for that P3, just making sure no spawns come through, controlling middle of the map. Nobody really on the time right now. But Serge is trying to get pushed out into the pillars. Maybe a Boozer going to hop on, but it's just going to be Vivid, but he will get taken down.
Now on to Nasty. As he's trying to get it done, Abuz is going to drop as well. Still a tie game on the rotation to try and make the flame play. It's going to be Neptune. He's going to be able to get into Art. He'll pop the spawn now in for Abuza. So you've got position here, but all the time going the way of Carolina Royal Ravens. TJ's double. When following it up, there's the clean wipe. For now, towards the hard point. Thankfully, at least if you're Serge, you're going to get the spawn up towards Art.
Yeah, they're going to know where Abuza spawns up, take him down. But here's Neptune in a great spot. Vivid's going to trade it, but you still have 04 to deal with. But all the Ravens players spawn up close, 1 second left on that hill, and now it is just a foot race over towards this P4.
Yeah, and you thought just maybe you had it done. I thought 04 is going to get maybe 2 or 3, have an opportunity to lock it down. That's not going to end up happening. So in first will be Royal Ravens, a chance to build a bit of a lead here. But Abuza and Neptune want no part of it. They sweep them out of the hard point and are now set up for success. Vivid, we'll see if he can be the point man, get a pick to maybe enter them. Solid start for him at 9-7, but you're starting to bring this back if you're Serge. Next break opportunity coming in, but that's going to be 5 straight for Abuza as he works towards streaks. Give him number 6. My man is beaming early on. Abuza getting it done.
Yeah, I mean, we really saw him step up towards that like end of the minor one, right? Versus LA Thieves, maybe his best series of the year. Well, they're going to need him with Nasty struggling a bit. That's going to be 3 dead, though. Carolina going to get in, maybe fight for the final 10 seconds. Throughout our first rotation, we pretty much have a tie game. You can already see, though, Neptune just going to be sitting in P1, maybe trying to influence spawns. Nice shots by Gwyn. But, you know, it's the first set of hills on land. We have pretty much got a tie game.
Yeah. I mean, we see this, how much this qualifier, like, it's basically tied through your first set. Teams get a groove, start to take over. We even had, we had a vault or 2 that actually went to time. We got a minute and a half off the clock. Maybe not going to be the case here, but wouldn't be the first time we've seen it throughout this stage 2. We'll peek in with Nasty, who's tucked away, Trophy in for coverage and trying to deal with the upcoming push. You'll have a one-on-one on the other side, kind of focusing more on the spawn side of things. I thought you were going to. Thought it was going to be 04 that gets into the action, trying to get eyes on Gwyn that has slipped through. They'll get Gwyn, Abuza able to shut that down and still hold P2 side.
Yeah, I mean, just a nice little set here. That's going to be 7 kills in a row if you are Serge. Trying to get pushed up was Slasher. TJ through Cat. 15 seconds left on this P1, and Carolina looks like they're going to try. They are going to get the spawn flip there. So just through the catwalk was TJ. He was able to influence spawn. So you're going to take that all day. Nasty's going to turn around. He's on 5 in a row. They're going to recognize now they spawn out. So a nice little lead there at that P1. That's what Serge do so well. But Carolina going to get blessed with that spawn. So Viv going to take the hill.
Vivid will take the hill. They'll take the time as they try to bring it back now, down 20. Nasty looking to get involved. His teammates doing around the point, gets there just in time to help out with the fight. They'll take down Gwen. He got this set up here now, but do you? Because as you get one pick, that Slasher that gets one, he's able to spawn Gwen there with him, so you'll be able to pinch the back quickly. We know how mixy it can be here. It's a flurry of trades. Who's left standing around the point? It's going to be Carolina.
Yeah, you need that if you're Carolina, because that was another P2 early where you are set up and then you just get immediately 4 dead. But yeah, that back spawn comes in, allows you to get there, but another one. 3 dead, make it all 4. You still have the close spawns. 0-4 maybe thinks he blocks. No, he's gonna know now. His teammates, he's just gonna go to the hill. And this is what they want. 15 seconds left. Great shots by Neptune. He's on 4 in a row. They were trying not to get that flip. They wanted Carolina still spawning in the back. So Carolina, they're gonna find 3 kills in the feed and get rotated here.
Yeah, they'll get the final couple of seconds, but like, so far, I mean, one of the things we thought about Serge, they were one of the better hardpoint teams, if not the best, like outside of Thieves. Like I know FaZe has obviously been doing it with their 11-3 record, but they've struggled against Serge in that matchup. And the hardpoint question was like, is Neptune still going to perform the same? So far, he's looking good. 18-14, doing an incredible job. You got a narrow 20-point advantage, but now this is going to be a big sequence, you know? You're spawning out bad side on this 3rd hardpoint. You need to get a break. You need to potentially get a flip to P4. A huge moment now for Vancouver Surge. Let's go to Illicit end with Vancouver.
Open one HP guys, I cannot charge. Hit that guy. Shit. Nice, one top out. Get top. I'm one HP guys again. Okay, get top, go. After 2 so guys. You're kicking me. He spawned again, PB. One is actually, watch that pillar. Nice, go top out. And one top out. Yeah, how much you top? Yeah. I'm gonna get time. Big time here, okay? Yeah. I'm taking. Yeah, I blocked, alright? Okay, watch the watch the team just press action. Yeah, one shot out. Line cut. Dead. Mid-reese. Yeah, that's fine. I kill again. One mid, anti-twice. Anti-twice is inside. He's on time. Nice. Yo, Barnes, stay alive. I'm going top up. Yeah, fine. I'm playing close. That's you. Yeah, he's one phone broken on me. Top bed. Yeah, he's dead or something. I'll be front, he ain't jump. He's dead. Nice. What do we do? There's nothing side down. Default weak. Yeah, that's one back left too. Just take your time. Just hold again. Yeah, one's gonna be side down you. How much you top, guys? You guys go.
Side roof time.
There's nothing top.
Weak, close.
Okay. Close marble, guys.
He's still marble. Marble chill.
We need to go mid if we can.
Side down, marble is shining in. Okay? He's still there. Yeah, he's gonna be next to it. Nice, that's one. That's you guys, we can break this shit again.
Shots, they're 8 time.
Go. Nice. Back door, trust me. Nice, I'm going you guys, okay? I'm going cat.
Yo, one's out. First guy. He jumped up broken, I think.
Yeah, bucking on me. Bucking 19 twice. Top cat. Nice. Top cat vivid, okay?
Alright, we're coming ready.
19 twice.
Finesse, Byron. Close in cat. Close, one shot, Byron.
Yeah, fine. Close cat.
He's close.
I'm much.
Dead cat. I should have cat. Okay, fine.
Nice, go. 8 time.
Cat.
I'll go cat.
Teach cat again. Nice cat. Last.
One's cat going.
Last one out, guys.
Wait in, everybody's ammo.
Okay.
Get my lights.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got mid door.
Light one more light.
Cat still.
Yeah,
How
much in my cat?
Well, we thought the separation might come in the 2nd set. It sure didn't. Still a tight one now into the 3rd set of rotations. We battled here on first, 15 or so points separating these teams. But Serge just had this minor lead throughout.
Yeah, I mean, Carolina, you were kind of gifted that P4. They were able to get some that time. They've kept it close. I think Serge, I mean, the way they've broken some of the hills, they would love to have a bigger lead. But you see the side of Carolina, they're slaying well. I mean, Vivid is 29-26. I mean, the guy, we know he can play at this pace, can do it with an AR, can do it with the sub, having a great game 1.
Yeah, he just really hasn't needed to be that guy. For the most part, it's been the other 3 that have really stepped up and slaying. I mean, he's been efficient in games, so not usually leading in the kills column for this team. So you also think, like, if that's the case, it's like, is that like a good thing that Vivid's leading in that? Or like, does it need to be the other guys as well? That is another break for Serge. And it looks like through the first set where they just bust in through the front, and these breaks are the difference. You still haven't been able to get a big lead. Carolina have done enough to keep on fighting, but you've just got to think that these breaks are eventually going to break the back of Carolina.
You would think so at this P2. It's been 3 of them now, where they have had the 4 down, but Carolina fighting on back. You finally have a 30-point lead. 0-4 in the hill on 5 in a row, make it 6, trying to just stay alive. Wait for the reinforcements, but Vivid is there. 10 seconds left. You can already see Slasher, Gwyn on the rotation. Going to try and set this up.
And that's the big thing, though. I mean, even after the break, there was not been the cleanest thing. Like, they've been able to break back, keep it a little bit messy, make sure if there is a plus-minus margin to get a 10-point advantage in that, it hasn't been something too significant. But what do you see it on the map now? You're kind of covering both sides if you're Royal Ravens, and well, it's a nice little pinch-out play.
Yeah, so after you got a couple of players spawning out, you had, I think it was Abuzo found a double, so Vivid spawned at old. But they recognized the situation. They needed that set of kills because Serge was trying to push on forward, maybe flip the map before this hill would spawn in. But some nice time here. And now Carolina, they do have to be careful. This is what Serge is very good at. A P1, a P3, they will just find 5 to 10 seconds and put the pressure on. That is an amazing read by Abuza, but the ARs of Carolina clean up the hill.
Yeah, you really can't allow them to get like 10 seconds here. That could be the absolute difference. That's a fastball right over the head of Gwyn, but dodges the nade, picks up the kill. Now TJ next up the bat, but it's a headshot from 0-4. He actually ends up getting a double there, and Abuza gets the kill towards Art. So not only are you going to get this time, you also have an opportunity to flood forward. Vivid has eyes on the cross, but you can't really peek if you're TJ. He does peek, he gets caught, a big one from Nasty, and another opportunity for an early transition and break for Serge.
Yeah, but Vivid is alive inside the hill. You're going to have 3 players here. TJ's going to go on a big pinch, and Slasher's going to find the first one. So now you have to slow down if you are Serge. You see where Neptune spawns. 0-4 just waiting, able to find the first. TJ, he's going to activate. That's who they were waiting on. He spawns out, and he's going to find a double. Now it's the battle inside the hill. Who is going to get control? Carolina play it perfectly. They waited for TJ. They find all 4.
I didn't think we thought it was going to be Vivid and 0-4, the two battling in the slaying department, but it is they continue to go toe for toe, but TJ dials up a triple, and the run is here for Carolina. Now, you can't actually win on this hard point, so we are absolutely going the distance. How much do you want to throw at this if you're Serge? Maybe one more opportunity, and you just try to pin them in and get this early time as we get to our 4th set. But it is 7 straight for Tej. 36 up. He is being a monster.
Yeah, and he's got it with the AR, right? P4, we see 3 to 4 on this hill, and he's going to try to find this time. But yeah, the pressure is there. They didn't want to give them the full 20. Maybe you're around like 240, 245. But inside this P1 is going to be Nasty and Abuza. Great shots from Vivid to open up the hill. Hellstorm going to be called in, though, from 0-4. They find the next couple of kills, but nobody on the time for now.
Streak in, he's able to get 2. Slasher gets 1 in that sequence, but it's going to be 3 dead for Carolina, so this is easy time for now. The problem, it being mid-map, the reinforcements will get here quickly as Slasher now gets to 5 straight. 5 points separating the squads, a minute on the play clock. We are going deep in the map 1. As Slasher continues to beam, I thought he had the double there, but the mount ends up killing Nasty. Still, his teammates come up with the kills.
Yeah, Neptune doesn't overchow there. Waits for Abuza. Nice little 2-man game inside the hill. Now pressure back over the Ravens. Vivid gonna try to hit the routes. Noel just needs his teammates to stay alive, but the problem is they're not. 3 more seconds needed. Someone has to contest. It's a jump through catwalk. It will not matter. Serge win map 1.
I thought we were going to get to another P2, but that's not going to be the case. Surge, their hard point has been getting it done. They've had all the reps in Vault. They played it 9 times over the Stage 2 qualifier in the minor. They get another rep here and another W, but my God, Carolina make a push for every bit of it. And yeah, I didn't think the names we were really going to be highlighting on the scoreboard were going to be Vivid and 0-4, but I mean, that's what we were talking about though. Like, if Neptune comes to land is a little less immortal, like if he is a human being versus like what he's been online, like will 0-4 step it up? They talked on the desk, we're bringing it up, we talk about really all qualifier. Okay, you tell me he's gonna be putting up 4,400 damage, most damage, and putting up 40 kills, like, okay. Granted, it's a very close hard point. Maybe it's not their recipe for success, but what kind of adjustment is that like for a team? Like, if that turns a little bit, if you get like a little less out of Neptune, a little more out of 4,
it's not much of a
not too much of a change?
No, no, not too much. I think they're kind of playing off each other, right? 0-4 talked about it as soon as he joined the team. It was just this 2-man game. They're going to take turns. They play really well together, and I think we've seen that throughout in Hardpoint. And then on the other side for Carolina, it's like, yeah, you get Vivid that steps up, but it's Gwyn, kind of your star, who had like a 1.2 in Hardpoint this stage. He goes 25 and 37, loses some big gunfights down the stretch. And that's when you need. If you want to beat these top 4 teams, Gwyn has to be a star.
And we talked about that last year with Gwyn sometimes, right? Like he would have these really good performances online, not necessarily transition that once you get the land. you hope with like another year under his belt, that's going to start to be a thing a bit more, but not going to get it done in the map 1. So close, but not able to do it. Big win there from Serge. I mean, that's one you kind of had chalked up as Serge for the win, though, right?
That's what I did. But yeah, I mean, you had your chances here if you were Carolina. But I mean, the P2 breaks time and time again. I mean, it was all 3 times that we got to this P2. Serge were able to find it. I mean, they kept it quick or close enough. If you were Carolina, got a couple of P3s, a couple of P4 rotations. But Serge just able to do it behind 04 in that streak.
He had a big streak. I thought TJ's crazy streak towards the last P4 was going to be enough to maybe get Carolina through. They made some big plays to give themselves an opportunity to win it down the stretch. But like if Carolina get this done, you know, before the series started, we kind of talked about how good the maps look if we take the overall season, but it doesn't look as good for them when you look at it with just in this one qualifier. Like where's the victory come for them if they're going to do it?
I mean, I think their search has gotten back to form. No doubt about it, right? That's something, again, a big focus for them has been the Hardpoint where they were 8-4, but their search has to be a staple.
And let's talk about the Serge, because you and I were chatting before this match started. You heard the desk, they were saying, like, you know, if you're Serge, you're 1 and 5 of your last 6 search and destroys. But like if you look at the maps within this series, that doesn't really tell the story.
No, they're 6-1.
Yeah, so
like,
that's insane, right? Like they're 1 and 5 of their last 6, but they're 6-1 when you just talk about the 2 maps they're playing.
Yeah, Carolina. I mean, they don't play Skyline, right? They have an auto veto, so it's sort of this choice: do we play some Hacienda, or do we just play our strong maps? And they're opting to go for a red card in protocol in this, which they're going to play their game, but I mean,
protocol's been real good.
Yeah,
for Vancouver. I don't know, and that's why we talk about it sometimes, because fans don't really think about it, like because we don't always show, or we maybe show the veto process. We don't talk about it a ton though, but like we've always mentioned, like especially, well, across all modes, like if you have an auto veto, it can be a liability. It can be a massive one, and that's a big part of why we talk about map pools, the ability to go anywhere. Like yes, maybe you have a map you don't prefer, but if there's one you're just not going to play, that's a problem.
Well, yeah, because it's just like you have a matchup like this where your 2 strong maps are their 2 strong maps, right? And if you don't have that third map you can really rely on or sort of flex to,
just give yourself more of an advantage than having to play like 2 of their best. Or maybe you're so confident you're search and destroy you don't care. But we pull up some stats here for Slasher and TJ, how they've been in S&D in stage 2. 2 of the better search players to ever do it, and well, they're both top 4.
Yeah, I mean, this is the #1 opening dual win percentage team throughout the stage. But yeah, you can see even Slasher's got a 73% opening dual win percentage, but those 2 leading the way here for Carolina. And they have a very particular way they like to play red card. It's just very, very slow. A lot of transition, a lot of info. They like to play that outer bomb site. Wait on those flanks, so we'll see what Serge have for him.
We'll see what they do, and this is a big kind of 04 type game for me, like in the sense when you're talking 2 and 5, it has literally been he's shut down in a search and destroy, or he is dropping 10 plus, and you would hope like red card might be a map where he can find some openings, find some timings, make some plays, especially maybe after that map 1 where he was, I don't know, we haven't seen that often.
Well, this is a map where I feel like we've either seen him drop like double digits or
yeah,
2.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Yeah.
We'll see how he plays.
Sometimes it's map to map, sometimes it's within the same map, yeah.
But there you can see sort of the last 5 maps. So they played a little red card, but they've been trying to maybe bring in that Hacienda, but yeah, they don't pick it here.
No Hasi. Within this best of 5, we'll go to protocol map 5 if we get there, and it feels like there's a chance of it, but you've got to win this one if you're Royal Ravens, trying to fire back after the narrow map 1 loss. Can they do it in the search? They have been so impressive there. You have 2 top 4 players. When you talk about the qualifier, Slasher, Mr. Picks himself, looking for a pick in the opening moments, able to get some tags in, but not rip him through the window. As you slowly start to work this up through mid and lobby. Slasher is up by stage trying to get eyes. Gwyn opening and closing doors, just playing the info game behind the utility.
Yeah, this is what we normally see from Carolina. Just info, not allowing early flanks, early ticket booth pressure, and then just sort of over towards a bomb site, towards the outer bomb site. They'll play the 4 versus 4.
Yeah, get info, then execute, right?
Neptune is the one key here. He's just kind of lurking. And well, Gwyn's going to slide on through, and he knows there's going to be a player on the bomb. A nice trade, though, by Tej. 3 versus 3. While that's going on, 04 starting to work the pinch. So him and Vivid to be working it, but bomb not going to play, or it's going to go down. But Abuza is going to find the wall bang.
That's one where Neptune's just hoping he can catch it, but you get the plant, you can't get out. 04, knock, knock. Here he is, brings it down to one player. It's all gonna be on Slasher. 04 able to get 2. The retake there for Serge. At first I thought Neptune, like maybe you can just get the kill and chill for a sec, like, because that is an insane bomb heady. He's just hoping he gets the timing through the plant, right?
Yeah, he's just going for it. He knows he's in a really tough spot, right? Slasher's probably there on the stage. You don't know where Vivid is. Could be mid-stairs.
Might as well chow it because you're getting one and dying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I think really the key there is that a Booza kill on the TJ, because that forces Vivid to have to give up the flank and look over Slasher. That's when 04 can go.
Those size 12 cankles, dude, just ripping his legs right after he gets off the plant. A guy you want to get out of there because, yeah, he's great at getting the objective down, but TJ also can be so great in the post-plant position just in search and destroy overall. So, like you said, you get him out of it, they turn it into a round victory. So far, so good for Serge. I can't believe on the bingo board they didn't have me saying Seattle. That would have been the easiest one.
You haven't done it yet.
No. Well, that was intentional, yeah. I think I did every single time over the qualifier. See what 04 can do with this 2-0 start as he works hedges. Kind of similar to what we saw out of Carolina, but a little bit more aggressive, at least from a timing standpoint, as they're clearing things far quicker. You get eyes on Vivid, Thieves. Good luck with that gunfight. Maybe gonna try and double shallow or hit the utility. Nade might connect. Trophy trying to keep him up, but he does hit a great nade, but you do lose Neptune as well. Nasty, able to bring it back with a kill onto Gwen. Suddenly you've got numbers.
Yeah, TJ shot as well, so they know where TJ is, and he's just running through the middle of the map. He's gonna have the help of Slasher, but they completely give up the bomb site. So what does Serge do? They're gonna push on through, try to flip the map.
The flip is in. What's the timing like for Slasher? Does he get the info? He does, he gets the info. That's bomb down. So now you're into a 2 versus 2. Let it go. Trying to bring it back. TJ with some more info and tags. Only 20 seconds to go. So pressure to get the kills or get this bomb and get it planted. Suddenly Serge in a very difficult position. TJ doesn't dance long enough. He's gonna end up dropped. Last guy's gonna be Slasher trying to clutch up with a 1 versus 2. He gets through, now down to a 1 versus 1. Nasty. Trying to find him, Slasher. Dipping away, time's ticking. Gets eyes on him. I thought the movement is there to get back, but it's not. It's AR versus sub. Slasher gonna drop, and Serge steal one late.
Yeah, Slasher just tries to get out. I mean, he early rotates the B. They don't know they have bomb down. If he just plays with TJ or near TJ, they probably win that round, but TJ ends up getting pinched, playing around that area. But Slasher was so quick over towards B, able to get the first, but enough time there to get hunted down.
Enough, yeah, barely enough. That kill comes in with, what, 2-3 seconds remaining on the clock. A wild round there in the round 2, but early hole now for Carolina. And see what kind of adjustments they make. I mean, you said it, you kind of get what you want with that round 1 outside of, well, I mean, if you get the plant clean for TJ, you're probably in a decent position, but what can you change here to maybe make that the case? Because looking pretty similar. Slasher once again working on fourth stage. Gwen once again working mid-map. Basically the same default setup out of Carolina, except we'll see what they do based off the info from Slasher.
Because they got the round, or kind of the setup that they want, they might just go right back to it. I mean, Slasher's playing info. I'm trying to see if anyone's, in the top window, but it looks like it's going to be a B hit. This is a good call here from 04 Neptune. They're just holding it. They're waiting to say, all right, they're not going to go towards A. They're playing B.
Yeah, I was wondering just with Bob where TJ was, but his Slasher kept inching his way forward. I thought they were going to eventually wrap it back out. Thinking, Neptune's probably not going to play the same spot. Peek and flank for a second was Tej. They're looking to activate. Well, 04 says not happening on my watch. He gets another one. Neptune next up to bat. Doesn't take any damage, gets them in, able to get the kill, and the movement's there, and the teammate with a little bit of help. It's a double for Neptune. Slasher suddenly last alive. Knows he's got one in the corner. Not even able to get that one. They get shut down. Serge rolling now in Search and Destroy. They're having fun. Smiles all around.
Yeah, and I don't know if, Slasher's over there towards stage, maybe just putting some shots, throwing some nades, just hoping to force a rotation, but it just wasn't there. I mean, they called their bluff. They were either like, hey, they're not going to play A, well, let's just play B, or if they do play A, we'll play the retake. Neptune here, that was some great movement, some nice shots to take down the SMG duo of Carolina. And
yeah, he's weak, but like the fact you just get the kill. You get the kill. Who cares if he's weak? It's good teamwork there. It looks easy. He only puts a bullet or two in, but the fact is that too sets things up early. And now Nasty's on 4 straight. He's yet to drop. You got 4 total kills on the side of Ravens. This has got to turn around. It's got to turn around now. You go to an 0-2 hole against this Surge team. You are in for a world of hurt. You were worried about this Carolina team. Like, there were a lot of people riding high on them, and we were. They were playing some really good COD in some of the series we cast, but like, they weren't the toughest matchups. It's the thing. Like, yes, it's good to play great COD, but you didn't do that against the toughest competition. Now it's another kill to bring it back for Serge so we get to the 3 versus 3. TJ ripped out of the action again early in the round. He hasn't been able to make his impact at all. 4-1 for 04, 5 straight for Nasty. Taking control in this, and now you get the bomb planted. Oh,
Dude,
you don't.
You had a lot of presence.
Never mind.
Everybody was here from Carolina in a round that they needed. I was going to say, that was a ballsy plant, but he ends up getting caught, does 04. They were just kind of going for it.
I thought he had the angle to get it down, and then he gets picked right as I say it.
But yeah, everyone was there for Carolina. Serge maybe just thinking it was 1, maybe it was just 2, but there were 3 in the area.
No, but as we said, they needed one badly there. Kind of slow this momentum from Serge, and they get it. Now, can he chain together a couple of rounds? TJ still looking to kind of get his impact in this. You know, the search and destroy player he can be. What does the opening offense, or this offense, look like? For the Surge side, you've got a heavy presence over towards A. It is very aggressive, and they are sending it out towards hedges. Wing going to be caught with a nade early on.
My Slasher got hit too. He was down hit to 60, so early nades.
And yeah, everybody's kind of backs it up. Like, you're back to spawn, basically, if you're Ravens.
Yeah, so you have what? Neptune just kind of lurking in his spot, but everybody else maybe backs up just a little bit.
Yeah, Surge's like, we'll play rock, paper, scissors. We're gonna stack a site, and we'll play behind that. Look how far Neptune's getting pushed up. Looks like he's gonna tuck his tail and back up on the minimap at least. Nasty, what a gunfight win that is. The fact he's double chowed, gets one, and gets away with his life is just absurd. TJ, he's looking for the trade. He's finally able to get it, but that's time for your teammates to now get back into it. What a life there from Nasty. Advantage again to Serge.
Well, they think there's so much pressure over towards A. Slasher and Vivid can't help them, right? They're worried about the flank, but everyone backs all the way up. Now Bomb is down. So you're hoping your SMG duo maybe wins the site and plants it. That is not what happened. Surge are playing such a strong Surge game with their calls and their teamwork. They're winning the gunfights. They are dominating.
And it just feels like they have them guessing, like second guessing.
No, that's exactly what it is.
The early pressure, the setups, they're throwing so many different looks. And like when you're a team like Ravens that really wants to play off of info, they're like, okay, we'll give you some info, but on a map like this, you can switch gears so quickly and get to an opposite site. They think one thing's happening, suddenly it's the opposite. And they're back in a big hole, down 3 rounds.
Yeah, a lot of that just comes down to sort of your early defaults, right? When Carolina do go A and get that bomb down, like you have to win those rounds to then, that gives you the advantage in sort of that rock, paper, scissors game. Instead, they lose it. So now it's just like, they just went to B. They'll probably try their A hit again. Let's play aggressive A. And it's just the right calls right now from Surge.
Can they keep making the right calls? Just need 2 more rounds to take the 2-0 edge. Surge looking for a dagger type round here. They push it up towards A. Out towards lobby with the vision will be Gwen playing deep is Vivid, and Vivid cannot die there, and he's gonna get caught. Another first blood for Surge. You got prime real estate now out towards A. Rotation's gonna start to come in, dealing with the deep push through. It's gonna be Nasty. And what's his timing going to be like when Nasty gets back? Because you're going to have a 3-on-3 around the site. He's probably the guy that can make a play.
Yeah, do they check where Neptune is? This is maybe the key. Well, TJ going to throw a shoulder, but look at the aggression. They are all playing together. Is Surge. It is a triple chow on both sides. So now it is just all Slasher by his lonesome. Left it. Oh, hello there. Oh my gosh.
That's a tough one. That kind of breaks down what's going on in the S&D. Cheeks to face, then Gunny to face.
Okay, that wasn't Nasty who killed him. All right, no, it was Neptune. I was about to say.
Oh, no, I thought it was 2. Okay. That makes it a little bit.
That animation was insane.
No, that makes it a little bit better. That makes it a little. I thought he turned.
It was close.
Yeah, no, it was.
Wait, on his side, he's turned around?
Yeah, okay, all right, perfect. Call of Duty. That looked absurd. Your face is disgusting.
So on his screen, he's just shooting out of his butt.
Yeah. Nobody wants butt shots to the face, Shell. Well, I won't say nobody. Serge, dominant now, looking for one more. Vivid got picked in the last round. He gets picked again. He had a good map 1, but he's had some bad deaths in the early goings of this round. You bring it back with your TJ, but now to the 3 versus 3. Trying to cover the bomb planter. Slasher able to do that, plan in. Now can he get out? But he comes in for cover and he gets zapped. Another one for Abuze. He's on 4 in a row. 3v2 retake now for the dub.
Yeah, Gwen's just kind of lurking. This might come down to what Gwyn can find, and can TJ stay alive? You have 04 starting to work the flank, so nobody's watching that. 04 is like, where is everybody? And there we go, 2 isolated gunfights. Leaves 04 in a 1-2. Trying to get a quick trade onto TJ, looking for the next one, but can't find it. Well, Carolina clutch on up in the post plant.
Okay, a little 2v3 clutch. Maybe that makes things more interesting. I kind of thought 04 was going to make the play. I was like, well, he gets the trade quickly. He's got maybe a chance to do it, but time was starting to dwindle. Gwyn gets 2 big ones in this to keep Carolina's dream alive. We'll see what adjustments they can make if they're going to bring it back. But they get it to A, they get the palm, plant it down. Even though it's not the cleanest thing, they're able to get the round victory, unlike that round 1 start.
Well, really the key there is Gwyn, right? Because 04 is thinking there's somebody on the flank, but he's just in a bit of an off angle. Isn't really found, and then him and TJ both win those fights.
Another opportunity for Serge to seal it. Utility everywhere. I don't know what actually ended up connecting. Not much. I don't think he gets hit, so Gwyn thinks there's nothing there. Neptune just lays prone. He's playing dodgeball as all the stuns come over the top, and that leads to a free pick. And Gwyn's probably, what the hell?
Well, TJ's behind, though. TJ flanks so quickly with the help of Slasher, and well, they're down a man, but they bring it back.
Yeah, bring it back real quick. Ravens surviving. Maybe continuing to extend, but hold up. 04, now to a 2 versus 2. And both teams grouped up a bit now. It's going to be on the execute from Serge and how they opt to play this. Well, based on the map, starting to work things over towards B. Slasher. And 04 seeing what they can get done here. Just over 20 to go. Can they get the plant down? Now, it looks like you're just kind of tucked away for Ravens. You're going to let them plant and then work the retake.
Yeah, 2 versus 1. They're just going to try to play with numbers. 04, though, has a sub in this scenario. First 2 ARs. It's just, what kind of gunfights does he get? Well, he's got both weapons. And well, there's the timing, but just drops down. No shots in, so both players full HP. 04 hit down to 20, and as you said, Carolina once again stay alive. Well, they were down a man early. Gwyn is thinking maybe like that stun on a Neptune, like maybe he's just further back, but he's able to get pushed on up.
No, I mean, what, 2v3? Apparently the recipe for success for them pull-off rounds. Can they do it round by round? Things get a little bit scarier for Serge. Deeper we go. Carolina, round by round, is trying to get this done. You hear Carr out on the map. Carr searching for info. Gwyn. This once again playing from mids. Out to stage. Like we've seen almost every round is Slasher. This time, I mean, the difference, he's going to have bomb in hand. It won't be TJ planning him looking over. Slasher's going to have bomb, and he's just going to get that down and get out quickly. So you get this down now to the first 4. 04 just basically chest bumps TJ. TJ walks away with the kill. Nasty sending it to Booza that's actually able to pick it up.
Wait on Gwyn. Gwyn's got to get there. Well, or does he? Slasher, he's playing bombs. He's winning the gunfights, but Gwyn gets caught. He tries to hit the dolphin dive, and well, he just gets caught in the animation, but you get it down. So you leave Vivid in a 1 versus 2.
And he has had a tough one. And now he's taking those shots. And they're on bomb plant. Vivid's gonna drop. This one is done. Vancouver Surge able to get the victory. You start them out to come back if you're Ravens. You bring it back in a few rounds, but mostly that is a dominant win from Surge.
Yeah, just cool, calm, collected on the Surge side. Just great early reads. I mean, they put them in a hole. They have some big A retakes. Defense was on point, and the way Carolina wanted to play, they just had nothing. Found no openings.
No, they really were. I mean, I know they were able to bring back a couple of 2 versus 3, but if I'm Serge, I'm thinking we could have won that in even more dominant fashion if we cleaned up a couple of mistakes. Yeah, the map 1 is a nail biter. It ends up being like a 15-point game, but this one, it is all Serge. And you were thinking a lifeline for Carolina, probably going to be the search and destroy if you looked at like the overall stats maybe from the stage, but the map's so good for Surge and Search for this one.
I mean, this is it, right? It's just like why red card comes into play and protocol. This is one where if you're Carolina, like maybe you're rethinking it.
No, probably. Starting to quickly rethink things as you're in an 0-2 hole. and you are really in trouble. I mean, Carolina obviously had the ability to bring this back, but this is what we were worried about. We just didn't really know how good Carolina was, even though like we love casting their cards sometimes, and they make such great decisions. This is what it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, they played a good hardpoint. That was maybe the key, was like the way Serge's hardpoint has to look. Like if you steal one, if you're Carolina, like you're absolutely in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
But you lose these first 2 maps now, and things are looking scary.
Things are looking very, very scary. You're hoping this isn't just a 0-3 drop. You're suddenly looking to have to make a crazy losers bracket run. I mean, Ali said maybe this is a Thanos type run. Just get down to round 1 of losers. He has some of the greatest losers bracket run in the history of the esport, but you don't want to be there. You try to avoid that. But before we get into map 3, we're on the desk. Quickly talk about the first 2 maps.
Thank you very much, Vancouver Surge up 2-0. Ali, stop it. She's already bragging.
I'm not even doing it.
No,
It's
I'm doing it.
Miles doing it.
I came over and I was like, let's go!
So, Ann, can we just start the discussion? Did Brian Saint, the GM over there at Carolina, did he drop the ball with the bans?
I mean, I think, group effort. I think you should not play Pro Card, Red Card in this series. I mean, it's the 2 best maps on the side of Vancouver. You talk about their search and destroy. I get what they're trying to do if you're Carolina. Like, you don't like Hacienda, you're banning what you're bad at, but you look at Vancouver, they don't have a deep map pool, right? So potentially you're still in this series despite that. You just got to get some of your star players going. You got to get Gwyn more comfortable here.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights. Starting with game number 2, it was a one-sided search and destroy after a 2-0 start from Vancouver Surge. Ali, who was impressing early on?
Definitely Abuza. I think those first bloods were kind of everything for Vancouver Surge. They're top 3 in the lead when it comes to those opening duel win rates. And also, just the fact they were able to win this red card is kind of huge for me, just because they haven't played it in their last 5. They were trying really hard to add Volt Search and Destroy to their map pool. It doesn't pan out, so they get the red card in this series where they have some of the most reps as well, and they aren't a great retake team. They're 10th overall in the league right now, and we saw a very different Vancouver Surge in this one. I love the way they played out their defenses versus Carolina. This is 100% one of those things where it's not really Carolina dropping the ball, it's Vancouver Surge surging forward.
Yeah, the adjustments on the side of Carolina came in way too late. Vancouver did a great job, but you saw Carolina sort of like downloading and figuring out how they want to approach it. We saw the multi-flank come in with Siege and Slasher all the way around, kind of striking at the same time, able to take that round. And then in this last one, you go over towards A, you get bombed down. I like the idea. We're going to chow out back because Abuza has been there picking us off bomb post plant so often and leave Vivid alive for the clutch. Well, Surge are just too good. They recognize that. Like, okay, we can find these kills, get a number of situations. We know exactly where Vivid's going to be. You couple that with some big gunfights by 04 that map. GG.
In the tactical game mode, you see Vancouver taking it 6-3, but in Hardpoint, it was just a 14-point difference. I was getting excited at the end of this one. I thought TJ had won us the game nameless. It didn't happen. Miles, what was going on for Vancouver? Who was shining?
Well, everything was looking fine. I mean, I think the unsung hero, though, everyone was shining there in a row, but I think Abuza, man, I think he wins some unbelievable individual gunfights, especially on those big rotations. He's the unsung hero for me right now. Of course, we saw some huge kills from 04, massive stats there, nice breaks all around, but I mean, Stud called it in the green room aggressively. The TJ's calling game. He, in fact, did not.
Yeah, I mean, we get real animated over these games in the green room, and this was a super close one. Nice to set the tone. We saw, the P2s, like early rotations, Carolina a couple times, just getting broke. You could never get like a clean setup there. And then on top of that, Gwyn just not having a great performance. This is what we talk about all the time. Online, so good. Sometimes he gets to land, it's either a slow start or you just can't figure it out.
We were doing a number 7 watch on the mini-map, and Jay was roasting Gwyn's routes. Going back to Envoy's original criticism, do you think this was just a one-off game, though, for Gwyn?
I mean, yeah, I do. I mean, I think Gwyn's a very solid player. I mean, he does have the freedom. He has the green light on this team to make those types of plays. Some people are going to look at that and put the microscope on him and say he's costing them a lot of situations. But when he's winning those gunfights, that's when they were winning hardpoints this stage, right? So he's just got to get comfortable, man.
Ali, can anyone drop 40 kills in a control coming up next?
Absolutely. If it's going to be anybody, I think it's going to be Neptune. I think so far this series has already proved that he, in fact, can do what he does online, on LAN as well. I wonder where we're at in our bingo card.
Yeah, no pressure to get a 40 bomb. Why? Because 04 has already given us our first bingo square. Let's take a look at the B column. I mean, the I column. 40 bomb is dropped, and we got a free square. We're 2/5 of the way there, Miles.
We also had the Hellstorm double kill that happened in the last map as well. That was 04 too.
That was on Hardpoint,
Donut and Search and Destroy still in the cards if we get to a game 5. Hardpoint if we get to a game 4. For now, though, Let's see if Vancouver can end it. Control coming up right now as we send it over to your casters. Show some love to Merc and Maven.
Oh, thank you. I'm loving some love, guys. Who doesn't love love? Carolina, though, I think needs some love. They need some love, and they need some love quickly because they're in trouble. We now get ready for this vault, and this is the one where you didn't play it once over the qualifier, right?
No, I mean, this was like their best map in stage 1, but yeah, I think everybody just kind of vetoed it versus them, or they were trying to expand map pool, but you have not seen this from Carolina throughout stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously, they're scrimming, they're getting in reps, but in the official capacity, when you talk about kind of the minor and the qualifier, don't play it at all. And that's just one of those things where it's like, are you still in the same form on this map like you were in stage 1, which we don't know the answer to that until we watch this particular matchup. Neptune, though, on ball control, he has been solid. When you talk about the overall KD and the kills per 10, ranking 4th overall on that, he's going to be a damage dealer. He's going to be setting the tempo for this team.
Yeah, and this is probably the key here for like Vancouver. If they really want to go on a run in this tournament, is sort of control.
Yeah.
50% throughout stage 2, but just some of the against their tougher opponents, this is where they struggled a bit. Talk about like some of those games versus Thieves and FaZe. They got to get better in this game mode.
Yeah, that's where the hard point has been. They're going to get the control there too, and they will be a force to be reckoned with. TJ and the boys, though, trying desperately to get something going in this series. Nice tracking there with a hip fire, able to cheese 1, but you go 2 for 2 in the battle there on the point. Slasher, though, keep an eye on him. He's worked up this B streak, trying to get shots on the cross. Him and Gwyn able to connect onto one with a lovely bit of team shot. Now Abuz is thinking left and right. What am I going to chow? He chows Slasher, who's pre-aimed and ready. Great win from him. Alleviates pressure then around the point. Last guy up is going to be Neptune. Deep back behind Art, so this will be some great progress on it.
Yeah, so that's just really what it is, right? Slasher gets pushed up. Those 2 players are off spawn. It's basically telling these guys, hey, you have a 3 versus 2 here. On the point, trade it out, and well, they're able to find 3 kills. No retake in from Serge. Abuz has got to take a long route and maybe just chill, but A point already done.
Yeah, I think we talked about how like, A's been really defensive this qualifier. Like, there's been so many retakes that there haven't been that many like clean 3-4 deads. It's been this reinforce, 1 by 1, just kind of battle. There, though, you get everything you want due to Slasher's addiction and the kills that come through. And Vivid, he maybe struggled in that map too, but he was shooting in the map 1, and he's right back to work. Lovely stuff out of him.
And I got to deal with the Abuz in his house, right? I mean, you see number 2, he loves this area of the map. Big 2 kills there from Nasty to alleviate some pressure. And while Slasher's just trying to hunt him down, he has no idea that is not where Abuz is. He's actually all the way in the back. So TJ trying to help him out, trying to find Abuz. They know he's here somewhere.
Abuz peeking through the windows. 1 getting through, though. That's going to be number 5, and you're like, all right, well, now we'll get the kill. Unfortunately, his teammate, Nasty, is going to drop before that. Number 8 and Vivid got pushed up, but he's going to end up dropping. You deal with it kind of on both sides for both teams. Neptune seeing he can build a playmaker in through a hole. 1 battle goes down to P2. TJ's able to win that. Lives-wise, you're still up a few as TJ does chain together kills. This is probably your best attack opportunity, but the spawns are coming in quickly. A4 is going to get caught. Now you got a great chance. Great slide through. I think that's every POV we're watching is players sliding in from Ravens. Thankfully, Abuz and Nasty step up. They hold the defensive line for now.
Yeah, that headshot doesn't come through. Gwyn is getting so aggressive there, and I mean, that was your chance. Now it's going to be 4 dead. Gwyn off spawn, though, trying to stay forward, put pressure on Serge, maybe not give them map control, and well, he's going to do just that. That's going to be 3 dead. So again, the map flips back and forth. Both teams fighting over map control, but Carolina get on the point, pause the clock.
It was a 3 dead that really set up your success onto A. Obviously, it doesn't turn into a round victory necessarily here onto B, but it allows you to get some progress. And if we're going the distance, every tick at B is going to be so valuable. Abuza trying to play the shutdown player. He's able to do that with his double. Sliding back in is Vivid, who actually walks away with 1, but time, the big factor, 20 seconds. Lives now, the conversation as well as you're down 1 if you're Serge. This next big fight towards the objective is going to be huge because you've got to stop the clock. You've got a chance of winning this if you're Royal Ravens. TJ, again, the double kill demon. No respawns remaining now for Serge. 4 versus 5. 5 seconds to go. Someone's got to stop the clock. Neptune trying to stop that from happening. 4 getting shots into delayed as well. No time to actually get back towards the point, so you just get away with it. Some big kills late. You would have got it done through kills too, as you were in 3-1 advantage late, but some huge, as much as TJ was huge with the kills offensively, Abuza had some big ones from the defense.
Yeah, I mean, you had your chances if you're Carolina. You end up with 4 ticks.
You feel good about that, though,
You probably could have had more. But yeah, nice recovery from Serge. And there were just a couple of key gunfights where, like, just some close-range ARs, they were able to clutch up with some headshots. If you get Gwyn forward or TJ forward, just one of those times, maybe it's different. But yeah, they never allowed 2 to 3 players on the hill, or if they did, there was always a nade that would come through. Just alleviate the pressure, allow your teammates to come off spawn, and then retake map control from Serge.
But again, if we're going like 5 rounds, it feels like every bit of progress at B could be crucial based on how it went this qualifier. Neptune with the 4 streak right into the round. Trying to play the flank, but you know, you have the timing in your head, and on the defensive side of it, you know he's eventually going to be working that. Trying to deal with it was number 6 in Slasher as he wraps the whole way around. But Neptune's repositioned and looking for information from Catwalk. But Slasher, I mean, he wraps right behind Neptune basically. He's able to get 2 for free. They've been playing a little game of cat and mouse. Finally, Neptune able to catch up to him.
Yeah, Neptune's just like trying to help out his team or find anything. But yeah, they all go down. So now it's up to Nasty, but he's very separated from his squad. Just gonna get on the B, maybe find someone off spawn, and that's exactly the play. 04 gets 2. Nasty gets 2. They're onto the A point cleanly. This should be done. I don't even know if you're gonna have a chance at this if you are Ravens.
We'll see. They try and make one play towards it. It looks like they're trying to collapse. They want to stop this. Second tick is in. They want to prevent the third. Nice opener there from Slasher. And Vivid, you've retaken it. And that's been the big thing. These moments that teams have got so much better is the retakes and how they plan the attack to take A. Where it used to, I feel like early in the season, like, yeah, I don't know, you got like a 3-4 dead on A, you got it almost every time.
It was done. I mean, it was close there too, but yeah, just last second they were able to, well, put pressure on Serge now, only 20 seconds, so Nasty with the SMG, but he's gonna get traded out. The numbers right now with Vivid over to Ravens. I mean, this is a guy, pull out a third sub, no problem. He was an SMG before he switched to that AR before this year.
And that's why that one break, even though it's so close, that's why it's so crucial. Because it may lead to no time extension whatsoever. Trying to isolate Slasher. I mean, he just wants to play his life as long as he's possibly able to from this spot. They're going to go ahead and leave him, just hit the point they have to, based on the time. Abuza and Neptune able to do it. Slasher, though, trying to track back for the fight. As him and Gwyn take this 2 versus 2. The extension not there, and it's not coming. Carolina battling, but it all comes down to that first retake on A. Leads to a win here on defense.
Yeah, it was so close if you were Serge. You had the 4 dead. Nasty and 04 got you out of that trap.
What, up 2 ticks?
Yeah, so what, yeah, 4-2 overall in ticks. Vivid with another great respawn so far.
Vivid. I mean, we know the one-eyed Raven jokes, everything he was struggling with in the first major, like turned it around a bit, but was struggling early, showing what he's capable of, and he has really, really stepped it up for this squad. And he's going to need to. Gwyn getting a better performance here versus the Hardpoint as well. But we're still tied up at 1. Just keep talking about the tick advantage with the potential round 5. On to the point we go and battling. I thought numbers over to Vancouver. Just barely. You come away with 1 more player. That's kind of what we're used to seeing. Like, just ends up with 1 more player left.
Yeah, who's going to find the double, right? Yeah. That time it was 04. Well, right off spawn is Gwyn. He's going to find 04. And yeah, you're going to try to go right back to A. But Slasher loves playing this sort of outer B route. He's going to do it again. Just hoping to find a kill, but 04 reads it.
Yeah, like not again. Not fullest once.
No, we know where Slasher is.
Because yeah, that him and Gwyn's little kind of pinch on that deep spawn was set up everything for the success early at A. So now it's more we're doing it the old-fashioned way. We'll see what Slasher opts to do, kind of off a spawn, but it's Gwyn finessing inside. Doesn't buy quite enough time for Slasher to come in and help, but Slasher gets there, wins his 1, will lead to a clock pause, and his teammates getting back here quickly to help reinforce him, but it's a double from Gwyn, a double from Slasher. Maybe the play they need to do this, but I mean, you have a chance to attack this time because it's not clean, right? It's a 1 versus 1.
It's another one. It's another 1v1, and this time Slasher, it's just not as easy with the AR from that spot. Everybody sliding on in on both teams. It is just a battle for this point, back and forth. So far, it's been the defensive Surge just having enough.
Pistol from Nasty is enough, and 04, they're in the action as well. Might be a similar type of hold, well, even better hold than we've seen really from either teams this time through. It's been all defense. Can Vivid, though, maybe change this thing around? Stun not going to connect. Well, bullets from Nasty are. Gwyn, last chance, not going to do it. And Serge now put up their best defense, only allow 1 tick. So now, depending on how they're able to do on offense, maybe take that tick advantage into round 5. It's much more doable now.
Yeah, I mean, again, once it came down to just sort of those trades on the 8 point, like, they were there.
Because they're only down, what, 1 now, right? 4-3?
Well, no, 5-2.
Oh, 5-2, sorry, 5-2.
Yeah, 5-2
I just gave the wrong team the tick in my head there for a second, yeah. But it's much more doable. They just have to get A.
But yeah, just nice reads. Even from
Maybe
04, you were right. The way they set up that sort of A hit was through Slasher, finding an opening B side, just cutting off the reinforcements. They don't allow that to happen this time. Well, it came to those A battles, yeah, Nasty with some great pistol plays.
Well, they're able to just get A. We'll come down to kills. They get a tick on B, they'll take advantage and get that defense for the round 5. But they found very little success really in their opening offense, and well, win a part of why that was the case. Win gets right back to work. They win the opening break. The break can be so important, and Royal Ravens do a great job of that.
Yeah, you're trying to see if you can find anyone if you're 04, anybody maybe hiding pool side. But he's going to get taken down, and you have just had no pressure so far. Those opening breaks so important, and again, Slasher just kind of lurking up that B street, trying to put any shots in with the AR, at least just give his teammates info, spawn them poolside. This is a great setup here for Carolina.
How good will the setup be?
How does Abuza get here? Abuza just somehow finds an opening. Maybe he must have got bad, Slasher must have got really bad timing. They think B Street shut down. Gwyn's gonna bring you back, because that was the opening there for Serge.
It's another big multi-kill from Gwyn that keeps them in the fight. Under 30 seconds to go. You trade efficiently around the point again. No progress yet. There has just been no offense out of Serge. And if there could be offense for round 5. You don't feel too good about it. You've got 1 total tick. This is going to be your last chance to really do it. If you get 2 dead, you're on to B to at least stop the clock. You don't allow the multi-kill to come through from Vivid this time. But who's been the multi-kill guy? It's been Gwyn. Can he do it one more time? The stun's at least going to back him up. Able to win the second over and over again. Gwyn has been able to do enough just to keep the balance towards their side. You have a chance here on A to get progress, but you're down 3 lives. I don't know how the hell Gwyn gets that kill, but you still have 2 bodies on it.
Yeah, so much pressure over towards B. It kind of opens up the A off spawn. Nasty and Neptune able to get inside. TJ, he's trying to work the pinch. He's going to find 1, and now it's just, can they get it done? They're able to get that 8 point secure.
Can they win the map? Can they get the tick to guarantee the round 5 defense? I don't know exactly how to break down the lives department if they stay tied in ticks. But it may not matter, but some big kills to kind of keep that life advantage comes through. 4 Ravens. Abuza just trying to find his opening. Nasty may be the guy to do it. Abuza's going to end up falling though, but you're on the point at least. You're pausing the clock. The pressure going to be Ravens to now make the play.
They got to stop the tick, right? That's going to be the key. I mean, that's what maybe you're thinking
still
if you're
going.
Surge. It's still going. Neptune's going to be on it, so that will be round 5. Defense secured there for Surge. Even if they lose this round, they're going to be feeling good.
I love it. Throw your bodies at it. Get it done. They know they just need the tick. They do just enough to get advantage there. Not really an opportunity to win the round, but I mean, that's okay. Oh, yeah, before I say that, let's see if they pull off the 2 versus 7. Time going to be the biggest factor as well. Ford is diving out, try and pause it. He's going to get caught. Both will drop, and now we go to a round 5, but that offense, everything for Surge. Gets them the round 5 defense. They went from what, no ticks really whatsoever to 4 in that final stretch.
And it's just the way they open it up, right? They finally threw a couple of bodies. Neptune pulls out an AR, just goes B Street. He's able to get under Art. He finds a couple of kills. The rest of his teammates off spawn, and I mean, they don't get a lot of progress or any really towards B, but it just sort of rotates the defense. So when the teammates come off spawn, they can get into a good position.
Keep the defense moving. Don't let them get to their strong spots and strong setups. They didn't really do it much, but they did the one time that it mattered. And now a chance to shut it down. Into the fray we go. And it's a great opening from Vancouver Surge. Oh no, you go down clean if you're a Ravens, and you're already on the back foot, just having to do a round 5 offense. This comes even harder. Gwyn not involved in that early fight because he's taking a route around the back. That's been picked up and shut down, so this is perfect so far for Surge. And just by winning that opening break, like, the time difference is magical as TJ puts a lot of bullets into the tree.
Yeah, I mean, both were able to reset her there. But yeah, I mean, if Gwyn wins that, maybe he can get to B and just pause the clock. Because you said it, 40 seconds off already. finally able to get towards A, but numbers from Serge are here. That's gonna be 3 dead. They know where Slasher is. Serge on point.
I mean, it's crazy. If you lose the opening break, like, you might as well chalk almost a minute off the round. Like, it's like half your time's gone. Usually half your time before you get like a real chance to work it. Now you're down to 30 seconds. Here we go. Someone's got to be the hero, but the trading has been on point. The comms have been there for Serge. Nice shots from Vivid. Perfect with the headshots. He's able to get 2 while his centering was there as well to maybe pick up 3. He'll dip into hole just to get the reload on and right back in to pause the clock, but 04 has got his number. Even when Vivid's dead, though, he's getting kills. His trophy. He's able to pick up 1. That's 3 through, and that's what you need. Maybe a little miracle round like we saw from Vancouver Surge in the last one. But the difference is you got to win this round. It's not just about getting 4 ticks. You got to get it done. I didn't know if they were even going to get the extension, but they get that. Surge are like, okay, foot off the gas. Let's not make a big mental mistake here.
Yeah, well, guess what? Booz is going to get pushed up. Now you have a, sort of the pinch from 04 and Neptune. They're going to find kills. Neptune now up to 30, matching Gwyn's pace. And now you have 12 lives. And yeah, you have to get out of spawn.
I love it. I mean, no reason to panic, no reason to battle back for A. Let him have it and then lock him in. Some nice kills from Vivid and Slasher, though, to kind of maybe get out of spawn. But the lives differential going to be so huge.
Maybe a chance here.
Well, the chance not going to work out. Doesn't check his right pocket. And Abuza is able to deal with it. If they keep trading like this, you just got no chance to actually win the round. Be difficult enough to get. When you're in this live hole.
They're up for it. I mean, they're up towards Statue. Again, it's just the trades. Someone needs to get a multi-kill, whether it's TJ or Gwyn, but not going to happen. 04 trying to pinch, but it's a great read. Maybe this time it is Gwyn. Vivid's going to be on the pinch, so he can try to help out. The problem is, though, all his teammates are dying. 11 versus 3 now. Surge looking at 3-0.
I thought that pinch might be the play, but they pick it up, and things start to fall apart further from there. Just 20 to go. Only TJ and Slasher to do it. They've been phenomenal throughout this qualifier for the Royal Ravens team, but simply too much to ask from them. All on Slasher now. He gets put down. Serge, the real deal, dominate the round 1 in the 4 versus 5 matchup. This was a test. We were really curious how this battle was going to go down. I mean, you and I, we thought Serge was the better team. But I didn't expect it to be a 3-0. I thought we were at least going to get some more maps in this.
Well, we didn't know the maps coming into it. I just think.
Yeah, I just even think without knowing maps, I guess I think like sometimes like a matchup, I guess it should go like 4 or 5. It's just, listen, I know that's not the most analytical way of thinking about things, but like, that's just how I look at it. These are 2 teams, they should go toe to toe. But yes, once we do the maps, it kind of shifts things, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I think map 1, you had some real chances if you were Carolina. Even in this map 3, it's just you're 1 tick away from getting the round 5 defense. I think Surge, they absolutely got outplayed.
Yeah, no, and that's why I think I saw it was like CDL Intel tweeted out like the map set, and it had like the overall records for everyone. I saw a couple of the responses that are like, edge to Carolina, just looking at overall. I'm like, well, that doesn't really matter at all. Then you look at stage 2 qualifier, and you're like, that's not really the story at all. This is edge 100% to Vancouver Surge, and that's how it ends up playing out, even though you had some very, very tight maps, and if you replay that series several times, who knows how it goes with different maps. But we take a look at the stats and the breakdown there from the control. Anything that really pops off?
I mean, it's just a team effort.
Yeah,
on the side of Surge.
Yeah, great damage from Abuza, but like, okay, I know it's just the first round, but I know you as being a former professional player, you've seen like kind of LAN versus online performances, and you were one that definitely said to me like when I believed in Surge earlier, like, I need to see Neptune do this online. Even when you're talking about like top 5 rankings, Ant was like, I can't put Surge over Carolina until I see it on LAN. Like I need to see it on LAN. Was that enough? Like Neptune, all right? There's no nerves. He's fine. Like you think they're gonna make a run this weekend?
Well, I think it's just like after the first couple of matches, we saw how fundamentally sound Surge was. Yeah. So like I believed in the product. But yeah, when you talk about sort of just the top matchups, FaZe and Thieves, you're gonna need your stars, and I think you got it here in this round 1.
Yeah, you did, especially in the map 3. But it just seems like anybody can get it done right now. When you talk about this Surge team, dude, they are. I think the real deal. I'm saying they're going to win this tournament. I mean, Thieves have looked unbelievable, but with a chance to like get to Sunday and maybe do something like, I don't know. When we talk about like, let's say major 1, like you look at Carolina and Heretics that were able to get there. Like I didn't really think either had a chance to win the event. Surge, maybe.
Yeah, and I mean they have a great coaching staff. They're going to have great prep, right? So when they have time to prepare for their Friday match, they're going to be locked in. Or Saturday game.
Yeah, Saturday. Yeah. Got a couple of days and just prep. We'll see how much better they can get. But we had a lot of eyes on Neptune since he's came in. This team has looked different. We've got him on the main stage right now.
Texas, show some love to the Vancouver Surge as they kick this tournament off. with a hot 3-0. And I got Mr. Lightning McCloud with me on the main stage, Neptune. Talk to me about how does this win feel for you? It's been a while since we've had you on the main stage, but you look damn good there in that series.
This win means everything to me because like I haven't been in the CDO in like 2 years, and I feel like this was my chance to actually like prove myself. Obviously, it's just one match, but it's obviously good to get that first win on the board as a team.
Did he make you guys proud, Texas? I think he proved himself out there, yeah? Definitely did. Now, talk to me about your teammates. That map number 1 on the Hardpoint was so close there coming to the end. How proud are you for the composure you guys showed there, not letting Carolina get that one up on you going into the S&D?
That composure was insane. Our communication didn't change at all, even though it was a very tense moment for us because P1 on Vault, to go down to the wire like that is just, it definitely feels a little nerve-wracking. Like if we watched it back, we would be like, oh my God, how do we win this? But in the moment, it felt like there was no pressure. We were just, doing the same thing we do every single day.
Yep, and it showed right there, locked it in. Now, that second map, about 3 rounds in, you guys was laughing, everything was looking good. You're playing up against 2 of the top 4 S&D players in the league, but you shut them down. What could they have done better against you guys there? What did they do wrong?
I'm not going to expose, the way we think.
Well,
and
what did you guys do right?
Well, the things we did right was we prepared, last night. We all got together, we watched some of their S&Ds, and we were like, okay, this is some of their tendencies, and we just kept that in mind going into the map.
All right, there you go. Lastly, what do you want to say to these fans in here that's been supporting you and supporting Vancouver Surge here and at home?
To all the fans that supporting us, thank you. It means everything to me, just being back on the main stage, and I hope you guys keep showing support this weekend. Thank you.
All right, you heard it from Neptune on the stage. That's going to do it for me and him. Puckett, take us away.
Thank you, Blaze. You've got some fans up here on the desk, Mr. Neptune. It's great to see him showcasing his skills, not just online, but here on land, Miles.
It's about time, right? It's about time. Nep's been out of the league for too long.
Yeah.
Now that he's back, that was the perfect series to get the ball rolling for Serge. And again, to just rip the Band-Aid and get him in that sort of land mode. We know they can do it now. They just did it there. Yeah. I think that, as far as I'm concerned, big upset.
And he just crushed his interview. So if I'm Vancouver, I'm dropping the bag. I'm saying, this is my franchise player. We are going to lock you up at least 2 games. Let's jump into the highlights, though, because it was only a 3-game series, and you and I got embarrassed by Allie and Miles.
We did. We did. Vancouver answering the call, man, delivering on land. Everybody performed. And on this control in particular, it's one that they wanted to add to their map pool. Their retakes were so good. Every trade battle comes down to that final kill. Serge is just winning it. They're not just throwing bodies desperately at A. When you see Carolina capping it, they're taking their time and they're finding those kills. It's just so difficult for Carolina to sneak through. Saw Slasher trying to get over towards their building, just never allowing it. It happened once in the very beginning, then they recognize it and they keep it in mind. They take mental note. Their communication is just so good. So Vancouver, they look unreal.
I think it's really important to paint the story as well for Vancouver Surge of just they are excelling in areas they have been struggling in throughout the entirety of stage 2. Control was not a very strong game mode for them. They were 6-6 heading into this. They were middle of the pack when it came to defense and attack, going up against the Carolina Royal Ravens, who's a top 3 attack team. So what do? They go up against them on their best control. 6-3 in Vault for Carolina Royal Ravens, completely shut down in this series. You have to tip your hat to the Vancouver Surge.
Yeah, shout out to Rambo Ray, man. Listen, this is a map that
this is dream team.
You look
dude.
at Carolina, right, and it's their best control, but they didn't play it this whole stage. So you look at Ray, and he's like, you know what? Maybe a little rusty. Let's play him on some Vault. They get the dub.
Camera can't see him, but there's a man right here. He's in middle school, and he's rocking his Surge jersey. His team just got a 3-0, and it was with plays like this. Let's take a look at your scuff. Play of the game. This is the end of Hardpoint, Miles. You're no stranger to some play-by-play. Walk me through it.
Well, look, I think the key here is the scoreline. Going into a P1, we heard Neptune in the interview there talking about how, if they look back at this, wow, how did we manage to pull this off? Well, I'll tell you how. A 2-piece there from 0-4 with a Hellstorm. We didn't think it was a great call, but what does it do? It creates chaos in the middle of the map. The Ravens will have to flood in through one side. A single flank from Gwyn goes down low through Vault. To quote Jeremy Studd, who is that in Vault? Who is that in Vault? And unfortunately, it doesn't pay off. He gets traded out. So again, you've got numbers here on the point. Last man up, Neptune, dances the dance, buys that little bit of extra time, and a P1 bang out like this is no easy thing to do.
Wow, fist bump, Miles. That was great play-by-play by you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And what's so crazy about this as well is like Vancouver Surge's breaks were so good throughout the entirety of this opening hardpoint, and you just saw them thriving in the chaos of this P1. I mean, it didn't matter which angle Carolina was coming from. It literally felt like their heads were on a swivel the entirety of those last couple of seconds.
Everybody playing their role, getting the job done. Carolina now knocked into our elimination bracket, and we will see Vancouver Surge playing for a spot in the top 4 once again. Let's take a look here at our numbers. Nameless Surge, they'll play either the winner of LA Thieves or Boston Breach. If you're looking at the numbers, it's probably going to be Thieves there.
Yeah, and you know, Thieves and Serge have had some bangers, man. The minor final was absolutely incredible. You know Vancouver want their revenge. In a semifinal, sure.
We're still in round 1 of the winners bracket, and that continues when we come back. It's match 2 of the day. Number 3 seeded Toronto Ultra takes on Cloud9 New York.
Take a sip of syrup now. Right?
Oh, do I need to? Okay, all right, I can.
Okay, here we go.
Can I open? Am I strong enough to open this?
Yeah.
You can open it for me. I'm not strong enough.
Are you serious?
I need you.
Well, we got to take this
You're
off.
my work husband.
We got to take this off.
Oh,
Okay,
that
hold
helped. Now can I do it?
Yeah, probably. Go. Come on.
I can't do it, dude. Twist it, boy. I need to chug the syrup.
Is this guy serious right now?
Oh, you're very strong. Did you get it?
Not the headset, please. Yeah! Woo! Oh, God, what are you doing? Oh, my gosh. That was way too much.
We've got insight on stage. That's delicious.
Okay.
We're playing the bomb.
Oh, my God.
God, ball, come on, give it to me.
Palm his arm.
No, I think it's
behind you.
Can you act out the coolest kill you've had so far in Black Ops 6?
Act out?
Yeah, show me with your hands. What did you do?
I can't show you the hands, but I can show you the Omni movement.
There we go. All right, let's check it out.
The chair's gonna...
Yep.
Okay.
Oh! Hit him with the side strafe!
Is he gonna come back?
Do you agree with Smokes not being in respawn?
I do personally, yeah.
You do personally?
I do too. I think it would make the viewing experience worse.
What did I just see on my screen? Who was that guy? Did you see that?
No.
Who the fuck was that guy?
I don't know.
Welcome to Citizens over there on YouTube. There was some random guy, like, see how they have the quad box? Like, there was some random guy just like in the all 4 boxes, and he looked like he was going crazy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did you feel bad about eliminating Vegas Legion from Champs?
Yes and no, but yes. They're seeing them like, ugh.
I don't know, actually. You are lying.
I'm lying? Them guys.
Yeah.
My bad, Clay.
I'll keep that shit together.
Nice. You're good. 1v1 is Dashy. He's slow as fuck. Yeah, bomb down on these coasts for sure. He's slow. Yep, that's it. He's laying down behind the boot. He's laying down behind the boot right here.
Nice, baby, go! Let's go, boys. Let's go, bro. Go. Come on, Eric. Go. Come on, Eric.
It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now.
That's right, tickets are on sale. 2025 CDL Champs available now. June 26th through the 29th. We'll be at the Odd in Waterloo region outside of Toronto, Canada, powered by Bell. Merc, we're going up north. You excited for another round of Champs?
Always. Toronto put on some great events. Should be a good time. And I always feel like the events in Toronto are amazing.
Yeah, so if you want tickets right now, tickets at torontoultra.gg is going to be the short code to get there. But Alley Cat, you've been to a Champs or two. Why is that the best event of the year?
What do you mean? It's where you get all of the bread, you get all of the glory at the end of the year. You become the world champs. Nobody remembers a lot of the majors except some of us nerds, but we always remember the world champs at the end of the season.
All right, so come up north, try out some beaver tails and poutine. Trust me, gravy on your French fries with a little bit of pulled pork, it's the way to go. We'll be talking a little bit about Toronto more, but right now, can we turn our focus to their team? We've got the Ultra taking the stage, and this squad jumped up to the #3 seed with a win over Vancouver in a Game 5 to close out our qualifiers. When they're dangerous, Merc, what do you like about this Toronto squad?
I think they're search and destroy, right? That's probably been their best game mode all year long. Honestly, it's just a similar conversation at Carolina when they get to land, right? They were the #1 seed at Major 1. Double bopped out there. So it's just sort of the same question. This is a tough matchup versus Cloud9. They lost to Cloud9 to start this stage, right? They get 3-0 swept, so you got a rematch here. But it's just, is this going to translate to the major?
They haven't played on a Sunday yet, Nameless. They've been struggling in the minors. They've been struggling in the majors. Can this guy help them get to a Sunday at Major 2?
I mean, I think they expect him to be nice. I don't think they expect him to be their best player, right? And that's not necessarily like a great thing when you have Kleenex on this roster.
Yeah.
You need to get him to get going alongside Joe Deceives. Their hardpoint has been great. 6 and 7 throughout this split. Like, you can be good at Serge. You still need to have HP to win championships. And Toronto, that is what they're trying to do. When they made this team, they thought Beans would take a step, be able to fill Scrap's shoes, and Joe Deceives was ready to be that duo alongside Kleenex. So far, Joe Deceives has delivered.
I think this is kind of almost a disaster that could be waiting for Toronto Ultra if they don't perform well at this Major 2, hopping off the back of that, as their respawn just has not been strong, and neither has their map pool. So it's kind of a big question mark of what Toronto Ultra are we going to get.
There's a new free agent floating around making everybody nervous, but you're entering here with the #3 seed. Your opponent, the #6 seed. Let's take a look at Cloud9 New York. Sib, big question marks around this man. He was supposed to be an all-star. They bring in Kremp. He's supposed to be a rock star in Serge. Well, they've kind of lived up to that hype here in the most recent games.
Well, that's just it. I mean, we talked about Sib just over and over, just every single time, the numbers he's putting up, especially in respawns. But don't overlook Kremp and his impact in Search and Destroy. And that's what's made this team dangerous. It's like, not only did they improve, they've also they have a complete game. They don't really have a weak game mode right now. They have some solid wins. They're taking teams the distance. It's just, you talk about this first matchup, they have already beaten Ultra.
Yeah, and at the beginning of this stage, it was actually Hardpoint that was their strongest game mode. I know they're technically on a 4-loss spree right now, but you're talking about 2 Hardpoint losses to the Carolina Royal Ravens within 50, and as well as a 10-point loss to the Atlanta FaZe. So they're still doing well when it comes to that game mode. Just a couple of unfortunate matches that went back-to-back, and it's off the back of Sib finally finding his place in this roster, Attach finding his place in this roster. But the thing is right now for them is going to be the consistency. It's going to be, can you keep up what you finally have gotten the puzzle piece for?
Yeah, I mean, they put in a ton of work, right? And you got playstyle changes on the side of this roster, like Attach. Just get in the hill more. He's averaging almost 87 seconds in the hill in every hard point. Why do you think Sib's been frying? It's because of that, right? So had to figure that out for their HP. And as Joe mentioned, Kremp having an insane stage in Search and Destroy. They're 8-3 in the game mode.
Shout out to my guy over here, double fisting. This is only match #2, and we are partying in Texas on day #1.
Thursday.
Merc, let's jump into this discussion. A little bit of players to watch, though. We saw 04 dropping a 40 bomb. Is there someone that you expect to compete with these two? Are these the two guys to watch?
Yeah, I mean, you probably know these two right now. With what Sib is doing with the AR, and then on the side of like Ultra, I mean, Joe can do it in Search and Destroy with the AR, but his sub, he plays so quickly. Like when he's in the hill, making plays, yeah, that's where he's going to get those 40 bombs.
Allie, if we're looking for someone to get the hill kitten time, that's 150 seconds of hill
150?
time.
Yeah, that's got to be Attach 100% when it comes to this series, because that's kind of his role now on this squad, right, is to try and soak up that hill time as much as possible. When they found success in Hardpoint and the respawns it was when Attach was being the Hill Kitten.
Attach a little bit nervous, as you guys saw there. His chair empty.
Yeah.
He's about to take the stage, though, and this is a world champ who has been around. People forget that he is one of the veterans in this league.
Yes.
Cloud9, one of the younger rosters, if you're looking at the numbers, Nameless.
Yeah, and for Attach, he's had to change his playstyle a lot over the years. Everybody knows when he was young, he was the SMG player, and he became an AR, one of the better ARs that we've had in terms of slang over the years. But when you pair him alongside a guy like Sib, who is a superstar in his own right, you have to adjust your playstyle once again. That's exactly what they've done. Attach and Mac have been so good at filling the gaps for this team, and they're now becoming the C9 we expected. We saw this roster on paper. We thought they'd be good on all levels, have a deep map pool, and it's slowly developed. We're finally getting there. Now it's time to do it on LAN.
So we were wondering, which players are going to be affected at LAN. Neptune clearly not affected.
Right.
Does anyone get a buff playing on LAN that's in this lobby?
I would say Kleenex and Insight.
Kleenex is a good
100%.
shout, yeah, for sure.
Yes, Kleenex online, it hasn't been the same Kleenex. We've been waiting for him to sort of be that fry man. He's had moments, he's had maps here and there. He hasn't put it together prolonged over either of our minor tournaments or our major, right? So it could start here. Obviously, they lost him last time they played. It was 0-3 on the side of Toronto, so they want revenge.
Let's take a look at our maps and modes. It's another best of 5 in the winners bracket. You win 3, you're moving on. And we have Hacienda Protocol Hacienda as our first 3. Merc, thoughts?
I mean, I think you like this if you're Cloud9.
Yes,
you get your Haciendas. And then even if we go deep, their sort of comfort maps to start the year were Skylines. I mean, I'm pretty happy if I'm Cloud9 with this.
Yeah, if you're Cloud9, you're kind of licking your lips at some of these respawns. Hacienda is at map 1. That's going to be really important, actually, for the side of Cloud9. They're 6-3 in map 1 right now, and that Hacienda is sitting at 4-2. Worst map for Toronto Ultra, or second to worst map for Toronto Ultra as far as hard points go. And even that Skyline, Toronto Ultra, the last time they played Skyline was against the Vegas Falcons, and that was like a 60-point game. Beyond that, they haven't played it very often, so I'm a little worried.
If you're Cloud9, you're 16-5 across the searches and the hard points in this series. I would say you're pretty happy entering this series. Toronto have decided to just straight up chow.
Joe?
Yeah, I think the only thing Ultra's probably happy with is map 2, the Protocol Surge. It was like they were the best Protocol Surge team to start the year. I think they plateaued a bit. They had to really, evolve their strats. And if you look at the end of stage 2, they did. They had some big wins there. Sort of their playstyle really stepped up. So I think map 2 Joe's Ultra, but the rest of the series, I'm thinking C9.
Yeah.
We've got some good games coming our way. We've got some swing maps potentially as well. If you're looking at the numbers, who is going to have the edge in the best of 5? I believe a graphic's coming up for you guys. But if not, question for you here, Nameless. I'm Toronto. I've bombed out at the previous LAN. If I lose here in the winners bracket, is this roster cooked?
I mean, I feel like they want to commit to this team because of their potential and how good they are in Search and Destroy. I don't think it's cooked. I think you keep these guys for now. We know where Joe Thieves can go, be one of the best players in the league at the SMG position, but you are waiting on Beans to take a step, 100%. I've been on this side for a while, waiting for him to take a step and show up and fill Scrap's shoes.
I wonder if it's one of those things where Insight and Beans just haven't really found their groove just yet, because I feel like I've seen some floor performances from Insight that are very uncharacteristic for the player he's been the past couple of years, so maybe that dynamic still hasn't gelled, but I think it also depends how they perform today. If they get absolutely smoked and get sent down to Elam, then maybe you're looking at a roster change.
They fell short of a Sunday back in Madrid. It's time to make our predictions official. Our scuff predictions are locked in. Joe, where are you picking?
I'm going C9. I think the maps are too good for them.
Too good.
I too will go Cloud9. I like Sib and Mac right now.
Yeah, I'm also going to go Cloud9. Those vetoes were crazy.
Man, we're going with
unanimous. Are you going to try to catch up?
I'm going
catch
Cloud9.
up, man.
I got Cloud9 winning this one.
81 correct predictions. Rosalie is dominating the predictions. Ant is falling. He's taking me down with him. But this time, we are all on board with the number 6 seed in the tournament going up against number 3.
I feel bad because they just announced champs. None of us picked Ultra, but I don't know. Just that map set just looks so good for C9.
And they just played in this split, right?
Yeah.
It was a 3-0. We have similar maps. We have the Hassies once again, man, it is tough. They must know something we don't.
They played on Valentine's Day weekend, though, and it was a 3-0. So how much can you improve in a month?
I mean, there could be a lot of improvement there, but I don't know if we've seen it from Ultra, at least in the hard points. That's the worry here.
Game is ready. Players are ready. Texas, are you ready? Let's get to the stage with Blaze.
Thank you so much, Chris. I know Texas ready to get this one going in our second matchup of the day. In chat, we're going to see if the desk is right about this one, because the first team coming to the stage looking to bounce back and get a win. Get ready, because here comes Toronto. Texas, show some love to the Toronto Ultra. Coming down the tunnel, we got Thieves. Joe Deceives, followed up with his sub-duo Kleenex and Insight. Toronto Ultra trying to ice up on the stage and get some revenge over here against their opponents.
This star-studded roster has failed to meet expectations this year, but it's a long year, and we're only at Major 2. Joe Deceives has been unbelievable lately, and he's trying to go crazy here against C9 in the revenge match. I'm excited to see this team debut on this stage down here in Texas and take over. Let's bring out their opposition.
Yeah, I know these boys ready to go super crazy over here on the Toronto side, but it's time to bring out their opponents, looking to slap them down yet again. Make some noise for New York.
Nah, for real. They be talking tough, but they won't get up in that field. ARPs and 223s get hit up in your grill. Iron on me like I'm Tony, like an orange eye pill. Come and get your shorty, cause she tryna cop a feel. She know look chaotic, keep it hot before the deal. And you steady talking out your neck, it's never real. So I say not for real. So I say not for real. Not for real. Yeah.
Fresh off the train, make some noise for Cloud9 New York. Here comes the legend attached. Sid, Matt, and Crimp. Cloud9 yet again, looking to come out and take down their opponents. Get loud for them, Texas.
You're talking about a team that imbues confidence, and there is no matchup better for them to feel more confident in. You're talking about a hot 3-0 the last time these two teams went up, and one of the players to shout out is Sib, an unreal Major 2 stage heading into this. He rocked a 1.33 going up against Toronto Ultra. We're looking for a hot series on both sides. Ready to get it started, Blaze.
I'm ready, Allie. Texas, one time. Are you guys ready? That's what I love to hear. Shift, study, let's roll.
Woo! It should be a good one. I know it's a kind of an unexpected 3-0 to start the day. I thought we had that going 5. This one feels like a prove-it match for both these two squads. They've struggled versus the top 4. They have a little bit of history between each other, but that was over a month ago.
Oh yeah, literally over a month ago. It was a clean 3-0 with Cloud9 coming in refreshed and reformed, with Sid being the guy after Major 1. You get more consistent plays out of Crimp, and now Attached playing a little more of an objective role. They have finally found their identity. On the opposite side for Ultra, it's still like the same story for me, though.
It has
been since Major 1, they've always been good at search and destroy. They've been decent in control. The hard points have been up in the air. Going into stage 2, it's basically been the same exact thing. So when you take a look at the maps and the modes, that's headed perfectly. C9 have a lot of their favorite maps in this one.
Yeah, the respawn pool in particular looks very favorable for Cloud9. Now, the deeper we get into the series, though, the more you start to, I think, favor a little bit towards Toronto. I think in particular, though, it's hard to really say that with any sort of confidence, because coming into like Major 1, through the Major itself, now now into the Stage 2 qualifiers, we're like, the Search and Destroy has been so good for them, but they've lost a lot of their bread and butter searches. You know, we used to say them on red card, you don't want to touch them there, but a lot of teams have actually smoked them. So there's a little bit of an identity crisis in certain ways for Toronto. I think that's why the question was led by Ant, like, if these guys pop out of this tournament, do you look at a roster change? I don't think you do yet, but this needs to be a prove-it matchup to where you sit there and say, we can't handle the teams that are coming in as a lower seed than us.
Oh yeah, without question, man. And I think it needs to be answered through the hard points. We talk about this Ultra roster every single time. It's about their rotations.
Yeah.
For some reason, they don't really like to be that team early on. They want to be the team breaking into hard points and finding their time that way. But versus some of the top teams that we have in the game who have phenomenal setups, it's very difficult to find those breaks. And when you're not able to find those breaks, that's when things start to spiral out of control. Just need to have more of a consistent game plan in this opening HP, because so far throughout this stage, it's been like their auto-beat. Hacienda has not been good for Toronto. On the opposite side for C9, they basically want to play it every single series. So good map one.
Yeah, I mean, it's big. And like Ali said to the desk as well, this Cloud9 team has been phenomenal in map one. Starting off their series hot, it's gotten them into positions to come back through and be in a position to deal with some of the top teams that are in the game. That said, though, again, you kind of look at the most recent hard points for Cloud9, a couple of really tight losses in there, but of course the most recent one that stands in our mind is their absolute smoke show versus LAG. Never let them get in the game. They were rotating well, they were holding well, they were getting good exit kills. It just looked like they were putting on a masterclass on Hacienda. So we'll see if they can contribute the same thing here versus Toronto team.
Yeah, this is going to be tough though, man, because I feel like throughout all of stage 2, whenever we talk about Cloud9, it's usually through their SMGs versus the top dogs.
Yeah.
Your hands are going to be filled though with the way that Joe Deceives and Kleenex have been playing so far throughout stage 2 qualifiers. But here we go, map number 1.
Indeed, Cloud9 New York, Toronto Ultra, Hacienda Hardpoint, the 3 seed versus the 6 seed. Let's get it on. Joe Deceives, first blood, already kind of working his way over towards the Hardpoint as well. Cloud9 preferred to play for the high ground. That's working out pretty decently for them. Nowhere for Joe to go, and there we go. Full 4 dead for Cloud9.
That's perfect. Start off the game like that. You're already controlling a lot of this hall presence. You were able to flip a couple players from Ultra all the way across the map. Now we just got to take care of Kleenex. His positioning is now known once he takes down Attach, but see now there's still more focus on cutting off everybody else. We'll focus on Kleenex later.
SMG duo has been really solid so far for Cloud9. Able to get some good presence across the map, but Kleenex shuts that down. And that's my X factor, I would say. When Kleenex plays well, this Toronto team looks like a top 4, if not maybe better than that team in the league. Just comes down to, is that consistency going to be there? And now we're trying to make that rotation happen over towards P2. Kleenex working alongside 2 of his comrades, trying to find a way around the backside of driveway, but Joe has opened the door over towards Spiral, and that's enough for Kleenex to also win out driveway.
Man, that's some insane gunfights there. 2 1-on-1s, you're not in the preferred position to walk away with them, but you somehow take it and you secure the back spawns, but Kremp is not allowing you to take it towards his hard point. He finds a double. All of Cloud9 bombarding their way through the front door, and Ultra, they're here. They just can't get in.
Yeah, it's all those nades, making it super dangerous. Trying to make it their way through, especially with the car still intact initially. Beans, lots of damage, can't find a kill though. I mean, he has damaged every single Cloud9 member. Joe Deceives now off the pinch, trying to find a way to crack into this hard point. Nicely lined up for 2, that's gonna break the hill. And also a follow-up from Beans at mid-map has this back 20 looking good for Ultra.
Yeah, that's big time right there from Ultra, because they thought when they found the initial 2 kills, we should have walked away with at least 50 seconds plus, but Cloud9 made him work a little bit more harder for that. Basically a tie game now, going over towards P3. Cloud9 had every single player currently up, but that's an opening kill. Going in favor of Kleenex, an opening double. Now Cloud9 are gonna be weak off their rotation.
Yeah, you can go scrap to initial here if you're Toronto. Cloud9 spawning all the way behind P2, and Kleenex finds the stray member inside the hardpoint. This has been beautiful for Toronto, plus the shutdown up top. That's just absolutely perfect. So Ultra's gonna set themselves up with a really solid hold. They're gonna read that the spawns are still intact, and now it's up to Cloud9 trying to break from the front.
Yeah, they have a couple routes being developed here, but Mac gets shut down on his overextension. Now you're just going trade for trade. Over towards top plat. Krep finds 2. Still trying to look for the break here for URC. 9 spawns through Flipper. Ultra still holding on.
Yeah, Ultra kind of allow this to happen in a certain way. Clean out the front, get yourself into position, try to bunker in from the hard point. Insight finds his first elimination, but Krep, his double, keeps things in relative amounts of contest. Sid able to get right back in, so that's the Stonewall hold for him until Beans is able to pop over the top, find the kill. Now it's just down to Ultra. How do they want to try to play this? You've got to remember, already playing for rotation. Joe's going to noob, but Cloud9 are not giving up on the old time, and that will give him about 15 seconds.
And now that's a big one-on-one, though, for this rotation. Joe is going to be here early, finds that win versus Sid. Now he just got to withstand the pressure for the remaining Cloud9 players who are starting to approach his way. You already find a couple kills through top hallway. It's still the Joe Deceives show. Can he continue to have a moment? At least finds the first. Beans there for the second. But the team kill unfortunately gives the numbers in favor of Cloud9. The break is good.
Yeah, Sid and Mac able to combine the team shots that allows Sid to find 3 in a row. Swapping to an SMG for this hard point. 43 seconds to fight for. Lead swap deals imminent. Nice shutdown from Joe, though. Creates multiple windows of opportunity here for Cloud9 to be pushed down into. Toronto, first couple of kills are good from inside. That will work out. Just down to Mac and over the top of the heady. It's not a good fight you want to take, so you'll wait for help.
Yeah, Max is going to take his time, best attacks, but now he's already into the play. He's able to find a double with the pistol, almost lines up 3, but that player's one shot. Fly on in, find that kill. The final time is going to be ours. C9, perfect so far at this P4. Give themselves a nice little lead going into the second half of this game. But if you are Ultra, we just got to start beating that team early to some of these hardpoints. You can't rely on the breaks like they did at P3.
I mean, it really has been 6 of one, half a dozen of another. I mean, from P2 to P3, Toronto looked great. It's just like you mentioned, Cloud9 really solid throughout this 4th hill. Gives them a small advantage. But to this point, very 50-50 game. A lot of energy already put into this first rotation. Now moving back to the fountain again. Sip, Mac opening up some space to possibly consider getting on for some time, but they're still worried about playing for the right side of the minimap.
Yeah, the hallway controls. More of the focus here for Ultra. Gonna jump your way into the hard point. You know where the spawns are coming in for Cloud9. You just gotta be able to read, attach, get out with your life. That is the perfect way to play it. Force him to try to overextend. Free B on that kill, and now Cloud9 are all in front of you. Still got the spawns for new.
Yeah, Cloud9 is a little messy right now. A couple of split spawns have come through. Not really able to get themselves set up to do much, whether on the hill or on rotation, so Toronto have reclaimed the lead for the time being. Over towards New, though. Setup already looking solid for Ultra, plus a little bit of a finesse move over the top of P1. And now is just down to what Kremp can provide over to the open hallway, nothing. So Max water out here is just going to be essentially, I got to sit here and wait. Not going to be allowed to.
Yeah, Beans reads it. Beans 2 big one-on-one gunfights to start off this initial P2.
Clean.
From that front door, allows his team to have the full rotation over towards New. Ultra starting to run away. Let's step aside and go to a listening with Toronto.
Last guy, Max, okay?
Pretty big kick. I was front right.
Give me a sec, Joe. I naded it. Front right, name me too, by the way. Yeah, I'm blocking. Either water. I'm moving. He's front right, so he has Give me a sec, just go. In water. In water. I have your front down. In water, weak. One water as well. I vote, whole front. Front right. Front left. He's challenging. Weak. I'm just hitting the water. Okay.
It's good time.
Let's play through. Nice shot. Front. Yo, already front. Wait, absolutely, bro. Rocket. I'm with you, Joe.
Got you. I'm going to take it, okay?
Can we put office? Heard you, nice. Stop white. Going open.
Just go.
I'm hitting one. And top got office.
And one front office. They're both weak, okay? 2 office. Attaching crap.
I want trade.
Oh, that's
He's plat step to me.
I'm cutting front.
Bro.
Banging him. I'll see plat steps. What's me deep out? Maybe office. Deep out.
Oh,
one below.
Let's go.
I'm spawned. Heard you. I'm already 10.
Send my front.
It's all back.
Go to route.
Yeah. Who is it?
I have you.
I
have
you. Yeah, you want to. You have to look. It's on you.
I'm holding the back hill. You're low, Jimmy.
Yo, you chop me in there, bro. Out of front. Back shot. What's the plan, you guys, right? Nice shot.
He's no weak. Attach, okay? 24 seconds. He's in there.
Trap the office.
He's by the barrel.
Shot that pass. Yo, office on the script. Heard you, I'm weak. Back weak. Nice.
They're behind us.
I spawned dubs.
On the heady. Heard you. I'm holding you.
Two back over.
I just all
three low square. All 3 low square.
I'm in your chop. I need another one.
I made that.
Heard you. He's on the heady.
right now.
I can get mid.
That's perfect.
Three. Yeah, they shot in. Go more. Let's go sit. Take a push. I'm gonna respawn.
Yeah, I have office, Jimmy, okay? Could already be out mid.
I have it. He's top office.
He's gone front office.
I have the steps for now. I don't have a...
I spawned out.
Absolutely beautiful stuff in these last 2 hard points for Toronto. Gets them a 70-point lead. Cloud9's doing what they can to try to fight, but Toronto's not giving them any avenues to put together any sort of a setup.
Nah, and it all started at P2, man, when the Ultra, specifically Beans, opens up with that double through the front door. They hold down the first push, and then even the second push, they go 3 for 3 in the trades. The last players alive was attached, but there's still 20 seconds there.
Yeah.
We got the close spawns. We can fight for that time. Then you keep it mixy at P3. You dominate over towards P4, and now all of a sudden you're up by 60. Going into the 3rd set of these hard points. The SMGs have come to play. ARs inside had a slow start, but he's been picking it up as well. Cloud9 Even though they're down by 50, they can still come back.
And I like this idea from Sib. Right as soon as P1 opens up, he makes the route happen over towards the P2 side of the map, clears some space, forces the spawns to move. Get Toronto uncomfortable because they have been in their bubble for the last 3 hard points or so. Now back up top by shots from Sib! Oh, 5 in a row for Sib. Still in the hard point is Cloud9, and they're retaining the right side of the minimap. This is doable.
They still have a lot of time to play for here at P1. Couple kills don't go their way. Sib now has to play the objective and continue to slay, but he gets shot from so many different angles. Now you're down by 30. You still have the spawns that you want for that P2 side. We just can't give up this free time to Ultra.
Yeah. 15 seconds is good time for Toronto. Good chow from Mac, keeps it on the hard point, and now you can re-wrap back over to P2. You can even see number 1 and number 4 locking things down over towards well side. This is the perfect setup for Cloud9. How much damage can Mac do on the cross? Not as much as I'm sure he would have liked to. Cramp holding towards well. He's got the first. Can he find the second? Good shots coming through, but shut down by Beans, and now here comes Toronto from the front.
Yeah, this instant pressure from Ultra all through lobby. You're going trade after trade. At least the spawns are still good for Cloud9. You just consistently keep on trading. Ultra just trying to work their way through the backside, but there's so many crossfires being set up from Cloud9, it's not going to be easy to even work their way through the back end.
Big wins for Mac. Big wins for Mac. Oh, that holds things down for now. Last player left alive is Joe Thieves. He's run up towards the side door, but he still wins the first 1v1. Follow-up is good. Cloud9 still alive and kicking. And look at the spawns for Ultra. They have to try to flood this from the front.
And Ultra might have to just give this up. They're able to open up the freebie through the front door, though. So Beans lines up another clutch double. You have the numbers advantage, you just got to work your way on in. You also have a pinch from Sizor. Joe D finds the perfect timing to hit it, and Beans again with another double. It's going to allow Ultra to walk away with this final 10 seconds. Even though Cloud9 win the rotation anew, that was such big time there for Ultra.
These gunfights still are the game. Mac able to trade out on the inside. One more player to find in Tid, and that's won by Sib. 199, 232. Trophy systems are down, but the spawns are a little mixy. Kleenex, he pops up, finds attach, forces Sib to have to respond. Can't find it. Mac shut down. Looking good for Toronto. Crap, you've got to find at least one elimination to try to open the front doors here. Can you get in? Can you find an elimination to find the contest? Patio's clean. Now they hit from the front. Hardpoint goes neutral. 243, 208.
And Cloud9 are in. Yeah, at least finding the trades for now. Big 30 seconds, they can walk away with it. You have been able to flip the spawns as well. All of Ultra are now going to develop on some of the long route. You have Insight taking his sweet time around the back while Kremp is finding a double through the middle. That's 3 dead, and now you can still lose here if you're Cloud9. You cannot afford to give it up.
But you've got so much space, so you're going to commit for Kremp to play on the rotation. Everyone else out hitting from the front. Toronto's able to work their way in. Attach. Can you be the hero? He only finds one. Kremp in the contest. Can he stay alive long enough to allow this rotation to come through? Looks like yes, as Sib is there. Now you look to rotation. Mac and Attach are going to be here first.
C9 have a couple players early into the hard point. Now if you're Joe Thieves trying to time this flank, he wins the one-on-one. You find the second kill, Ultra in.
Time for the Mac attack. 1v2 over the top. He finds the first.
One
from Sib is good. Oh my goodness. Cloud9 are in. They've got numbers. Toronto just needs 2 points. Can they find a break? It's a 3v3 over the top of the time. Trades back and forth. Attach. Lock it down. Oh my goodness. A barn burner map number 1 and Attach calls game.
That's how you get the blood flowing here in Texas. A 250, 248 opening HP between 2 teams who are realistically fighting for that top 4 spot. They go blow for blow. But C9 knew the only way we could win this is to not allow them to win at P3. Every single time they were trading effectively. And then it came down to the rotation at P4, a one-on-one. It's 2 players, Mac to find a double, Sib to find a double, Cloud9 able to hold on and then Attach with the 4 to close it out. We got to take a look at that again.
Oh, yes, we do. Dylan Attach Price, the ageless wonder, turning up to be 18 again. But this man on your screen, how big was Sib in so many of these moments? I mean, we're talking about a game that was 70 points before we even got over to P2. Then we start to rotate over. We talked about Cloud9 able to get the rotation first. It's something that you pointed out to, that Cloud9 have been really focused on that macro game. Toronto not fully able to break in from the front. The hero play here, I think in particular for Kremp, just to get in and contest from a safe spot, allows Sib a chance to come back to the play. You win it, and then of course, Jay, what happens at new? You just get a bit of a body bag from Mac.
And you already saw from Ultra, like they were committed to play for that junk time. They thinking, okay, we keep on trading, we stand a good chance. So they thought about that rotation a little bit late. But even in this situation, you still have a 4v2. You go 3v2, and then both of those players, and Mac and Sib, they both find doubles. And then at this point, you know we can't develop on long routes. We have to head bash our way through the front. I thought that's a good chance when they found this opening kill, but then attached with the AR, tax over the top. Everyone's a little bit weak. He's able to line up a 4-piece to close out the game. C9 take a map number 1. And that's a good way to start this series.
A quad feed to finish map 1 for Attach. And that's the thing is, like, when you go back and you reflect on what this team was in Major 1 qualifiers.
It's crazy, man.
And now where they are now. I mean, we were sitting in the green room back during Major 1. It's like, dude, Attach, you got to get out of the spawn blocks. You got to get active. You got to get mixy. But since Sim has woken up, he's learned how to shoot straight again by his own words. Attach has gotten so much more aggressive, and you can see it really represented here. The hardpoint time split pretty much evenly between all 4 members for Cloud9. You also talk about the non-traded kills for Sib, 24 out of 30. Mercy.
He was just doing what he usually does,
Yeah.
man. That's why you add him to this lineup. That's why you were so happy if you're a Cloud9 fan that he has found this form again. Because this is what you need this young man to bring, just that slaying presence. Such a back and forth game. I thought Toronto, realistically, were going to start to pull away. You have a perfect P2 on the second half, then you chain it over to a little bit of that P4. You're still up by 50, but the fact that Cloud9 make as mixy as P1s usually are, not as mixy because they were finding all the kills, they were controlling all the power spots. They were able to chain that a little bit to P2, extend the game over to P3, and then close it out at the Money Hill at P4. A tight opening HP, and now I expect us to have a tight search and destroy as well here on Protocol.
Yeah, I think the thing about this is we've seen, again, Toronto really, again, I would say like they opened up so strong at search. Kind of like Carolina in that way. I looked at those 2 teams very similarly. It's just like they are setting the tone of what search and destroy should look like in Black Ops 6. That hasn't been as convincing over the last couple of weeks maybe for some of these 2 teams. So it does feel like there's an opportunity here for Cloud9 when it comes to the search. I still lean towards Toronto on this map. I think most people would. I think it just comes down to how hot are the SMGs going to stay, because to be frank, in that opening map, Cloud9 were getting away with murder with how they were running through at least some of the setups from Toronto.
Yeah, and the SMGs are going to be the difference makers here.
Absolutely.
On the side of Ultra, I'm pretty sure you got Joe Deceive sitting at like a 1.2, 1.28 specifically in Search and Destroy, 6th best in Major 2 qualifiers, and on the opposite side, you got Kremp with a 1.4. There's no one on the side of Cloud9 over a 1.0. He's just been Mr. Do-It-All. And the thing is also about this map is that I know it started off great for Ultra. It kind of fell off a little bit recently. They started to boost it back up in some of their couple matches, but the same thing could be said for Cloud9. When you talk about their search and destroy, it's been a majority of Haciendas, a majority of Skyline. But recently, they've been adding Protocol into the mix. We actually casted the one versus Atlanta.
Yes, we did.
And even in man-down situations, they just have playmakers who aren't afraid to play plays. So if you're Ultra, we got to try to capitalize on shutting down Kremp.
Absolutely the case. I think there's the thing about this Cloud9 team and their improvement in search and destroy for this stage where it feels like no matter who's alive still, they're able to find a quarterback that can make the play happen, even if they're in a 3v4, 2v2s, low number situations. And really, honestly, you take a look at just kind of the numbers, pretty even across the board, even though we still, again, look at Toronto as being the favorite search and destroy team. So we'll see how things kind of unfold as we jump into Protocol search and destroy. It'll be Toronto on the opening offense trying to get us kicked off.
Oh, yeah, and it's the perfect guy to hop on with. Joey Deceives. Always receives a lot of pressure through the bottom side with this A-bomb. But just gonna gain some early info and get on out.
Insight just trying to find something over towards field side, gets caught on the staircase just as Sib peeks from boat. So first blood good for Cloud9. They still have Kremp playing a little bit further forward as well. So they can leave him there to try to foil the setup depending on what they read from Toronto trying to recover.
That's a big kill though from Beans. Onto attach, still makes it a 3v3. You get info as well onto Kremp. He's aggressive up the race, so you say Screw trying to challenge that. Let's work our way over towards B. Joe Deceives gets the info, but loses the one-on-one.
Yeah.
3v2 in favor of C9.
That's your bomb carrier down now too. So Beans and Kleenex have a lot of work to be done here. And Beans is in a nice spot to try to sneak around some of this defense. Hold his ground while Kleenex tries to re-rotate in a different position. Can Beans catch a timing here? Ooh, sure seems to be, but that's not enough information. Bomb does get collected though. Beans can track back.
Yes, to get out, and thankfully you open up a little bit of space there for Kleenex to make it a 2v2. But now with only 20 seconds left, you're going to drop down and commit your way in towards A, and Cloud9 to meet you.
Yeah, they sure are. Here comes the check. Beans is going to see one. Over the back. Kleenex able to follow up for the first. They know Max pulling over towards the elevator. This should be a very comfortable post plant for Toronto. Shots from Mac are decent. Can he stop the plant? No, not quite. And Kleenex will put him out of commission. What a great 2v3 from Ultra.
Yeah, that can't happen there if you're C9. Like, you have the numbers. You know the bomb is going to be down over towards Sidewalk. Let's just put ourselves in a position to play these trades. You're just allowing space to be given away. or timings not to go your way. And then once CleanX puts himself towards top trips, makes it a 2v2, they get info, okay, this player's sitting back B bomb, so we can work our way in towards A. They just weren't expecting that quick rotation to come in there for Ultra.
Yeah.
Smack in a 1v2, almost made something out of nothing, but Ultra take the first.
I think there's something to be said too, like Beans is on an island, he sees the player kind of rotating in and out over through bottom lockers, so it's like, okay, we can't really play for B if they're going to be still holding back here. But then that extra bit of information gathering on Mac pushing through to elevators, everything, so. Good collection of intel, great follow-up from Toronto. Now New York's turn. Looking for something similar. Sid able to find insight up top at windows, and he wants this battle. Yeah, he's got help from attached from behind. And that's enough, actually, for Mac to start to push forward here at Sidewalk.
But safety net and Beans playing over towards Heli. Just make sure you stay triggered this one, at least guarantee one. Finds the opening kill onto Mac. He knows the pressure's going to be on him. Knows the shoulder, but he is going to be weak. Tatch finds a cleanup 3v3.
Yeah, if you're going to commit for this push through, you have to deal with him no matter what. And beyond that, Sid able to find a kill on the inside is massive towards the opportunity for Cloud9 to still collect and possibly even plant this bomb over at B. You've got great recovery here in Toronto. Now all of a sudden are kind of on the back foot trying to re-rotate back.
Yeah, they had info on both players, so
yeah.
It's Screw trying to fake those gunfights. Let's just get the bomb down. So now Jodeci's and CleanX left to try to clutch on up. Trying to clear out over towards Heli's side. You're able to spot attach, but all you want to do is stay alive if you're attached, but all right, we can challenge too. Cloud9 tie the game.
He had help nearby, why not? Yeah, great stuff from Cloud9. I love that too. I mean, you know where inside is. You just completely put him out of the picture. You isolate him away from that top window spot. You eventually get an opportunity to push Mac and Kremp forward. Yeah, it's a little awkward trying to make his way through helicopter, but if you're making that play, you've got sidewalk control, you have to get that isolated kill. And that's, I think, good commitment from Cloud9 to stick to their guns there.
And that's what we saw a lot from Cloud9 on their offenses in that series versus Atlanta. Just a lot of mid-map presence. You get early info on towards bottom A, but then you make your decision quickly, depending on how many tacks are getting invested on the bottom side of bunker, if we're going to hit that rotation. And thankfully, it works out there once they find that trade onto B. But all tied up at one. Trophy system down in the back pocket. Might play this one a little bit more aggressive. And Sid finds the first. Effective on the trade, though, is Joe.
Nah, not enough, though, to get away. Plus, you've also got attached taking shots at CleanX. And he's got nowhere to go at the time being. So, again, trends starting to build towards Cloud9. And that was something we saw in the Cloud9 versus Atlanta game as well, where it's just like that elevator shutdown was so key for Cloud9's defense, and now there's only one opportunity to try to rotate around the backside of that play. Not going to work out, and this should be a comfortable round for Cloud9.
Yeah, 1v3 now left up to CleanX. He knows that at least one player is over towards Heli's side, but the other two are probably camping this bomb. Does have a stun to work with, but as soon as he's spotted, all the arrows return.
Yeah. Yep, not going to happen. Okay, Cloud9 looking really solid on this map. And again, we had that kind of question mark when they were playing up against Atlanta. You know, on the offensive side in particular, we really put a lot of focus on Kremp getting forward in towards lockers, if not through it. I mean, there's that one round where he gets down spiral around the Atlanta defense. And there wasn't really an answer from Atlanta in the terms of how do you deal with that mid-pressure play that Cloud9 likes to put on you, where Sid will peek you from P2, attach will be top windows, it puts that guy top window out of commission for the defense, and that creates so many layering issues for how do you deal with a question mark of what's happening at middle.
And then also with Mac dropping down towards the elevator.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Two players in towards A. It's just like we have to account for every single one that we just saw. Sometimes those decisions get made for you. Insight this time, strikes with the first blood. Big one onto Kremp, but Sid with the response, still a 3v3.
Now let's put some pressure on the defense because you do have field control now if you're Cloud9. But once more, Mac just takes that mid-fight and has an opportunity in a window to make his way over towards B. Bomb planted comfortably. And honestly, Ultra are not in a spot to feel this out at all at the moment.
Absolutely not. They need to try to isolate this gunfight onto Sid. It looks like he is going to be spotted. CleanX has him trapped. But Sid just trying to dance with death. Unfortunately, Joe sends it on him. Makes the numbers in favor of Ultra. Mac and Attach forced to clutch on up, and they're both in clutch spots.
Yeah, Attach had played here last time around. CleanX aware of that. Trying to find an angle to get around the back. Couple of shots to distract Attach. This has worked out nicely. Whoop, finish your food. There you go. Now it's just down to one. Mac re-wrapping the play. Bomb's already on for the defuse, though. Does he have an angle at it? No, not going to happen. Really good isolation from Ultra in particular to make sure they just don't lose track of Sib.
Yeah, that was the biggest kill. You locate where Sib is. You isolate on the gunfight. You keep the numbers in your favor. And you know, there's only a couple of spots that they realistically can watch that bomb side from. Once we clear out Heli, it's either he's back on or he's playing a refilling. Thankfully, too many players from Ultra still alive there. Able to clutch up on the round. But that's, again, just the same thing that T9 keep on doing. They find the first blood. At the same time, Mac is dropping down towards the elevator. He's spotting the info. He's realizing, okay, there's multiple people down here. Let me just go plant it B. Unfortunately, the post-plant situation, though, wasn't the best.
Yeah, I'll be curious. I think next time we see a Cloud9 offense, are they going to continue to try to put pressure onto Insight from field side? Because that was where Kremp fell. He fell outside P2 stairs. I think running a third AR, just trying to find that isolated win. Stuns go through for Joe down low. Beats a couple of hit markers through the bottom windows. Doesn't reveal too much, though, as Cloud9 is kind of scrambling a little bit, trying to figure out what defense they want to put together.
And Ultra is now, there's been a couple offenses so far where they're spotting Cloud9 really commit to that A site from Spiral. If they're not going to beat you there through Big Door, we might as well start taking advantage of that spot. But now it's only 35 seconds, wiped off the game clock. 50 seconds still to work with, and Bomb is still yet to leave the base.
This isn't really on Kleenex. He's got to be the one to put some pressure onto this A setup. You got Kremp already bottom side elevator shaft, and you've got Civ watching his cross from front door. So really, it's Attach and Mac that are trying to feel out. Is there actually a play over towards B? No, not yet. So now it's just down to, is there anything actually happening over towards A? Nades to allow Joe to pop on down. Wow, what a prediction out of Kremp that is. Civ able to find up Kleenex, though. So again, this is really coming against the clock here, 2v3.
Yeah, they're going to waste a lot of time just trying to work their way in towards A, but at least you're able to hit the cross. But Civ, again, gets the better of Insight in that one-on-one. Numbers in favor of Cloud9, and don't really have a tack to work for you, Joe. You're just pure gunny here.
Yep. Got a little bit of help on the cross, but does he have enough from being seared for the 1v3?
It's GG.
Yeah, it feels that way. Clean shots, but no, too many to deal with. Then Cloud9 go up 3-2. Yeah, I mean, it's just, that's what Cloud9 love to do on the defensive side, is just don't allow you a chance to find a free first blood. We're just going to kind of get a little poke, a little prod, set ourselves up late, and then once you read that there's no one towards B, okay, cool, we'll take field back from you.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Ultra need to show a little bit more presence at that B bomb site, force a rotation on the side of Cloud9 because they didn't budge on their defensive setup there. There's no presence through mid gun. They know where the play's going to commit over towards A. So Sib was just playing over towards Bolt, trying to watch over his teammates. He was able to find a double, but that second one onto Inside was the most important there. Able to secure the defense. Is Cloud9. But if you're Ultra, you might just want to step up the pacing a little bit.
I was going to say, this chess game has been trading pawns. I want to see some power pieces come out to play. Cloud9. Are they going to go back to the same mid play that they've shown us through their first offenses as well as what they did versus Atlanta? Kremp with an SMG would lead you to believe that, yes, they are going to try to play this forward over towards 10.
But this is what they do. Like, they force you to think about that rotation over towards B, and then they drop down to Big Door and capitalize with their numbers. You can already see 3 players trying to isolate onto Joe. He's going to be one shot and stunned, sending Kremp for the kill. You find the first blood, get the bomb down.
Kremp caught on sprint, back there for the follow-up, so now a 3v2. Field is owned by Ultra. The shots from Sim are decent. Whoa, nice nade from Beans. Right over the top, able to capitalize. Now to the 2v2. And Beans has snuck his way just a little bit further forward than maybe Cloud9 would expect.
The thing is, they saw him on the kill cam. I know Sib gave the comment, someone is going to be up close and personal, but can still find that gunfight out to Beans, and he's able to walk away with one Insight from the back end. Drop down at the right time, and Ultra, even in the man disadvantage, when you're thinking that round, they stand no chance at winning it. Thankfully, the nades and the shots good enough to take down Sib. You make it into a 2v2. Then I thought you had the information that Beans was there. You probably want to commit for the 2-on-1 chow, but Beans is able to win one, and an Insight strikes at the right time. Tie game again.
I think they were going for the 2v1, but just Beans packs such a hurt to the first challenger that Mac trying to come back to the play just gets a little bit lost in the finesse. You don't know if he's got help above him, and you're trying to find him quick and early, but Beans still repositions, gets the regen, and smokes Mac. That was impressive as heck.
There's been a lot of defenses so far in this S&D. Kleenex now trying to change that up. Aggressive through top middle of the map. You have Kremp isolated. You find the first blood, and now you have all B site to work with.
Yeah, I love this change up from Ultra. After showing nothing but presence down in towards the elevator shaft, you're going to 3-man flood on the outer, and you get an isolated 1v1 from Insight. This is building out perfectly for Ultra. Helicopter control, but they do lose their bomb carrier. Sim over the top, lots of damage. Does he want to try to chase it? Information onto Beans playing over towards P1, but can't win the gunfight in Ultra. Little switch up right there, catching Cloud9 a bit off guard.
Yeah, it was the pace change. That's all they needed to do, because right now Cloud9 are playing super safe on their defensive looks. Taking their time through the drop through windows. That time they try to get Kremp out towards mid-gun, but just couldn't read the pressure over towards the sidewalk. You find that first blood, before C9 start to wrap back off of their 8 setup. And just isolate on all those gunfights after. As Toronto finally secure an offense and the lead.
Yep. This round is everything right here. Cloud9 have not really been able to get into position to see a bomb site comfortably in a while. They're going to go to the old tried and true trophy system 4-man hit down through A. But this is the thing, Ultra are not here at all for this, so they're going to have to be able to play retake. And honestly, they're going to find out very quickly, thanks to Joe, that there's no one playing over towards elevators, so they can surround this play.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a 4-second towards the side.
Yeah.
So hopefully we got a couple stuns or nades to take care of the trophies because they got 2 down in towards this bomb. 15 seconds already gone. You do get a couple hit markers on the Krem, but he's just going to play his life.
Yep. How do you want to try to approach this if you're Ultra? Looks like they want to go from front door. Wow, good shots on the Sid. Backs him off the angle, allows Joe to move in. Insight for first blood. The timing not good. Now you're looking to try to follow up. Mac for 2, Sib for the 3rd. Not the cleanest execute here in the retake from Ultra. A lot of support from the trophy system, but they just got caught looking the wrong way.
Yeah, and that's the first time that they showed that defensive look. Like, it's usually been at least one player contesting it towards bottom A, but they set it on offense. We took gun, it worked. Let's try it on defense. It's just unfortunate for them. Cloud9 with the perfect blind counter. 4-stack, instantly get the bomb down, and then when Sib gets back down and they find that first blood, I thought that was their opportunity there. It's just you couldn't allow Mac to find a double there. Because once Mac finds 2, Sib's already regen, he goes for the instant chow after that, and the numbers just keep in favor of Cloud9. Tie game again, all at 4.
Yeah, it was only Joe that got into the front door, even when they backed down Sib, which was a bit odd. I think everyone else was trying to throw nades, though, was the issue. This looks familiar. Ultra making the same offensive route that they had built together in the last one, but Attach is ready for it. He finds Kleenex caught on sprint. I mean, there is no one watching over the top of the Serge window. That's a freebie for Attach.
And now in the man disadvantage, Jonas, he's trying to make up for it. But he is the bomb carry, though. Gotta be a little bit cautious on your approach with these routes. Insight has been basically living over towards cobble steps, but Sib spots him again.
Yeah, this is another information play. Does Joe want to follow up on the player top windows, or does he want to try to find a timing to get around the back to deal with Sib? You have to deal with one or the other. You can't just sit here at mid, and it looks like Joe is looking for Sib right now. Unfortunately, does not expect to attach his re-rotated back. Bean's trying to follow up, and he's going to have a 1v2 here. And no, Sib's going to find the trade. No worries whatsoever. Insight, last one left alive.
1v3, bomb all the way across the map. Yeah, GG, hold the way. We're moving on to the next one. Cloud9 with the perfect blind counter. More specifically, Attach, man. He said, all right, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I'm not going to allow you to do that gunplay again. Finds the first blood, and also finds the second onto Joe. So he's trying to make up for it. There's a perfect setup there for Cloud9. Once they got that first kill, everything was covered. Now they're at game point.
Yeah, I love that adjustment too, because you've got Sib, who's a flex player there, where he can rotate all the way back into the defensive spawn if Attach does see something, or he can just hold over towards field, make sure the front door stays safe if he doesn't see anything, and then you assume there's going to be a play towards A. So, yeah, brilliant adjustment from Cloud9, and now they're finding themselves on map point. Toronto, whoa, aggressive defense making its way over to the field side. But this is, again, the same offense that Sib had from before. They don't expect Kleenex, though, to be playing through field. Mac has also been spotted over the middle of the map, but he's just on his way to B again.
Yeah, Cloud9 should have got the info, though. Once that trophy gets invested over towards both, they're most likely going to be aggressive on that side of the map. So they lose the trade fights, but at least they get the bomb down. Attach going to go right back to that helicopter position, and Ultra going to take it from the middle of the map.
Got to make a decision here of how you want to try to clear this out, though, if you are Toronto. This is not a bad 2v3 post plan. And look how aggressive Mac is getting around the map. Attach, same spot over towards Heli. He's trying to kill time.
It's all time.
Can Mac come over the back? He's already been seen, though. That's the problem. Kleenex is able to find the first. And now you just have to keep Mac at bay. He's on 4 in a row, able to find the elimination, but they're going to immediately hop for the defuse. And I don't know if Mac gets here in time to even check this. Over the top. No, held back by Kleenex, and we're going to go round 11. Whew.
All to that time. They were to respond with the defense over towards that boat side. They thought everything was sweet once they found that first kill onto Beans. But just that trophy, where it was planted, you had to be able to read the aggressive players getting in towards that A site. Once Kleenex finds that second kill onto Sib, you force them to rotate over towards B, you take mid-map away. Now you're just banking on Mac to get something done on that re-wrap put. Round 11, here we go.
Ultra on the offense. Here we go. How about a little bit of a burst play down low? Joe sees it, stunned, able to stay alive, gets out. But again, Cloud9 have won the bottom of the map. RCXD also going to be used here. That is instantly gets deployed and deleted. So now we're back to more neutral status. It's something Cloud9 has showed us a lot. Show force at A, back up, set up our defense late.
Yeah, just make sure we have a little bit of presence through top A. Don't allow the way up through B Street for free. Insight able to dodge death. 35 HP in a dream. Mac is just going back and forth. that bottom side of the elevators, and Ultra just wasting a lot of time here.
Yeah, Sib just guarding inside to make sure that field play stays safe. Hasn't seen it in a while, back over to the inside, and oh, okay.
That's unfortunate.
Decent from damage on from Mac, I'm sure, is what allows that team kill to come through. So we stay 3v3, but the bombs will be planted. Kremp is working in a route around the back. Insight playing over towards field side. Shots from the ARs coming from the front. But Kremp, he doesn't have a sub, he just has the AR. What's this timing gonna look like?
He's waiting for his teammates from Spiral before he drops down, just make a little noise, now the turn.
Wow, there it is. Now we get in. Joe Deceive trying to find the trade. A couple of tags are in. Here comes the follow-up from Attach and Sib, though. Insight finds the first, gets the other. Now it's just not Sib for the 1v1! Oh, it's Sib again! Coming up clutch at the end of a map! Finds himself the 1v2. Toronto nearly able to hold on, but not quite sturdy enough. Cloud9 go up 2-0.
This series can't get any tighter than what it is. A 2-point difference in a hard point, 1 round difference in the search and destroy, and literally a split second in that final round there costs Ultra. Because once that action starts to develop over towards Spiral, you see Beans instantly turns. That 1 split second that he turns, Kremp knows, all right, this is my time to go. He finds that one-on-one gunfight, keeps them numbers advantage in favor of his team, and then the last 2 players on the side of Ultra, they know that they're trapped. We know we have to eventually commit on one of these gunfights. And even though Insight found 1, Jodeci found the 2nd, both players are weak, and Sib, the closer there, to close out that S&D.
I mean, hey, this is not anything besides a battle of potential upset kings when it comes down to this major overall. Cloud9 showing that they can ice up, clutch up, find the moments that they need the most. Wow, what a finish to both the round 11 and, of course, the Hacienda Hardpoint before that. But regardless of how it happens, Cloud9 finds themselves up 2-0. And looking over the course of the scoreboard, because we weren't really able to do that during the regular portion of the game. 12-7, 5 assists from Sib. He was everywhere.
1,700 damage with 4 first bloods. Like, that guy was the difference maker on these later rounds of this game. You had Attach have a big round as well. Kremp wasn't really like the superstar that we're used to seeing on the side of Cloud9. And this is actually good, the fact that the scoreboard looks like this, because it's usually Kremp being Superman.
Exactly.
But now everyone playing a role, everyone participating, and getting stuff done, even Mac with 3 bomb plants. Cloud9 just a little bit better in those quick round adjustments to close out that search and destroy.
I think if you were to have told the Ultra team, like as a blast from the past, like if you were to go up to them and be like, hey, you're gonna have 3 first bloods onto Kremp on a protocol search and destroy, they'd be like, oh, we win that map 6-3. But Sib steps up, Attach steps up. It's just one of those things. We saw it versus Atlanta. Kremp was hard to deal with. He's been really hard to deal with really everywhere, but especially on protocol, just doesn't come through here. It's Sib who comes up clutch.
It was just so weird to me to see Ultra not really be aggressive in towards A. They decided to go towards B when that's usually not their cup of tea. But enough from us. Back to the desk to break it down real quick.
Welcome back to the analyst desk. We have Mr. Merck, our special guest, joining us. And Merck, so far, it looks like our analyst could be 2 for 2 on the desk. Miles crushed the first prediction, and you called Cloud9. We knew it would be a 1-kill difference and a 2-point difference in Hardpoint.
Well, yeah. Very close match so far. But I mean, honestly, the one thing for Ultra was this search and destroy. This was their best map, and they lose it in round 11. So things are looking tough for them.
It's been fun to watch, though, Ali, and you had 3 of the 11 rounds that you want to break down in detail. Let's roll the beautiful bean footage. Toronto Ultra versus Cloud9 going the distance here in game 2.
There's not a day that doesn't go by that I don't get cyberbullied by my own host. But as we go into this map number 2, for me, the most important rounds were that 8 and 9. When Mac gets 2 down low during that A, there's no reason they should have won that round. And then on the side for Toronto Ultra, like, I think there was just too many reps on this map. I think that the VOD review really came through for Cloud9 when they were set up for that round 9 push towards that B side. It was fantastic defense out of them to then force them for that round 11. And just Sib, dude, 12-7, 1,700 damage, 4 first bloods. Like, need I remind you, in that first hardpoint, he was like double negative at some point. Like, the ARs were seriously struggling from the side of Cloud9. But dude, the second they got that momentum, the second the hands got hot, it has just not slowed down.
Hot hands. Yeah, this is not a great matchup for Toronto Ultra. You're talking about a Cloud9 team, 80% of their offensive rounds, basically every round, they get the bomb down. The best in the league at doing it. Toronto Ultra, this stage, the worst at retaking, right? So matchup-wise, it just doesn't work that well for them. And you saw a lot of the offensive rounds, like you see Cloud9, they get in there, they get the bomb down, they just play their trades and execute. And also, when you got Sib finding 4 first bloods, the game's gonna feel a lot easier.
Joe, looking at the reactions at the end of that search and destroy, do you believe, Toronto Ultra can bounce back after this?
No, I mean, honestly, after map 1, I thought it was over. Because, like, just sort of the comeback, I think Ultra played map 1 very well. They had it in the bag, and, you know, C9 was able to clutch on up. Like, I thought, like, this is a team in Ultra where they have these close losses time and time again, and they start to kind of eat at you. They eat away. It's tough to bounce back mentally.
Feels like a free fall. Top 4, we never know where they're going to finish. Right now, they are down 2-0 to Cloud9, and that's due to plays like this. Let's take a look at the end of the Hardpoint as Ant draws some conclusions.
Yeah, let's talk about the chaos here at the end of the Hardpoint. There are a lot of small plays. These guys were battling back and forth mentally, and you have to make tough decisions when you're here, right? So we're on fences. We're going to talk about the situation. Currently, Cloud9 have control. Attach is the guy we're going to highlight early in this clip. He's back here, right? He's tasked with kind of watching top plat and make sure nobody sneaks around on back. And you're going to see how this plays out in a moment. He just makes a massive play. So he's just checking the back right now. You see Toronto, they're trying to set up a push. This is their second push on this hill, which ends up being 3 pushes. They end up losing. So Attach finds that first kill. He's like, okay, we got 2. Now I'm going to reposition. I'm going to get top plat control. Joe Thieves wins a big one. And you see Toronto, they decide to like send players through fences to try to get this last 7 seconds that they need. If it's not for Attach finding this kill and then helping over here near fences, then this play just ends up going to side of Toronto and they win. But you see this, Attach finds a big one, goes over reposition, helps over towards fences, another big kill. And then they're able to actually rotate over and get another big 2-piece back-to-back, which we're going to talk about because these are crazy decisions that you have to make here if you're Toronto. You just lost that. You know there's going to be players rotated over on the side of C9, right? So we have to set up a pinch. So Joe Deceive's going to come through here, and he's going to try to wait for one straggler that's going to rotate through. You know somebody's getting scrapped, so what does that leave you? It leaves you 2 players in hill that you have to clean up. So we're going to send 2 through mid, and then 1 guy around, right, to set up like a natural pinch here and get these guys off the hill. But what happens here is Beans chows a little bit too early. Right? He ends up finding one, but it gives them a lane. It gives them a lane for Mac to find one, and then for his teammate Sib to come through and get the cleanup. So he kills that guy in Beans, right? And now open is available. And they didn't pinch fast enough. So now what happens? Mac finds another one, and then Sib has the lane to come through and find 2. It's hard to make the decision, but if Beans were to wait there and allow the pinch to come through from Lambo and from Rockside, then they would have been able to control the rest of this time and close out this map. It's the fine things, the small things in these maps that cost you.
So it's just small things like back-to-back 1v2s and then a quad feed.
2-point game.
Well, also, it's like just some of like the risk or reward decision making from the side of Cloud9, because while all that's going on, Kremp making the decision to rotate that early when they could still win off old, and he finds 2 in that position and still makes it in time to go support Attach to get them off that final couple of seconds in fences. Like, if he doesn't get those 2, they're screwed. They lose that. So, you know, risk reward.
Joey D, I wanted you on the desk longer, but I have a feeling this could be a short day for you. So, before you go, game 3, player to watch.
Game 3. Give me Mac.
Mac?
Yeah.
Mac for control. Let's check them out. Casters, are you ready? We got Shift and Study on the mic to go back to control.
Yes, Chris, we are ready. Wow, this has been, like, again, map 1, map 2. You could just define this series as clutch. That's really all it's been for Cloud9 to this point. So, yeah, Toronto battling, but now you got to find a way to reverse sweep into the face of a Hacienda control, Skyline Hardpoint, 2 of the mixiest map mode combos we have.
Yeah, this was going to be tough, man. It's basically a square up because one squad doesn't really like to play Protocol, which is Ultra. The other squad is C9. Don't mess with Vault at all. So we were bound to get a Hacienda, but if you're Cloud9, we know that they love Hacienda basically everything. And now with the momentum heavy on their side with 2 close, very close SME maps and even the Hardpoint, they're going to be feeling really good going into this to try to close it out 3-0. You're looking for a spark on the side of Ultra, and realistically, I'm looking at Beans. A guy who had a bunch of moments that he could have been a game day changer, but unfortunately he fell short. You have to make up for it here.
Yeah, if you're Toronto, you can't be looking at this series like hearts shattered. You've got to be thinking we could have won both those 2 maps. We're right there. We're right in it. There's no way that we look at the rest of the series and think that we're not possibly able to win 3 maps in a row. It feels like that's very plausible if you're an Ultra fan. And again, you look at kind of the ranks across how Control has gone for both these 2 teams. When it comes to the mode, it's been pretty even. But like you said, it's been Cloud9 and Hacienda everything since the map has essentially been pulled into the bowl. So let's see if Toronto can find a way to get a good break off, get themselves back into this series, and try to extend this a little while longer. Because this, I pegged this to be the best match of the day. And well, so far it has been, but it's still just 2-0.
So Ultra got to give us a little bit of life here. Going to be on the attacking side early on. Instant fights over towards top secret. They lose that first one. Now you have a pinch on the cards here for Beans, but now he's the only player alive. Can he find a double to keep this positioning? Yes, he does. And now you can put yourself in a position to play a couple spawners.
And they know that Mac is out of least the realm of possibility being in this play. He gets traded to make sure the spawns come through. Now Joe has joined the effort over towards office. Oh, nice little up and down side here play. Caught though, not able to get back into office, so that's going to leave Toronto just kind of fighting for their lives on the D point.
Game clock paused. Try to fight for the top office control if you are in sight, but give the first kill to now Cloud9. They have the pinch on the horizon. Attach finds that one-on-one. Kleenex is trapped in towards 10. He falls. Now Joe Thieves, last player you have to account for. You take care of him. All of Ultra coming off the respawn. You shut down their initial B push. Now someone get over to Ox. They're instantly working that 08.
Yeah, good read up top at Spiral. Insight should be able to chase this down, or at least push this player back a little bit further. But trying to find him, that's where everything starts to fall apart. So now Bean's last one really left alive. Going to stop the clock at 29 seconds by hopping on towards A, but Cloud9 was right there to take him out the point. Max on 5 in a row, so Mr. Joe DeLuca looking real bright, saying he wants to watch Mac, and he's getting what he wants.
Oh yeah, my guy Joe knows a thing or two about Call of Duty, you know? He's been around the block once or twice. But Mac with a perfect start here. Potentially continue to earn towards that Hellstorm. Finds kill number 6. Instantly traded by Insight, but with only 7 seconds left, you gotta go. You gotta go towards B, and Kremp is not gonna allow you to do it.
Yeah, full flood here. Just sneaky corner.
Hello.
Yep, that'll work. Plus also the assistance from Attach. 0 ticks of progress. Ultra barely even saw the zone, let alone gunning onto it.
Yeah, that's tough. You don't want to have an opening attacking ground like that if you are Ultra. But Cloud9 do what they need to. They win the break off, go 3 for 1. They keep on filling the proper gaps. And in those one-on-one gunfights, the SMGs just keep on clutching up. Mac with the perfect start, Kremp in the perfect position. Secures their first defense, and now you really have no worries going into this next offense. Let's just get a couple segments. It's okay if we lose.
Yeah. I mean, that'll put you in the back foot a little bit. Smile still for Toronto, but it was all Mac in round number 1. See what the breakoff looks like for Cloud9, 2-2 split. A lot of focus over towards top halls. Trophy system to supply some support. Stuns, nades also landing on the backside of this. Does Civ actually want to try to push through on it? Double up with Kremp allows the trade to come out. And you've got Cloud9 on the point for now, but Toronto have won the gun points they need, and now they can come back to the zone.
Oh, I thought Mac was about to make such an impactful play there once he was able to push his way through 10 and potentially come up behind those players over towards Plat. But they get the read on it, able to clear out their spawn. Looking for that on the side of Cloud9. Now they're working their way through that overextension at Rock, but they find 3 kills in sync, and now you can guarantee at least 1 second.
Yeah, sure could. Beans up top, trying to find himself to a different window, but Civ is on the hunt. And he is chasing him down as best he possibly can. First tick already locked at A, second on the way. Beans trying to be a part of the play, but shut down. Now it's just down to Candy win the gunfight.
Shots!
Oh, great shots from Civ. Follow up now. Kleenex trying to play from window to window. Just able to sneak away from the eyes of Civ. But still the kills are there, and you're nearly at full capture. Cloud9 still floating forward. Follow-up from Attach is good, and they're gonna get the extra 60 seconds here.
Yeah, that's gonna guarantee the 8 point. Now Attach in a very good position to find a couple more. Only able to take down 2 though. The instant rotation over towards this B point as the first segment is basically gonna be guaranteed. Ultra are banking on this flank route. Coming in from Insight. The rest of Cloud9 are all focused on towards the front. They keep on trading. They're gonna win this round.
Kremp turned around though. Could not find Joe Thieves. Attach held back over at Connector. Nades will keep him in place. Cloud9 coming off the respawn freely though. Joe looking to possibly track on to Attach. Cannot find him, but his shots top window have now alarmed this Cloud9 offense. Couple of spam shots as now here comes the breakdown. Beautiful take. Kleenex still trying to follow up. No, not quite able to find the double. And here we go, Cloud9 on the zone.
Oh, now Inside on the pinch. Whips out of that third SMG. Tries to be a little bit more aggressive on the map. You have a good test going on. Bean just has to find this one-on-one. He's able to find it on the Kremp. 16v13. Cloud9 can continue to play trades because they have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, trades are decent, but look at the route starting to be developed by Joe Thieves. He's trying to find some space over towards top spiral. You can't lose focus on the zone though. Mac finding Kleenex. Attach following up. They take care of the pinch. Now you can get on for the stack. Second tick of progress is gone. Beans able to take one away, but Kremp up top at Patio. This might be the winning play if you can find an elimination, but no, not quite. Ultra back in for the contest. Can they find a way to find the wins? Attach able to find one. Civ on the corner. No, not quite, and Toronto will regain.
Ultra able to fight their way back on in. If you're Kremp in that situation, you know the last player alive is Beans in towards 10. Let's just chow that gunfight and stack the point. They can afford to give up that power position there because when you lose that power position due to a gunfight, you allow Ultra to take it and now retake the map control. Only up by 1 life now is C9. You have a long route being developed on the side of Attach. Everyone else is banking on gunfight trades through their spawn. But with 45 seconds, it's what can Attach get done?
Yeah, 7v6. Every kill is a big kill. And that is a massive win from Attach across the previously captured A zone. Beans up top, shuts down Sib. The front line holding for now. This is going to come down to a TDM though. And you've got a long route developing from Attach, and he finds Kleenex around the back. Trade is good on the back from the front side of the hill, but Joe Deceives has a lot in front of him, and ooh, you still got to get on towards the zone. Toronto, you got to find a way to contest this. Kleenex able to at least back down. Attach follow-up from Joe is good. They're able to stop the play for now. Sib, Mac, trying to come in from the front. 20 seconds, they can wait for help in this 3v3. All the nades feel like they're expended at this point. Sib's gonna hit a route. Who's gonna be the first one to touch though? It's just down to what Sib can find from the backside of 10. He's shut down. Now it's just down to what happens onto the zone. 2v3. Attached by himself. Can he find the elimination? He's in trouble. Pistol out. Not going to happen. And Toronto stay alive.
Whew. Toronto happy as hell to stay alive in that situation. I thought Attach, when he found so much success, might be the only player out there for C9. It would have made it a lot more difficult for them to even put themselves in those foul positions. But they were banking on that tight setup from Plat and Ted. Able to win the trade fights. Find that kill onto Attach at the right time. If you're C9, you at least walk away with what, 4 segments
5.
there? You could have had an opportunity to close out that round. Maybe stack the point a little bit, but we'll figure that out later.
I mean, it's still one of those things like, if Toronto don't get back to contest at the last second right there and Cloud9 capture, this series is done. So Toronto save themselves in this opening winners round 1. But now it comes down to, again, the bar has been set. You've got to find at least 5 ticks of progress here and then stonewall Cloud9 when they get back onto the attack. So a lot of work to be done, but still alive.
Yeah, instantly working their way over towards B. Good. You find the opening kill. You take a little bit of Plat control, and this is the perfect start to an offensive round here on Aussie.
Yeah, sure is. Last one left alive is Kremp, and he can't really do much on the zone, so he's going to get to work on spawn kills. Seeing how much he can just essentially just farm out Joe Deceives. Kleenex falling up top, but second tick is done. Third on the way. These kills for Cloud9, they may actually be able to contest this. Hold on a second. Here's the shots from the top. There's the contest. Mac flies on in, and what a save that is from Cloud9.
Oh, and you already have Kremp playing spawners. Finds that opening kill versus Kleenex. He still knows that they're going to be pressure on him. Joe Deceives trying to find that trade. The wall bang good enough to have him. Absolutely one shot in the bounce back. Able to close out that kill. So you have cleared out your base. At least you thought so, but Attach is already there.
Yeah, Beans just going to try to find a mad dash on towards B. Most of this third tick has been depleted. Contest is on in, and Beans has no idea where to challenge that from. Kremp with the elimination, Mac following up, and Kleenex can only find one trade backside well. Not good enough yet, but that elimination from Joe allows an opportunity for Ultra to push through.
Yeah, but they didn't find that final kill onto Kremp, so Joe knows I got to play for these spawners. I can't hop on towards that B point. Teammates off the respawn, let's jump on towards A. You're able to eliminate Kremp.
Wow.
Game clock is still being paused, but you have 2 segments this, and you work over towards B.
Yeah, Joe's doing what he can, but his teammates spawning towards P2 really only have a route to get over to A, and now there's a pinch on the way from Mac. Shut down by Insight. Okay, we can stack the A zone here. First tick looks good. Shut down from Kleenex. They can actually hit both zones at the same time. You've got 1 player onto A, 2 on B. The extra 60 seconds is good. Sib able to clear off the pressure on A, but a first tick is already secured.
Yeah, Cloud9 knew, okay, B is probably chalk. Let's just try to set up around this A point. Still have 1 player trying to work up on that segment, but Beans is gonna go for the one-man army play. Unfortunately, does get cut down. Now Cloud9 have a couple players to roam around your spawn. Thankfully, you're able to eliminate Attach, so not gonna waste a lot of time working out of your base.
The spawns for Ultra will have 2 members running from well side. Cloud9 can still move up the map as they see fit. Civic Connector caught by surprise. Now you've got a wrap starting to develop here for Ultra. Trying to get some high ground control, but shut down by Kremp and Mac. Follow-up from Insight is decent, and yeah, you will get a player to climb the vines, make their way up top. Attach just has to hold his ground.
Yep, just keep playing your life on their side of the spawn. You still have Kremp roaming around Lambo side. He knows that he at least has 2 players trapped in towards the back end. Sid tries to line up a double, only able to clean up 1. Just sending your teammate for the trade. Now the last player alive is going to be Joey D. You locate him, a clean 4 dead. Kremp still roaming. This guy is so annoying.
4 in a row for Kremp, 23 and 14, by the way, casually. And he is just sliding, finessing, getting help from his teammates. Now the re-wrap is on the way. Oh my goodness. Doesn't get the final onto Joe Deceives with an 8v2. Damage has been dealt. Cloud9 will come away with a major advantage and likely just a guaranteed round 5 defense at worst.
Oh yeah, because what? They only allow 4 segments to get away from them here, so they're still up by 1. a guaranteed defense if they do go to round number 5. But the first round on defense, it was all the Mac attack.
Yep.
Second round, it was the Kremp show. Just being a nuisance in their spawn. Every time Ultra thinking, okay, we're finding kills around the middle of the map. There's no way in hell this guy's gonna be playing spawners, but every single time Kremp was catching that timing, not allowing him to have the full play push over towards one of these points. So many clutch gunfights over here at the fence line. Allow Cloud9 to go up 2-1.
And it's just something about like watching this Cloud9 team find the synergy between their front and back lines that just makes you feel like this team has the potential of being a major dark horse at this tournament. Because both subs have been great, yeah, but I think it's the moments where you see Mac diving in and then getting out, setting up an easy elimination for Civ or attach, or vice versa, where it's like, hey, you get a little bit of damage in, your SMGs fly forward, find the kill. They just feel like they're always in 4v3 situations. Really good stuff from Cloud9 to this point. Just like that, opening damage, Civ follows up, finds the kill, allows Kremp to run forward. He's now in your back line. Decent response here from Ultra, but Mac is now still a part of this play. Does he really want this one? Sure looks like it. Stuns, wall bangs, everything going his way, and Mac still wins the gunfight and slips away for another opportunity. And oh my! No! Absolute rampage! Almost able to shut down CleanX, but his double will stop Cloud9 in their tracks.
Oh yeah, but Mac does everything for no one to be on the objective, so clock's still ticking down if you are C9. 45 seconds to work with. You're getting those spawns over towards Rock side. Both of those players instantly get shut on down. Civ unfortunately can't find anything besides one, and now Ultra, even with that Mac attack play, like they withstand that pressure. Still C9 without a second.
This has been an absolute 50-50 tug-of-war series. Everything has been so tight, so close. But now there's a route starting to develop for 3 Cloud9 members over towards B. You've got 2 players for Ultra in their spawns. Civ just doesn't see the player who ran right by him, and now all of a sudden, you've got Beans behind, but Civ coming back to the play, finds the trade. Mac follows up with another. CleanX from top window. Seen by Civ, wants the gunfight, and deals with them pretty darn nicely. One tick at B is locked, but the clock's down to under 10 seconds.
Yeah, and it's a big one-on-one versus CleanX. You at least have them weak, set them up for your teammates, but now Toronto have plat control. We can't work over towards B. We gotta put the game clock at a pause here at A. Big one-on-one there from Kremp. Knows the pressure's gonna be on him. Ultra now have the numbers. They might be able to force the round number 5. And inside with that double, he's able to do it.
Wow. This series can't get any closer, legitimately. This has been just 2 Titans hitting each other with haymakers. So Cloud9's gonna get the defense here. And for Ultra, yeah, you were starting to develop a little bit more on your most recent attempt, but still not able to complete. I think especially the problem has been over towards B. They just haven't really found the breakthrough to get clean, comfortable setups to scale past the zone. It's been in or around office, but they haven't been able to get towards 10. And they really haven't been all that comfortable staying on the zone.
Yeah, it's because they keep losing track of players, man. It's like Kremp and Mac every single time are pushing towards open, getting through Lambo, taking their sweet time on that flank route. So they're always keeping them on their toes. But now into the round number 5, Ultra on the offense. Last time it was 3 players committing over through well. Round 5's a little bit better here for Ultra, but Cloud9 on preferred side.
Trophy system bonks off a teammate and doesn't actually stop the stuns from coming through. Does that play a difference maker at all? Break off towards B. Keitasis is on the way in. Good win from CleanX. Almost able to find a second, but Jodeci's up top. Able to keep the play alive. 2 members on. First tick of progress looking good. Will come through, but Civ's wallbang now just has in sight by himself, and he'll be traced down. Cloud9 moving forward.
And now Ultra got to work their way through the OE. Already having a couple players making their way out from Rock side. Jodeci's unfortunately is going to fall. So can we find these trades through the top middle? Insight with a double. Got CleanX potentially coming up behind Civ, but he had both of those guns for the engagement. AR for the first, SMG for the second. That's already 3 at an Ultra. Now wasting time working out of their spawn again.
That's a big door shut in the face of Toronto Ultra if you're Cloud9. They were looking like one more trade, they're on to B. But now Insight has to play with desperate measures over towards A. Decent shots, but the clock still ticks down beyond 35 seconds to play. Cloud9 still 2 members playing for the spawn trap, and they are still frying. Kremp in particular, 2 in a row. CleanX has to be a solo hero.
Yeah, he knows I have to get off the point. My teammates aren't finding success to get out of my spawn, but they know exactly where I am. 55 HP in a dream. He's gonna get naded out, and now C9 need 20 seconds. Walking away with a 3-0 again versus this Ultra squad. Just one final wave of kills.
Insight has to go massive here. Finds the first. They clean out connector. Mac playing in a sneaky spot. You have to find him and get on to B if you're Ultra. Decent read, but they can't find the clean kill. So now it's just down to what they can develop from the front. Beans and Kleenex, the last two left alive. Deal with the first two decently. Second tick of progress on the way. Tatch looking for the pinch. Can't see anything yet. 3.1 on the clock. Here comes the help from Ultra around the back. This is all about, can they find the kills from the front of this hard point?
No way.
And Sybil drops. Mac will left too, but he's not really able to get onto the zone. Does he want to try to challenge this? Trying to find a pinch, not gonna happen. Extra 60 seconds, Ultra not done yet.
That's insane. Ultra to 2v4 able to extend the game.
Whoa.
Or at least extend the play for the teammates to get back into it. Now they're giving themselves a really good shot here, chaining it over towards A. A big one-on-one. Inside is able to win it. And now you have mid-map control. We just got to eliminate Mac in our base.
Yep, and Mac's in trouble. He's just gonna get pinched up, so now it's a 12 plays 9. Exit allowed for Ultra to get out of spawn. Cloud9 largely playing around P4 and looking for the full wrap, just trying to keep Ultra uncomfortable.
I absolutely love this from Kremp. He knows all 4 players are already up, so I can take my sweet time around this flank. Finds the opening onto Beans. Now the players from Ultra have to get off that A point. You have to win these one-on-ones.
Mac for 1, cleanup is there. Kremp back into the play again. Big win versus Insight. Kleenex is trying to stall the clock as much as humanly possible, but Attach finds the win. Damage onto a second. Switching to the AR, not going to work, but Sib finds his trade. Kremp now behind the play. Chasing, hunting, trying to find these last couple of Toronto members, and Kremp is unstoppable as he gets behind your front line. Eventually shut down by Joe, but again, 7v3. You have to find a way to break on into the zone. Mac dealt with. You got to find the kills on top, though, and Sib has dealt with one, Attach the other, just down to 1, and Beans will fall. It's a 3-0 for Cloud9 in absolute stunning fashion.
Ooh, and Kremp talking that talk. Had a phenomenal map number 3 there. So many times that he was just playing his life, being a nuisance, finding clutch skill after clutch skill. The SMGs just outperformed side of Ultra's SMGs. And even though it was a very, very tight series, if you're Cloud9, you're feeling like a majority of every single map, you were in control of it. Just a couple things that we have to clean up to make that one a little bit cleaner. But they take care of business again versus Ultra in a clean 3-0.
Little history there with Kremp and Joe, but they're still boys at the end of the day. But a passion series in this second one here of the day. Cloud9, I just got to ask the question here, Jamie. They are looking clean, they're looking polished. We've seen them contend versus the top dogs online. Is this our dark horse for Major 2?
Yeah, I think so, man. With that question, when people were asking me all leading up to this event, who was your dark horse? I was like, do you guys consider Vancouver? They said no. I said, all right, so probably Cloud9, with just like the level that they can play at, man. You have these slayers who can slay. You have the playmakers who can playmake, especially in Search and Destroy. And then at moments when they need to have that clutch factor, you got that as well. So C9 put it all together in this series, even though it was very tight. They move on through the winners bracket side, and Ultra are still winless on land.
Yeah, that's a what? You say that out loud and my ears perk a little bit. But no, Vancouver and Cloud9 both come out, and we were kind of questioning for Vancouver, would they be a team that is able to kind of reproduce what they do on land? Answer was yes. Cloud9, could they find a way to, surpass some of those top 4 teams that kind of float in and out of those power rankings? Here, the answer is absolutely yes. Obviously, it doesn't get any closer than that. 2-point Hardpoint, a round 11 Search, and a round 5 Control. Tight series, but hey, the win comes when it matters most. A lot of it through clutch form, though, Jay.
Yeah, and it's always good to have one of these tight series, your first match into an event, because it gets the blood flowing. You understand what it's like in the environment and everything like that. So Cloud9, even though it was tight, you're feeling happy as hell that was still a 3-0 on your side.
Be the case, but we're gonna go down to the stage as Blaze is sitting with Sid, one of the clutch masters from the series.
Thank you so much, Shift and Study. Make some noise, Texas, for Cloud9 New York as they get this series done in a 3-0 fashion. I got Sib with me on the main stage, and Sib, this tournament, your guys are starting off in the winner side of the bracket. How does it feel to be able to get this win and move forward right now?
It feels great, and my family's here as well, so it feels good to put on a show for them.
I hear them over there in the crowd there towards the back, okay? Big fans of your fam out there, okay? Your mom's always out here supporting you, man. How does it feel to have them out here yet again?
Feels great. She told me to lock in. That's what I did, so.
Did he lock you in, Mom?
Yeah.
He did, okay? Now, coming to this series, it was a lot of big moments here, okay? But talk to me about what was your favorite moment. Was it, keeping composure in map number 3 and locking down a defensive round? Was it your personal 1v2 to clutch up the round 6? Or was it how you guys held that last hill in the hard point?
I think it was the last hill in the hard point because it created a lot of momentum for us, and we just used it going to the rest of the series, so.
Definitely did, and it showed. Did it show, Texas? Definitely did. All right, now as you guys get ready to kind of go into your next matchup, what do you want the boys to focus on in preparation here?
Just keep doing what we're doing and keep playing for each other. That's really it, to be honest, and hopefully we come out with a dub.
All right, lastly, what do you want to say to this crowd before I get you going?
Love you guys. I can hear you guys through my headset, and I appreciate it.
All right, one more time for Cloud9 New York, Texas. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Chris, take us away.
Thank you, Blaze. Texas, always one of the best hosts we have on the CDL Tour, and they are living up to the hype once again. It's day one. We're halfway through it, Joe, with just 6 games played, another 3-0. You called it.
Might have a lot of those today, honestly. You just might. I mean, I think the first 2 series, we weren't really thinking that. But, I mean, you know, even this one, like, it was a 3-0, but it was very close. It got pushed all the way in every single mode. But C9, as Sib said, I think that map 1 finish, it just gave them that mental boost throughout the rest of the series.
And if that didn't, the round 11 definitely did in game number 2. But let's talk game 3. Allie, walk me through some of the best moments here, because after 2 rounds, we were knotted up.
It was just a really strong defensive showing outside of Cloud9 New York. And what's great about them getting Hacienda in this series when it comes to Control, because Control hasn't been great for Cloud9 during this split. And in this series, they get to match up both boosts, basically, because they get to veto their worst map, which also happened to be Toronto's best map in Vault Control. So we forced a Hacienda here, and that round number 3 was just a picture-perfect defense from the side of Cloud9 New York. It was everybody was making the right decisions, everybody was pushing out their lanes, and just the awareness of where Toronto Ultra was at all time and the communication about where players were and the way that they handled it was really great from the side of Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, really, Hasi in all the modes just plays the strengths of Cloud9 New York so well, right? Like your ability to pull out that extra sub when you need to, and then the ability that, you know, Kremp and Mac have to just kind of get lost, right? Like on a lot of those rounds, it just felt like it was so slow on the side of Toronto Ultra, like they're staggered, they couldn't get together, and it's because you're looking for them. You're trying to find where Kremp's at, and he's just repositioning, very similar to when we watched the LA Thieves play this map in Envoy, right? Like Kremp taking a page out of his book, and you can see right here, it just pays dividends when you get down to the final round. Max starts it off hot, and you're able to clutch up a good, you hold on to that life lead, results in you giving them the double bird.
All right, so I see Kremp coming out there with some hot fire, Joe. He's spitting some rhymes. Who is that directed at? Because afterwards he gave Joe to see a hug. Like,
well, I think
hey,
it was to
sorry,
Joe. He called somebody his son, or 2 players his son. So I think it was to Joe because they were on Thieves last year, right? So he's probably just talking a little trash, you know?
I like Kremp. He's playing with a lot of energy.
It's
Whenever
Kremp
you give him
beans,
that,
bro.
like, match where he gets to see his opponent eye to eye, Kremp plays at another level. Here he is in our scuff play of the game. It's Kremp and friends, a team effort to come back from a 52-point deficit. We showed it to you at halftime. It's so good. We got to see it again.
We have to see it again. Just like the individual plays from each one of the players from Cloud9 and winning the most important gunfights of this map is just insane. Again, there's Kremp with that 2 on that rotation. That forces Toronto Ultra to spawn close to Old, and they can still win off that, so they make the decision. They go and try to force that last 20 seconds. They get shut down by Attach and Kremp, and then Sib and Matt combine to make all these players weak for Attach to get a quad feed. Just unreal from the side of Cloud9.
That was 2 SMGs that Sib just killed, by the way.
You don't do that?
That's Brian. He
Just
is
cook. Just
absolutely shooting.
Getting wins in front of the family. Attach, Civ, and the rest of Cloud9 celebrating a opening round victory. They move on into winners bracket round 2, and we got to update you on that bracket because it's going to get fun from here on out. We still have 2 more matches to go in the opening round of winners, but already the Surge are moving forward. Cloud9 takes a step forward. We find out, though, who will join the Surge as LA Thieves take the stage against Boston Breach. It's the Call of Duty League, live from Allen, Texas.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Bro, this shit thick as hell.
Absolutely loving the Rio addition to the asset. And you get into the Karachi SD just so time, man. Like when you have the Slayers, when you have the talent there, it's all about putting it together.
What do you want to say to the fans out there that's been supporting you guys? Fuck Optic, fuck the Greenwell.
Vamos! And that's gonna do it for me and Vico here on the stage.
You're better. You're f***ing better, bro.
I went to like Vault Door, I think. I've seen this, bro.
Oh my god. He's in Vault. Hey, Meadows. You're so much better. Bomb.
Oh my god!
Holy shit.
Let's go.
You're the
I'll just
same
hold
shit.
them real quick. Holy Yo! Yobi! Yobi!
What do you think of my shirt today?
It is a choice. It's a choice.
Listen, guys, I put this shirt on. I felt pretty sexy, to be honest. Yeah, I looked in the mirror and thought, God damn. And then I got into the green room and everyone said, your shirt's too tight. You look like an idiot. I was like,
it's just a little too small, but it works.
To get all the trades, and Simp by himself might have enough. Crimp, Simp, the master at work. A two-man stack now on A. He is completely locked in. This is it. This is your tournament. Thieves, the last chance now in the fight. Forward they go, and it's Simp, Cell, Draza, the whole squad. FaZe, they've done it. Destiny manifest.
Different spot. Trying for a different spot. Oh no! Wrap it up, Chuckleberry Finn. I bet you're having a great time.
Hey, I'm gotta go with the New York subliners in this one.
FaZe warmed up the subliners.
Go vibe check, bro. Dang, man. Paco has carried me in a rank. I'm gonna go with the New York subliners.
That's crazy.
That's true. Well, why are you, bro? Where are you going? Why are you going?
Dude, you're gonna get in trouble, bro.
But why you
You're gonna get
him?
fined. All right.
What the f is that?
Hello, and
Actually,
about looking in the thing. You're an idiot, bro.
He's not in here. Join the game.
The 2025 LA Thieves team pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray, which is perfect. So get it, meow. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Major 2 continues live from Allen, Texas. We are 2 matches in, and it's been back-to-back 3-0s. LA Thieves hope to make it 3 in a row because this is a squad that has crushed through the qualifiers. 7-0. Most of those 3-0s, a few 3-1s have slipped through. Shift, welcome to the desk. I want to start with you. What are you most excited about seeing from LA Thieves on land this weekend?
More of the same, legitimately. I mean, they have been so dominant across every single game mode. They've improved in Search and Destroy. They've smoked Carolina in Control, which we thought was going to be the number 1, number 2 Control team. Could not be more daylight between those two squads, and their hardpoint has been as consistent as it was in Stage 1. These guys are on a war path to win a major after coming off their minor to win.
Is there a player that is playing best on the team right now?
Best on the team, you have to say Hydra, just because like he was like, yeah, I'm sitting at 85% right now, and he's dropping 1.2s. I'd hate to see 100% if I'm the competition, but realistically, every player on this team has been playing Unreal. Dan's been so consistent for this squad. Scrap's doing what Scrap always does, and the only reason I called out Envoy earlier when we were talking about championships is like Envoy has been playing well, but his ceiling is so high that should he have a weekend where he plays like an MVP, this is a team that nobody can come close to touching.
Yeah, it's just like they're bonkers at different things, right?
Yeah.
You look at Envoy and he's like 3.2k damage of control, just insane, getting lost, taking over controls, and then Hydra putting together one of the best Search splits that we've seen from him, and he's always been great at that game mode. And then Scrap in the Hardpoint, a ridiculous Slayer, the best in the league at it with the AR in his hands. This team, like you said, has been on a warpath, just destroying everyone.
Go ahead, Al.
Oh, nothing. I just figured we were switching to Boston Breach right now, and I had something I wanted to show you.
Oh,
Can I show you?
Please
so we got the green and the red team right now, guys. Look at this sheet. This means major advantage. This means major disadvantage. So you want to talk about a heavyweight match? Well, this will be a proper upset for the Boston Breach.
Let's talk about that Breach squad because they are challengers players brought up for EWC. They kept their spot on the starting lineup, and just when we questioned them, they started getting some dubs in those qualifiers. So talk to me about what we've seen recently. Nameless, can they contend with the top squads after taking down Miami?
Yeah, we saw, look at their schedule, right? They played Atlanta FaZe, played LA Thieves, they played Cloud9, Toronto. Like, it's been tough for them.
FaZe and Toronto were game 5s.
Yeah, they've had tough matches, right? They've lost a lot of them. With these guys, though, like, just on an individual level, I feel like they've been getting diffed. I mean, you talk about Wake in Respawn, he's just been underperforming, same with Cammy. And then in the Search and Destroy, is like, Wake is one of the worst Search players in the league right now. And that's my boy. I love his game.
Wow, I
he
can't
is
believe you just got Ant
underperforming
to
right
say
now.
that.
He is supposed to be one of the slayers on this team. And lately, from what we've seen, if it's not Purge taking over game or Snoopy getting lost out there going nuts, they just flat out get diffed. Got to put it together.
Last time we were on land, LA Thieves finished with silver. Let's take a look at that run because they put Atlanta on the back foot multiple times throughout that series. It was a round 11. That was the difference between gold and silver. What do they need to clean up from that last time we saw them on land?
I mean, the biggest thing that throughout this whole qualifier, we had just a huge spotlight on their Search and Destroy. It's the only reason they lost that one major is the simple fact that they didn't win a single Search. You also have that really bonkers play in round 11 that came under heavy scrutiny about why are we pushing through elevator shaft in the 4v4? So there's a lot of questions around that. They throw that Skyline right back in versus Vegas just to see what they can get away with. But since that point, they have really polished up the Search.
I mean, they learned their lesson, right? Like we've seen from Search and Destroy throughout the entirety of this split, they're 10-2, best overall in the league when it comes to Major 2 qualifiers heading into this. And I touched on it a little in the pre-show. Like, the most impressive thing for me is that they took that Search and Destroy, they worked on it, they tested their map pool, they expanded it, and they did not lose any ground in Respawn. And that's why they have been so dominant.
I mean, they lose that Search and Destroy. It's what cost them the championship, right? It's their most played Search in this split. Like, these guys address their issues and they get better at it. I mean, in all the modes. And you talked about like the Hardpoint. The Hardpoint, they're tied with Atlanta for record, except the differential is a crazy difference on LA Thieves. Far and away the best Hardpoint team in almost every category. And they just played Boston. Y'all know what happened? Rio.
You ready for some fun facts?
Yes, I would love fun facts.
LA has beaten Boston 10-2 in their 12 meetings as a franchise.
Sounds about right.
But in this game, they're 1-1.
Well, you know what?
They're 1-1.
So
one of
got
their
a dub
2 wins was from the title ant.
All right. Well, hey, listen.
You know what?
Players to watch.
Players to watch we got down there. We got Hydra, of course, and on our side we have Snoopy. Snoopy in stage 1 looked like he was going to have an insane year. Like, he truly is talented. Just about whether the guys around him can pick him up.
I think the thing about Snoopy is, like, his individual POV is probably one of the most fun to watch when the observers are on him. And like you said, at the beginning of the year, he looked like a guy that could just be a difference maker. But every team has started to realize that we have to account for rogue SMGs. Everyone's counting numbers. Everyone's counting names so much better. That's why you've seen players like Shotzi and Snoopy start to kind of fall a little bit from where they started the year.
Allie, who do you think's holding up the stage more, LA Thieves or the Boston Breach players?
What do you mean holding up this stage more? What do you?
I'm
I'm
filling time as
I don't
the
even
players
know
are
what
getting
that
ready to
question
play.
even means. Like, physically under the stage, holding it up.
Let's fill with more pretty graphics. I got a good one for you. It's our Maps and Modes, brought to you by Scuff Gaming. Amazing controllers, amazing people, and 5 great games coming your way potentially. Can Boston get a win early? They need to in Hacienda or Vault. Where's their best opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be the control. No. we know how good LA Thieves are there. I mean, even early on, the Haciendas, that is a map that LA Thieves have continuously went back to, right? So the heavy edge is on the side of LA Thieves. But what I just have in my brain right now is Purge in their last match versus Miami running around on Hasi, feeling like, hey, Selling the dream. Word to Bryce Tacular.
No. Let me
Word
back
to
up.
Bryce Tac.
Every match is worth watching out.
Listen, let me back up my duo here. Listen, that Hacienda Hardpoint, Boston loves it. 5-2 in that map one, leave some opportunity. And even the Skyline, the numbers aren't great. They're 2-4, but for Purge and Snoopy, if they have a good start to this series and get hot, I don't see any reason why they couldn't win that Skyline. So I'm selling the dream a little bit.
Let's keep it a buck with everyone at home. LA Thieves, one of the biggest salaries in the league. Boston Breach, probably one of the lowest, as they got a bunch of players from Challengers. Let's take a look, though, at our predictions. And how far ahead is Allie? Still 2 and 10. Nameless 10.
Damn. Gonna come back soon.
And
Listen.
what is going on?
Optic gonna get me out of this.
We're walkout ready. We got to make this quick. Go ahead, Ant.
Didn't they get you in?
Who am I picking?
Yeah.
Thieves.
LA Thieves, Allie.
LA Thieves. That's
Shift.
not even a question.
3-0 DoorDash Thieves.
Yeah, this is gonna be a trio.
I'm just waiting for Scrap's reaction at the end. Please get him for the interview. Match is ready. Guy Blaze, let's party.
We'll see if we can do that for you, Puckett. But Texas, let's get ready for this series, all right? It's a David and Goliath matchup. You guys ready to get this one going? Get ready, because coming to the stage first, into the breach we go.
I was wide awake and laughing. The doctor didn't even have to slap me. Cut the cord 10 years later, I'm a prodigy. Got more letters on my name than the Ivy League. Now I'm an MVP, CEO, VIP. All the youngest wanna be like me, cause I walk like a champion. Double helix, Swiss pedigree. Call me Red One, everybody got for me, fame monster. Stand squat posture. Big footsteps to follow, so use caution. Never duplicated, imitated so often. Feast on opposition, that's why I stay flossing. If you want the noise, I can bring it.
Call of Duty fans, get loud for the Boston Breach! Coming down the tunnel, we got Purge, Cammy, Awakening, and Snoopy. Boston Breach looking to come out here and do something that no one predicted them to do. Cast a stone and take down their opponents. One more time, Texas, make some noise for the Boston Breach.
Everybody is just looking past them in the bracket. Can they cause one of the biggest upsets that we have seen this year? It's gonna be a tough challenge. LA Thieves is about as bad as a draw as you can get round one, but those players look confident in themselves. Let's bring out their opponents and get this started, Guy.
They gonna have to dodge a lot of shots if they want to take down these Thieves. Get ready, Texas, because here comes the boys from LA.
Spawns, make sure we're counting names, listen to each other. Listen. This time, we take everything.
Right on time, make some noise for the LA Thieves! Give it up for Scrap, Envoy, Hydra, and Ghosty, your Major 1 champions. Coming to the stage, LA Thieves, looking to shut them down.
Listen, you can say that this matchup is 1-1 on the season all you want, but the last time these two teams went up against each other, 3 out of the 4 members of LA Thieves had over a 1.3 overall in the series. This is a team looking to make a generational run and rival up against the Atlanta FaZe. They're looking towards Sunday, but they have to go through this first match first. Hopefully it's not an open upset. Let's go, Blaze.
Hopefully it's not an upset, Allie. The Minor 1 champions looking to get it done on land. One more time, Texas. Help me light the stage up. Are you guys ready for this series? That's what I'm talking about. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Blaze. Hey, an open and shut case on the series chance? You never know. It's been throws all day. Surely not another.
Dude, it's going to be an interesting time. We're apparently trying to rewrite history about what happened at the minors and majors, but this team is still going to be hunting for their first win, at least in this environment. But they got the new look. They got the shades on. It looks like a squad of frat boys on the main stage. And look, they're ridiculous, but we'll see if they can make it look good in game.
They're looking good in game. They'll be looking... Actually, they look great in game. What are we saying, folks? This is going to be a very tough one for the Boston Breach squad. I hope they had a full night of sleep, and I hope they woke up feeling great today, because the toughest opponent they could possibly face coming in a Major 2, of course, the LA Thieves. But hey man, Boston, it's not the most seasoned squad. They're a relatively young team, and again, Puckett brought this up, mostly challengers, quote-unquote players. Thieves, overwhelmingly confident. It could not be more a tale of two ends.
Yes, I mean, at least on the side for Boston, there is nothing to lose. The expectations that LA Thieves have set for themselves, they've had a completely dominant stage. The second most dominant stage we have seen in the CDL era. So they have found their final form. Maybe Big Sean Man can come up with something for the side of Boston, but I think that's the interesting thing of the path to victory. Typically playing against the Thieves in stage 1, it was you just have to win the searches. You're looking for a 2-3-5. We showed off the record earlier, Thieves, they have cleaned up every single weakness, and if they're only at 85%, I'm terrified of their final four.
Everyone seems to be so afraid. Who knows that 100% might be sort of zen, enlightened being that wins without a single bullet being fired. Who knows, folks? But looking at the hard points so far, yeah, Thieves absolutely running the show.
And look at the map we're going to as well. Hacienda, what we once thought might be a weakness for LA Thieves, because we watched Scrap set a record-breaking 6 kills with 600 damage. We thought he was going to be terrible. 2 maps later, he's looking like one of the very best in the game on this map specifically. So 5 win spree in the plus 63 margin. Thieves have been dominant on the map, dominant in the game mode. Now they just need to bring it together on land, and it is the perfect first look at this squad.
Here we go, folks. Map number 1, the LA Thieves taking on Boston Breach here in Winners. Straight into the point we go. On board with Mr. Damage himself, Scrap. And yeah, ever since those first few go-arounds, it's been very different indeed. Purge in the feed with a nice 2 there. Chance top side of the map, all Boston.
And opening salvo, you're just looking for space, looking to flip the spawns. You're trying to do everything you possibly can. But right now, Boston keeping things more or less under control. Got the bodies on the hill as well. But there's a kill feed for LA Thieves. That's going to be all 4 players dead. Scrap moving to the top.
A ghosty! Oh boy, right on top of the spawners. Purge the only man he didn't account for there, and he didn't do the full count. So now, a very interesting moment here where this is going to turn on its head. That's right, Purge manages to stay alive. But for how long? For a lot longer than he thought. That's another 3 down now. Massive turning. Hydra's got to stay alive on the backside.
Shout out to Purge. IQ plays coming through right there, and his team's going to have the initial time. But the question is, do you actually hunt down the player in Hydra? No. You're caught unaware, but Cammy guns him down, so Hydra maybe a little bit too quick. And those spawns aren't going to be blocked, so Cammy right back in the action. Boston still in top.
Scrap squaring up for the fight through the parking lot. Oh, nice shots on a Cammy. They take over Awakening as well. So the last man left alive on the point is going to be Purge. Can he find any kills out of this life? And he cannot indeed. There's a clean break for the LA Thieves. They're on side, they're on time.
And that is just simply too easy to get the setup. Cammy spawns in the back, and everybody just loses their ones. Now Thieves pushed out Hydra. If he's the front man, you're feeling confident. Does some damage. There's the trades rolling through, and I mean, you got 2 ARs in time. 1 single flank here from Scoopy, but they're on top of it. Scoop that one up, gun everybody down, and that is a 4-man wipe in the feed. Thieves comfortable to get that final point.
A decent battle there on P2. Over towards the 3rd high point we go up towards fences. Cammy's going to be there first and foremost in position. Hydra has just caught Snoopy out on the timing, but not on the kills. Envoy trades. And now straight over time, Cammy. Huge amount of damage out there on the cross. As Envoy has him pinned. Will he check the right corner?
Oh, a little bit more than that, he gets the kill.
I mean, fancy feet right there, and that is a clean and easy rotation as well. I was watching on the mini-map, Ghosty was just playing with the food, picking off guys off spawn, and right now Boston fighting a massive uphill battle. They break through the time for the moment. Problem is, still haven't dealt with Ghosty, who already has a Hellstorm.
Yeah, it's a force spree and a Hellstorm. He's got himself a whole lot working out for him right now. 36 seconds in the hill. Hydra now cleans out 10. A perfect setup right now from the Thieves. Awakening has managed to sneak on through, and unfortunately a bit of a contest here. Cammy is going to be the red dot on the minimap now. Awakening joining him on Hydra. Cleans up pair. Can he get the third? He can indeed.
Clean and easy. It is going to be like that all tournament long, and that is a virtually perfect hill. You had some chip damage rolling through there from Boston, but ultimately they got nothing except for maybe this rotation. They win the opening gunfight. They got a trophy nearby as well, and Cammy pulling out the Jackal, wants the kills, is going to get them, and they have the feed. They have the initial time. You want the full 60, you'll be right back in the game.
You want the full 60, but again, it's going to be a situation like P2 where, yeah, bad news, fellas. The setup is one thing.
Oh my God.
In the end, is Envoy finds 2, and that's Ghosty's single onto Purge. What a break. And it wasn't necessarily the Hellstorm that got the job done. A massive amount of turn there from the LA Thieves. It's wind in their sails now, folks.
That's a fatality moment, I feel like there. I mean, you just had, in a 3v4 situation, Thieves winning all the gunfights, so break's already in. Purge, though, fancy feet in another 2-piece he's able to collect, but right now, if you're looking at the score column, Awakening Snoopy struggling to get anything going.
They got the hill time. Hydra now back at it. Ghosty, second man in, not able to get any kills. That's a nice 3 in the feed for the Boston boys. And the final 10 seconds going to go their way. First set in the books, folks. LA Thieves walking away with a solid chunk of time. A little shy of the 100-point mark, though, and Purge 9 and 11 now. 10 and 11 there for Cammy, and it's not a tremendous amount of production for Boston.
No, again, 2 players right now that just need to get a touch more active. Snoopy, once he gets going, he can be virtually unstoppable. And in the feed, that's a clean 3 there coming in from Boston. Able to get this P1 time as well. And you trade out Envoy. Every body spawning up towards the boat. And Boston should be able to fun him through on the map.
Boston eyes on this spawn. Purge will be the first line of defense. So Snoopy and Awakening find the respective kills. Now 2 through the top side. Purge finds 1. Purge can't get the second. They scrap the 2 in the feed. Cammy the immediate trade. And that is all 4 indeed, folks. Time going the way of Boston still.
And this has been a sort of comfortable moment for them as well. Doing a really clean and easy job maintaining the spawns. 1 pinch to get everybody off the time. Hydra hitting some wicked shots, though, downrange. And once again, Purge somehow finds himself in a spot where he has to make a pop-off play to try to get this P2 time. And he is simply overwhelmed.
Too many Thieves all over the map there to deal with him. Cammy, the lone man in the hill. Oh, makes it an awkward moment. Snaps on a Ghosty, finds himself a second. Cameraman Gilligan keeping the backline safe. Spawns, though, still close there for the Thieves. They're still in contest at this point.
And Zig is going to be clear. Now you got to turn your attention towards the back. They got the trophy as well. Here comes the hit.
Here we go. 2 through the back door. Envoy first man in a lot of damage. Trades complete. Only 1 left alive now is going to be Ghosty. Has to pump the brakes for a second. Whoa, nearly gets the kill, but there we go. Awakening. Last man alive.
And he needs the support. They're going to be quicker here than his teammates are. Wins the second one. He's done everything he can. Get him the time, and he gives you a little bit extra. Boston now have the numbers in the fight for the final 30. They already have the lead. You can start to run it up.
Wait, Ghosty. There we go. Snoopy pushes that last player out. Here comes the Zig hit. Nothing from the hit. Scrap traded out, and what a P2 this has been. The battle's still raging. Awakening. Oh my! Envoy, what a win. And that could be a lead change once again.
And that's a big fight for the final 15 as well. That's 15 seconds Thieves get that Boston would have loved to have had. And on the rotation, Hydra already making an impact on one side, but while he's traded out, the red arrows on the minimap so close to this new time.
They're on the way, and that's it. Wait a minute, it's a fast hit from Boston. Rapid attack now. Snoopy finds 2, traded out. It's going to be all red now as Boston Breacher found dead. Push now through fences, and it is not an easy one.
And the fact that you go from the P2 scrap time and you just win the break on P3, Snoopy, you're forcing this out early, which is a great thing for the rotation of the Rock Hill right now for LA Thieves. They do fall, and Boston are going to be able to secure this time. The question is, though, for how long? 30 seconds is plenty to fight for.
Purge is holding this down. No one's getting through without big damage. Nice 2-piece there. Envoy fighting his way out. Back over the time. 20 seconds to go here for Boston Breach. What a hard point this has been. Lead is firmly in their hands. Snoopy's got the possibility to go wild here. And he get any over the top. He crosses over a player, chasing red dots. Last man down, cleaned up, 10 seconds to go. Rotation to new, all LA.
And there's what the Hellstorm got you. It got you a lead going into P4, but you're not going to have it for the rotation. But you are winning some of the entry gunfights. Right now, number 3, Envoy, has to do this himself.
He's got to do it alone. Hydra's going to back him up in a second. Trophy just saves the day. The second there. Awakening tagged up, taken care of. 3 down. That's the 4th. That's the LA Thieves in control.
And Envoy wins the gunfight, stays alive, and buys his teammates enough time to get in the mix, and they are now dominant on top of this hill. Working on the deficit, they might be able to take the lead, and Boston squaring up towards the middle of the map to win the entry gunfight on Hydra. Now you're looking for the break.
Man advantage for now. Corner to corner. Cleans up the first. Second man down. Onto the third. And Scrap can't get them all, but what a hole. Thieves are there.
And that is perfection in the comms and perfection in the timing there from Scrap. Had everything dialed in.
Oh man, lead change. What a second set this has been. Quick contest. Whoa, an awkward gunfight. Cammy walks away with it after a team kill. And now the final run here. This is looking fantastic for both teams now. As the second set comes to a close, let's go for a listen in with the LA Thieves.
In secret 1 bullet. In secret 1 bullet still.
Okay, take your time.
I don't see secret.
There's
I'm
plenty to
camping
go.
low secret. I'm in the low secret. Might have Yo, window on me. Window. He hit it. Hit window. In window. So.
1 bullet window. It's Snoop.
One there, open. Open in time.
Snoop in window.
So time.
Low secret dead. We close.
Nice.
Snoop close weak.
I'm playing for the time.
Our side close. Our side dead.
4.
Time
Nice. He's R open right now. Office side open.
Okay. Snoopy's there top close. Yeah, open.
Just wait.
Open on me. Snoopy's close. Yeah. Hit our top close right now.
Open it.
Our top close.
I'm just banging the hill.
I don't see nothing.
Take your time.
Top open.
Yo, open. Snoop.
They're waterfall.
Close. Jumping on time and open.
R open and then pull our time. Close the time. Yeah.
25 seconds.
Yeah, play this time still.
Make sure we keep playing together. Get the scrap. Yo, come flat with me, Osmo.
I'm already P4.
I'm in secret. I killed the gun.
You want P4? P4 still.
On time.
2 open.
Child waterfall.
One.
Back
Deep
up
secret.
open. Back up open. Go through. Our side opener, and he's still. There's 2 P4.
I plugged in, by the way.
Deep lobby. Deep lobby.
Two. 1 top spiral, 1 on old. That guy's spawning
5
up.
seconds. 5 seconds.
Go forward. Spawning up. Going well.
Let's go together.
Go right. Close wall on the heady. Dead.
Nice.
I'm
Yeah, 1 front new and 1 on time.
Probably deep back. Yeah, deep back on the statue. I'm nading it.
There's only 1 there right now. He's gonna be driveway as well. I spawned
To the back.
I spawned the back.
Naded deep on the car. He's naded on the car. Weak.
1 bullet. Behind the yellow car.
Deep statue.
2 to the back, guys.
2 in the back.
And 1's close side door. Or backside Lambo.
Yeah, 1's back lobby right now. And 1 on time.
Lambo.
Nice. 1 on
Nice
time.
play. Play
I'm
time.
spraying the hill.
I'm taking a right.
Front side time.
I'm already on the right. On the right.
Close side door.
He's close side door, yeah, still.
On the heady dead. Close side door me. Stay alive. Shot side door. Side door weak.
Behind the yellow car. Behind the yellow car.
Nice slide.
It's more back.
Left dead.
Left.
That's one back.
Close. Ready? 3, 2 shot.
Challenge, weak. He's half out. On the
1v1.
rock.
Just close left.
Mid.
Nice, I'm getting you.
Shit on.
Nice. 3.
Hold.
Nice.
Just purge.
All one in the back.
1 shot is fuck here.
Yo, I'm on new. Just
In lobby. First gas power.
Nothing in
First
the
gas power. Snoopy.
Nothing in the top close.
Yeah,
Top
just
close, Snoopy.
get my plat. You guys have plat?
Yeah. Close window.
Nothing plat.
Window right now. Nothing play from old. They're hitting you guys.
1, 2 to front.
Ivor gets flat pitch now.
Watch out, inner.
They're hitting front. Outer, boys.
Inner, outer.
They're both inner and out. They're just playing front.
I can nade time.
Jump plat. Outer plat can't be done. I'm 1 shot here. I'm holding plat pinch. I flat pinch.
On time. 1 bullet. 2 on time. 2 on time. 1 bullet.
Inner.
Nice.
I flat pinch.
Shoot out.
Nice.
Nice. Hold out.
Big 40, boys. Big 40.
Yeah, go. How much you
Outer right now, first guy.
I'm timing you.
I'm in. Help him.
Outer came out.
I got
Yo, timing you.
Low you 1 time. I got streak skin. Low you.
What a Hardpoint set. What a great listen in again. Thieves a little calm. And the final lead change here. Chance in the business end of the game.
I mean, I'll say not my favorite listen in. Maybe looking for a little bit more, but they started to find it in the feed. Ghosty, another spree. That is 7 in a row. Seemingly unkillable.
Unkillable indeed. Another Hellstorm still to play with here. Snoopy contesting on the point. Finds 1. Can he get the second kill? He sure can, ladies and gentlemen. Over now to another rock hard point. Thieves in control. They have the Hellstorm for the break. Anything in the back pocket for Boston Breach? I doubt it. Scrapping 2.
I mean, again, the Rock Hill, they have been on point, on rotation towards it, and they got everything pushed out. This is a dream setup right now for LA Thieves.
Yeah, this could be game. This really could be it right here and now. 3 players on time. The 1 man roaming out towards P2. Here we go. Ghosty with eyes on. How many kills can he get? Nothing just yet. Off spawn, likely to see the Hellstorm. Here we go. On towards time. A big kill from Purge. Can he find his? All down. Once again, another break.
I mean, that was the dream setup, and that does not last any time at all. And now Ghosty, this is a desperation Hellstorm. You get the guy out of time and you get your team back in the mix. Boston trying to pounce quick.
Boston got to get going right now, boys. Scrap all through the front door. Once again, a Snoopy winning the big ones. Awakening on the trades again, and again, another break.
They leave the point and get right back in, perfectly oscillating to dodge that Hellstorm. And hey, this is 10 seconds worth fighting for. Hydra chalking it up, leaving it for his teammates. They're trying to get out of dodge, and Snoopy is picking them apart along the way.
Big kills across the way. Lead change in the dire hours now for Boston Breach, and a battle on P1 as Snoopy finds another two-piece. 4 now on the spree, 37 overall, 10 for the win. Thieves, you gotta get going. You gotta get in the point now. Snoop's still killing. Snoop's still rolling, and I don't believe it, folks. Map 1, Boston Breach. I don't think the crowd could believe it either.
And roaring in the comms as well. Now, 2 major points of note for the side there of Boston. One, Cammy, lights out from start to finish. Man finished with 37 kills. He led the lobby in damage. But the turnaround that Snoopy just had, we called him out earlier. Him and Big Wake did not start off too hot. Snoopy, I mean, we don't say it often, but he was not getting in the mix with his boys. But that was at the front half of the game. By the end of it, Snoopy ascended and he finished top of the lobby, goes on a tear towards the end. And even for the listening we had with LA Thieves, Snoopy was a dominant presence in their comms, calling him out constantly. No one was there for the trade.
Well, the only thing we kept hearing was Hydra, 1 bullet Snoopy. 1 bullet Snoopy every time, man. Wow, what a start to this series, folks. North of 4K damage from both Cammy and Snoopy. Sensational performances from both of them. Cammy was a 3-piece machine. It was 3 at any given time. And every time, even with the LA Thieves listening chance, individually, still very impressive, but just getting picked apart. Fantastic breaks when they needed them. But towards the end there, even with the Hellstorm, multiple Hellstorms, saw 3 in the game alone. Thieves just couldn't get it done.
The fact that they were able to consistently dodge him as well on the Rock Hill and be able to get back in the mix. This is a devastating moment. That's a 4-man wipe in the feed, and they ended up actually getting back into the Rock Hill on the very next break. So there was a ton of different moments for Boston where it's a one and done. You mess up the break, you're getting cooked, you're throwing away a full 60, and things are gonna be painful, but they executed every single time, and I mean, great moments. It's not just Snoopy that was able to turn things around. That was Awakening on a P2 that did his job and then some. Maybe picked up 2 extra kills. A lot of teammates get in the mix, and I mean, I don't know how much crazy sort of pop-off stuff there was outside of a few moments, but Boston, that is a clean game through and through. I mean, Serge had those moments on P2, popping the 2 pieces as well to sort of keep things afloat, so ultimately the entire team, they can plays.
Making plays indeed, and you needed them to pull a hard point away from one of the best hard point teams we have in the league right now in the form of the LA Thieves, if not the best outright. And Snoopy, moments like this, man, he came to play today. A full night of sleep and a hearty breakfast got he and Cammy a tremendous amount of kills and damage. But that's how you close out the first map. Great stuff, Boston. You have started this series with a sensational upset. Can you keep it going in S&D?
Well, keep in mind, though, this is sort of the LA Thieves threat. If it was Major 1, as we look at how narrow this game was, but if it was Major 1 and Thieves dropped the first map, I think the fans would be terrified. They would be shook. They'd be looking at Boston's S&D and go, this might actually be a massive problem. But they've turned that around. The path to victory against this squad is no longer a 2-3-5. You're going to have to battle them on every single map. So that is the type of nail-biter it's going to require to beat this team. But Boston, I mean, they're showing off the goods there, and ultimately for Breach, in stage 1, phenomenal online. Coming to the major, they were not able to execute. That has been the story for this team. They're trying to put things together for this very moment. An early advantage and staying on Hacienda as well. Boston Breach fans going to be happy.
Happy indeed. I mean, I'm as a happy caster. There's chances of this being a 3-0 now a little bit slimmer. Chance, how are we feeling about the S&D though? Again, you set it up. It's 2-3-5. It's been the name of the game for the LA Thieves. Search and Destroy, major talking point for them in Major 2. It has been one of the biggest turnarounds for them in their gameplay. Is that still the case today?
Well, I think it's going to be a very interesting one, because if I'm thinking back to the Carolina versus Vancouver Surge match, it was a red card that came through, which has been the bread and butter for Carolina. And Neptune in the interview was just like, this is all we did. We game planned for it. We knew what map was going to get through. We figured out their tendencies. Now we're good to go. So while LA Thieves have the better record in the game mode, they've also been showing their hand the entire stage. Hydra especially, the man that has been making the adjustments in the game mode. I don't know if it's the fun game plan of shut Hydra down, win the map, but Boston are going to be cooking something up And on a hacienda, we already know how creative they like to get. Boston, the moment they get that man advantage, they will be grouping up together on the map, and they have been constantly making plays. They have no fear in their hearts. This has been their game mode. They have been incredible, but obviously you have an LA Thieves that have been in form. They have dominant wins. They have had the hot hand in this game mode, and of course, the fact that they took Boston down in a 6-2 the last time they played, they have an advantage in this series as well.
No red card, thankfully for now. We go, folks. Map 2. Another electrifying winners bracket matchup here at Major 2. Big wait with the bomb. Nearly with the first blood. Snoopy's playing way aggressive. Gets it. The trades are complete though, and Awakening does drop that bomb. So now, Cammy on the hunt. Big advantage now to the Boston boys. Only one man left.
Gone. Cammy strikes again, and that is the hyperactive play we are talking about for Boston Breach. They do not play with fear. That was a 4-man middle of the map hit. 10 to 2 SMGs down low, send the ARs up high, and I think LA Thieves effectively just got ran over in round 1. Players getting hunted, shot in the back, a scattered moment and a scattered push. I mean, that's as good as it gets for the round 1 strat.
Carry dropped 202 damage in round 1. Kill and an assist. We'll see if he can keep this roll going. Attacking around now for the Thieves. We'll see what they've got. It's a nice fan across the map. Ghosty making his way out here towards well. We've got players way pushed up towards the B-bomb site, but again, Envoy waiting for the intel from the lads before he diverts their attention.
And this is not a confident strat coming out of LA Thieves. If you're spreading the map and play for picks, well, the counter to that is to play for picks as well. So they're just waiting for Boston to make a mistake. But Boston, meantime, taking space, might be able to overwhelm Ghosty by well. There's the first blood rolling through, and Ghosty, we saw the stuns and 2 players on his screen, simply overwhelmed. Man advantage Boston.
It's steamrolled. I mean, not an advantage that is too great to overcome, and there we go. 3v3, pressure now towards the A side of the map. Hydra doesn't check it. Snoopy walks away with the kill.
He walks away with his life as well. He gets out of dodge. You maintain the man advantage.
There we go. Makes it a 2. Last man Envoy. It's a 1v2 now. Breach still with the advantage.
Does have bomb in hand, so a small window of optimism, but he right now is putting himself in a pinch, and that does not last. Boston Breach again. Handle him, and Snoopy's over there shaking his head. This is a little too easy for him.
I mean, that 2v certainly helps. Hydra was relatively free as he runs past him, but Scrap was certainly a square-out fight. And kudos to the boys. I mean, they called the hit. Envoy hit a double back to make sure he had the option to go to B as well, and Boston did not take the bait. They called it, and they went back towards A, the perfect pinch on the bomb site.
And they also sniffed out the opening break. If they spread the map, nothing active is happening. What lane do we want to hit? And they had 3 players going over towards well to simply overwhelm Ghosty. And you just cut the head off the snake to get things started. And now 3 players grouped up together. Look at LA Thieves stacked in the middle of the map, ready for that on the defensive end. But for the moment, nobody's home.
Yeah, nobody home. You're going to have eyes on the players through top dark as well. So this should be a square-up fight, and it's not barely a fight. It's Cammy. Takes care of Envoy.
And they're gone. I mean, just like that. 2 players on defense for LA Thieves now out of the picture. And now how do you read this pressure on the map? LA Thieves, no information. Nobody's tweaking for the moment. But how close you could be, Hydra, if he gets a little too active, he'd fall into the trap.
Oh, Boston were playing for the double cross. They were hoping that they send it through well. No one here just yet.
And the timing's so perfect. They're wrapping over to the B site. It is empty as soon as Boston move in.
Again, a pensive approach here from Boston, but Snoopy, there we go. Get that bomb down ASAP. He's going to net himself the RCXD. Ghosty gone! Man advantage still Boston Bridge, and they plant the bomb.
Perfect setup, though. Awakening for well, 1 guy over for dark, and he got the intel on him.
If Hydra goes on the outside as well, Awakening, oh my god, a big win there from Snoopy. Hydra does win the fight against Awakening. It's now pressure on towards the bomb site. Spotted out. Snoopy's on the run. The gunfight! Oh, what a win from Hydra. Now a 1v1, 20 seconds on the clock, and Cammy with the high ground.
There's just no time. Gotta find the kill.
Hydra's on the prowl, on the hunt. Oh! An uncharacteristic mistake from the Phenom. Ice cold from Cammy.
It would have been the bailout. I don't know how. I thought Awakening would have called Hydra out coming through well, but even with that little bit of opportunity, swapped the ball. And that could have been a moment for LA Thieves to get back in the mix. Instead, Boston maintain all of the momentum And maybe nerves setting in. Again, that listening was not emphatic from LA Thieves. They were lacking some energy. They got to find a way to kick it up, and they got to find it quick.
Yeah, the old air melee, you know, he was far away from that. That's not a great sign. Plenty of time to turn that around still, but 3-0 Boston Breach. Has been a delightful search and destroy here on Hacienda. Cammy, right off the hard point, right into this map, looking good. Outstanding, Hydra. Remember me from the last round? First blood.
That's an easy first blood, too. No sweat on that one, and they're just committing in a 3v4. They're praying for the post plant.
Oh yeah, we got all over the top of that map. Envoy, tagged up. There's too many players to deal with now. He does get the intel on the couple. Ghosty from down low. They should sniff this position out, and they do! It is perfect! I mean, the bomb is halfway done. Scrap's got to try to make a check on this one, but there's nobody home. And I tell you what, folks, you may not see a more perfect moment from Breach in this S&D.
And those are shades of the stage 1 S&D right there coming through from LA Thieves, where they try to Pokeball Hydra, send him out for a prayer of a first blood, and I mean, he just runs full sprint into death, and then after that, you try to make a confident play. No, you plant the bomb and you hope things just work out. I mean, you are falling into old habits in a moment where you can no longer afford to. You drop the ball on the first hard point, despite the fact that Ghosty had 2 Hellstorms. Now Boston bringing the fight to you. 3 out of 4 on the first blood front. And the only man that's gotten a first blood for LA Thieves is Ghosty, and that is the only kill he has had all match.
4-0 thus far. Boston again playing with tremendous confidence. Cammy on the outer coverage. Now they've won these gunfights in the past. Previous rounds has gone their way. Purge in a classic corner. Oh dear. Oh! There ain't no way that should never have happened. Snoopy now can't win the trade battle. Man advantage. Well and truly in the hands of the Thieves. Can Awakening do the impossible?
I have good news for Envoy. At least his teammates didn't have to see that. And they get around on the board. Okay, so a fun moment there for the first blood, but gentlemen, LA Thieves, finish of gunfights.
Can we lock in?
That is 1 in 9, or 2 in 9, excuse me, for the 2 SMG players, although Hydra, a pop-off round, able to add a couple extras to the board, so maybe he's able to turn things around just a touch, but that is certainly a bad sign, potentially, of things to come, because Envoy knew he was here the entire time.
Oh, no.
Purge is built different.
Not ideal. Envoy, though, a player who's faced his fair share of adversity. He's been in tougher spots than this. 1 round to the Thieves. Is it all they needed to get things going? And the answer is maybe not. Hydra, lovely shots, trade to complete those. Snoopy once again comes out on top. Envoy managing to make something happen here, but a 1v2, and they have eyes on. Here comes the battle. Boston Breach flatten the LA Thieves.
Yeah, these guys are dialed in too. That was the perfect strat. I mean, just read them like a book. You had LA Thieves going for a 2-2 split. Boston countered it perfectly, and just because they're on the defensive end, guys like Snoopy able to get in that hallway just a little bit quicker and overwhelm them. I mean, that is a perfect counter strat, and this is S&D. This is not how it was going for Thieves on the online qualifiers. They are getting read and taken to task. Boston, they have done their homework. A round away from going up 2-0 in the series. Maybe having an initial shock upset in this tournament.
That point. Boston on the 3-1 split once again. 3 towards A, the Soul Man, Purge over towards B. Stock standard stuff out of Boston. They have not deviated from the plan too much. However, this time, immediate trades dealt with. Purge once again on the sneak. Great timing on Scrap, not enough for the kill. Can any of his teammates get there in time? Snoopy's on the run, and he's managed to escape with his life.
Oh, that's so unlucky. Snoopy was trying to get that one-shot kill. He just could not find him. A disappearing act there from Envoy, and now a good round from LA Thieves. Purge, though, plenty of time to work with in 1v3. The bomb is down. Should be unclutchable. But Purge is a smart enough player to try to sniff it out.
Sniffs that. Gets away once again with his life. Now full regen. Full knowledge of one player, 30 seconds to go. Whew. Thieves, stay alive.
That's good movement as well, but the crucial moment in that round is Purge, the player. He got one shot that snuck his way into Ewer connector. Just able to get out with his life, and Snoopy overcommitted to try to find that final kill with a one-shot call and just couldn't get it done. So good execution there. An opportunity to stay in the mix, but still for Boston, a single round away from going up 2-0.
Yeah, Scrap's survival skills, 99 after that one-shot attempt. A flurry of comms there from the Boston boys. They know you're so close to closing this out. Do not relent.
In last round, they shut the door down over towards B, so now it's a 2-2 split. Or maybe just everybody squaring up top mid.
Big time square up. Hydra crosses the halfway mark. The B-bomb site wide open right now, but here come Boston. An aggressive counter-attack on the cards. Cammy will be the first man into the fray. Stuns and nades. Everything's going over the top. 2 trophies now at play for the LA Thieves. Here we go, folks. They're going to whir away. The gunfight's already on. Damage is dealt. But wait, right through the front line. Awakening finds his. Scrap on the rock. Finds 3. There we go. The last man, Cammy. And there's simply no way the Thieves once again hold.
That's a bold moment, too. That's almost like a P4 retake where you actually had LA Thieves a man down. They were not expecting all the front pressure, but they deliver nonetheless. Envoy especially able to give you a big 2 kills. Him and Scrap holding it down, and Hydra just there for the finisher. But I like the switcher from LA Thieves. They stay over on the B site, pull a little trick, and say, hey, we might have got it dominated over on this section map last time, but we'll be a little bit more prepared.
1 round at a time. That's all you really need. 5-3 Boston Breach. When will you start to lose that courage? Bomb exchanges hands a little quickly there. Awakening now the carrier. The guns are up at the ready, though the LA Thieves find the first blood. No read. Perfect stun there from Snoopy is going to slow those players down. 2 of them now moving in to try and take care of it.
What a decision by Snoopy just to get out of dodge instead of trying to win the next gunfight. He would have been overwhelmed. Now you might be able to isolate a player.
What a play from Snoopy, staying alive. Envoy there, the only man with eyes on the B-bomb site for now. And Snoopy. Snoopy!
That's the isolation. That was the only player by himself on the LA Thieves. No trades to be found in a 2v2.
Snoopy now has sight. Purge with the bomb on the recovery. 35 seconds to make a decision on the plant.
Snoopy that might be unstoppable. Double digits already. He's cleared it out, and LA Thieves fear him. They were not trying to square up. They are purely playing for the retake. Hydra and Scrap versus Purge and Snoop.
Boston, can they deal with Hydra? Stun connects. Pressure now on towards the site. Purge wins the fight and turns it into a 1v1.
It's huge. He knows he's going against an SMG as well, and he's pulling out all the stops.
The Phenom makes his way towards the site, trying to make something happen here. Oh! A 1v1 win from Hydra. 3 rounds in a row. Holy.
And Purge played that perfectly from start to finish, and Hydra built different. French Phenom, pure reaction time, pure gunny in the lifeline for his team.
Well, Thieves fans, pulse check. You're still alive. Hydra, what a 1v1 win.
I mean, look, don't miss, don't lose. Hydra doesn't miss a bullet and has to kill the final 2 in the round. He has leveled up his S&D gameplay. Now he's showing off the goods for the clutch.
1 more round and they level up the map. Breach. We're testing the resolve in a big way. Once again, an aggressive 3-1 here on defense. Overwhelming the A-bomb side of the map. That's massive damage into Hydra. Can they finish him off with a grenade? A miss on the windowsill. Nerves starting to kick in.
They backed him down though, LA Thieves. How quick are you on this rotation? Nope, they are sending it home towards this A site. Or maybe turtling up.
It's the double cross once again. They haven't given up space on the A-bomb site. Breach over by B.
And Cammy would be the man to spot this out. Trophies getting tossed around, so maybe a little bit of noise, and Boston prowling. Quick on the retake. Here's battle for the first blood. Envoy dropped.
Bomb down as well. A massive win from Purge. Now Hydra on the pinch. Trying to level this up as best he can. Cammy, his red dot now shown on the minimap. Hydra with a bomb recovery. They're still able to get this down at A.
They're trying to move. They don't want to deal with the high ground. Try to get out and see if you can catch a player. Isolation. There might be a freebie, but Cammy delivers and Scrap for a 1v3 when you need him the most.
Scrap now once again keeping the hopes of the LA Thieves alive here in the search and destroy. He's made his way towards B. There's nobody home, and that's his plant.
One bit of good news, he plants for the God spot. You can play this from office. You can see it from so many places. As tough as it gets for Boston, but here comes the hit.
Here comes the hit. Scrap. An AR in hand, his trusty aims. How lucky will he be? And luck has nothing to do with it. Boston Breach, a 2-0 lead here in the winner's bracket over the Thieves.
And for a team that it feels like the entire community may have counted out in this series, how the tables have turned and Thieves hiding, scared from Snoopy. I mean, that is dominance in map number 1 and dominance in map number 2. Snoopy out here playing like the MVP, but that's for the 2-0 lead. You might have a lot of Call of Duty left to be played, but Boston showing they are on form.
Boston certainly coming to play so far. Well, folks, I mean, technically a 3-0 is still possible. Statistically unlikely, but at this point in time, I'm willing to throw the stat sheet way out the window. Sorry, Easy Mac, no offense, but right now, Boston Breach, what a lead they have in this series. The LA Thieves, our super team, coming into this one, the unquestionable favorites. They find themselves down in a bad way.
In Boston Breach, nothing to lose. How about that from Snoop? 11 kills, 9 of them untraded. Everybody else on his team racking up the assist and the first bloods. That is utterly dominant in the first blood category. 7-3 in favor of Boston. They have done their homework. They had perfect counter strats as well rolling through. Everybody getting active and getting involved. Boston, I mean, look, I don't know how nervy you are coming into the series, but it's clearly one where they have nothing to lose. They got the vibes falling after map 1 and now overperforming. Take a look at the double B coming through for the first 2 maps.
I mean, we thought this might be a Lala series, but no, right now it's just buh, and it's buh because it's badass stuff out of Boston. Vault Control coming up in a moment, and again, Thieves, they have been the masters of the control mode. I think the series could go the distance. I wonder what the desk thinks.
3-0. Yeah. No, Boston popping off in this tournament. You love to see it. And when we think back to Major 1, that was the last time we had an 8 seed go up against a 1 seed. Miami went on to finish top 3 after taking down Optic. Now, could LA Thieves fall early on? Nameless, there's not a good record for teams that go perfect in a qualifier.
Brother, I am mind blown. What is going on that stage right now? I mean, you look at it and you're like, okay, LA Thieves in every way, shape, and form have been better than them these last few weeks. Just played them and dominated them. But what we saw on that map 1, setting the tone, was Cameron McGilligan taking over on the P2, makes a huge play. We'll go over the highlights, but I think all of us, we're just kind of at a loss for words.
Let's first jump into the search and destroy. And Alan, how do you go up this big if you're Boston Breach early on?
I've always kind of looked at this Boston team as long as one of the ARs could just shoot back and create space, Snoopy's going to get lost and just destroy your setups. And that's exactly what has happened. Not even just in the search, but also in the Hardpoint. Snoopy's just gotten free. He's gotten around the back line, and LA haven't been able to keep track of him.
And I've seen a new angle, I feel like, from Boston Breach throughout the entirety of this search and destroy, where they are just wolf-packing everything.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if they're on attack, it doesn't matter if they're on the defense. The retakes have been unreal from the side of Boston Breach. Every time you stare at the minimap, it is highly unlikely you're going to isolate one of these players. And it has paid out in dividends because for LA Thieves, on their side of things, they're feeling confident, right? And so you're going to find one of those players kind of hunting for that initial pick, running through these hallways. And when you run into 2-3 Boston Breach players, you're not going to win that trade battle. So for the Boston Breach, I love the way that they have approached the search and destroy versus LA Thieves.
Some huge clutches as Hydra gets the 1v1 there, but in round 10, it was all Boston Breach and Purge sealing the deal in.
Yeah, did a good job like using your lead. You know, that's how you become a great search team, is like utilizing your lead and taking chances from there. Some really nice blind counters. We were sitting there watching it, was like, man, Boston just looked clean right now. You saw the first blood 7-3. When Boston get a first blood, especially on Hacienda, 93% of the time they convert it to a round win. So they get that blood, they're feeling comfortable.
Boston up 2-0. How did they start the match? Well, they had some very strong slayers keeping up with the LA Thieves. Let's take a look at the highlights, because early on we're like, oh, business as usual. There's another 3-piece from Hydra. They're up by 60 points. Then after a rotation, Allie, we're tied.
I mean, and that is so impressive to do in general. Like, you open up this map and you have Hydra dropping 3 pieces on your forehead to still make that turnaround, Cammy, Unreal P2, just to kind of snowball into Snoopy getting comfortable, right? And I talked about this as we were heading into this pre-show. It was like, if they make it to that Skyline Hardpoint and they get Snoopy going early on in this series, there is definitely some opportunity for Boston Breach.
They did some things really good on this map, and I'll tell you both of them. All right, it was the P2s where Cammy just gets there early. they were just playing from the front, right?
Yeah.
It was fine. Like, Cammy would get there, find a kill, we could make it scrappy, and if Thieves overextend, we'll get a big chunk of time, which is exactly what happened. But the other thing is they really prioritize the P1s. It happens so often where you see Purge finding 2-3 kills from hallway, then just dropping down to hill, playing with his teammates, and finding good time to sort of give them that, keep that 20-point lead that they had. They use that to win the game.
Yeah, and I think the thing that's really curious about this Boston team and how they play Hacienda is they actually make the map feel very small because they're playing from like the middle of the map. They're not playing around the outside nearly as much. And when they do get good setups from the front, then again, you allow Snoopy to hit that long route, find ways to hit these pitches, get around the back, and it creates disasters. So it's just really interesting to see how they choose to play the map versus a team like LA who prefers to kind of take the long routes around the back, get spawns first, then play for the hill. Breach is just like hill, 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 let Snoopy go fly. Yeah.
If you've been to a CDL event before, please make some noise.
Woo, I've been one.
And teach everyone joining us for the first time how to get loud, because this is going to be a crazy series. I have a feeling we're going to a Game 5. We have not done that for LA Thieves throughout any of the qualifier games. So let's revisit our predictions, because Alan, if we don't go to a Game 5, we're all looking real dumb.
Correct. It's just so crazy because like a week ago, calling this Boston team mid would have been a compliment. Now they're 2-0 up against LA Thieves. I'm still sticking with Thieves, though. They're going to get a huge momentum swing here and reverse sweep.
Allie, it's not the first time they've played. They're split 1-1 in Black Ops 6. Who do you got winning this?
I still have to stick with LA Thieves, but I mean, I'd love to be proven wrong.
All right, we're all sticking with LA Thieves. We have faith. Is it misplaced? Let's find out as we send it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, guys. Man, I think Nameless has been back in Gigawake and back in Purge for so long, and the one day he's screaming right now, the one day he does it, they look so good.
He's so fake every time.
Well, folks, we're almost ready to get into control. Yeah, Vault. How do you feel about this? Because again, Thieves are they're the best control team we've got, right?
Look,
they're the men, right? They're the gods among men.
Yes.
How does this happen?
10-2 record in control, like on the stage, on the year, maybe the best control team in the game. They have some of the best players in the game mode and even on this specific map. I mean, look, on paper, make no mistake, Thieves should be walking away with the series because they have the best objective player on the map in Envoy and the best Slayer on this map coming through from Hydra. I mean, 2 players in the top 5 specific to Vault Control. I mean, assuredly, there's no way unless Snoop has something to say. I mean, dropped a 38 bomb in map number 1, got the double-digit kills in map number 2. The SMGs for LA Thieves got to wake up because Snoop has been giving them the hands.
He has indeed. And he's looking to get it down again. Oh boy, look at the snaps. Nice moves, man. Right off of B, over towards A, and again, the Thieves are responding to this perfectly. However, bad news, Purge is in your spawn, and he's absolutely whooping you.
Yeah, and Purge is already forcing you to spawn out, so now Thieves really don't have the reinforcements. They're trying to fight 2v3 effectively over towards the point, and, well, Purge gets the hand for the long-range gunfight. The Boston players at least able to take some space and move towards this A zone, but they try to be cheeky off the rip, and they got punished. 35 seconds off the clock, and they have just now touched the zone.
Okay, well, you're in 3 members now of the Thieves on A defense. Purge just trying to cause a bit of a problem there, just trying to slow them down, get his teammates out of spawn and into the fight. And you've done just that. You found a couple of sweet kills, so now Boston, you have the map. Oh, wow.
I mean, big win, just to try to keep things moving. Woo! But that gets shut down again, and if you had Purge off the opening break, taking out an assault rifle, they wanted that B zone off the rib so badly, but now a desperation effort, 25 seconds to go. You're gonna have to start forcing it here if you're Boston, and things right now are not looking good.
Whoa, wait a minute, Purge got tags into everyone. 20.9, the clock has been stopped, and it's a 3-man stack on A. First segment gone halfway through. Here comes man number 4. Say goodbye to the A zone.
Cast a curse, say it doesn't look good. 4-man wiping the feed, and they're gonna get it as well. So there you go, extra minute to the clock, and now a life advantage. How fast things can turn in control.
Wait, Purge finding a couple of kills there. They're not able to get towards the B zone just yet. Ghosty, the tactical retreat, he's gonna catch players coming in off spawn. He's been picked up. Man advantage for a second there, went to Boston. Nice work from Scrap on the defense.
Yeah, up top, reigning supreme. This might be operation attempt to get somebody into art if you're on Boston, but the AR players for LA Thieves are slamming every single door shut. They're looking for your moment, and Snoop, nice little pounce. That's good comms rolling through to trade out Hydra. He's able to stay alive and keep position, but everywhere you go, an LA Thieves player is crawling.
Yeah, an Envoy. Pick a corner, any corner, even with Cammy with the comms. Wait, no way. Envoy staying alive now, going toe-to-toe with Awakening. You managed to get over towards B for a few seconds there. You get a little bit of pressure, but again, not a whole lot. And the Envoy is still in your spawn, so you pushed forward, but you're in the pinch still. You're still in the trap.
Dude, in Big Wake just gets back down. We're letting one-shot players live for free on the most important spot on the map. So if we're not playing with confidence, we're going to lose this round.
You can still try to win it on kills, though. 15 seconds, no lives left. But only 2 members of Boston there for the Thieves. Just find a hole and stay safe. 10 seconds now on it. Snoopy, last man, sends it. First round comes to a close. LA Thieves strike first.
And ultimately, the majority of that comes down to the break. Boston clearly trying to force things through on the B zone, but LA Thieves win enough extra gunfights that the play was never effectively set up. And granted, Boston repositioned, able to secure the A zone and keep that down to a default round. But in the meantime, while they're happy for the progress, Scrap might have the hot hand. 11 kills in a round of control. I mean, that is about as good as it gets. Lighten up the kill feed, making sure he can keep things active for his team.
That's the man right there. It didn't feel like there was a whole lot of a mid-round adjustment there from the Boston squad. Or if there was, Thieves were just one step ahead. A nice opening round again. Scrap on that 5. We'll see how he's looking towards the Hellstorm. Halfway. Lovely first blood. Hydra joins him. This is a great attack so far. Wait a minute, Hydra now. Oh, if not for Awakening there, it would have been nearly perfect. But you're still keeping the A zone captured, and Scrap now on a 7. Tremendous aggression forward.
I mean, at least you trade him out, but yeah, that's a nice little punch of the opening break. Make sure you get the progress going on the A zone. This is going to be a slow capture as well. Only 2 players on it who are constantly jumping off to look for the kills, but you're looking to feed. Trade throwing through back and forth. 2 ticks of progress for in Boston. They're fighting for it.
Well, absolutely. Opening break. What a hit. You took a couple of teeth and the A zone with that opening punch, Thieves. Good stuff. That's going to be 2 minutes and 18 seconds there on the game clock. Plenty alive still.
Envoy, though, should get caught, yeah, stunned in a triangle of Boston players who've done a great job of at least clearing out the middle of the map. So they're set up in control. Snoopy's got behind enemy lines. He does get taken down, but at least you know you have all the pressure in the world if you're Boston. Everybody for Thieves coming out of spawn.
Thieves on spawn now through the middle of the map. Purge has found himself a corner upstairs. That'll be a problem in a moment, but in the meantime, his teammates get picked apart, so Awakening, the only man left alive here to really make a dent. Purge is going to catch a player in spawn. Can he find Ghosty? He's on the hunt for the player in spawn now, trying to stay alive on the B zone. Nice work there from Scrap. Over to Envoy. Oh, can't get the pair. A pinch now developing towards the zone. Lovely coverage there from Ghosty. Oh, for the time being, a segment in the bag. And you're not out of the woods yet. Hydra's still alive.
I mean, you're happy for the segment. At the very least, you got a little bit of an advantage, and they are keeping this pressure up. Envoy underneath Art, forcing out the spawns. And these are players from Boston that are trying to funnel through the zone. You have Birds that's been in ammo the entire time, but if it's not for Cammy picking up the 2-piece, Thieves have had constant opportunities, but that's, well, nearly all 4 players down. And you're spawning out at P2. This is a blender of a map right now.
Ghosty at one end, Hydra in the other. 3 members now of Boston are in a bit of trouble, but is Hydra in trouble? No, wait a minute. Second! The Phenom, nade up over the top. Cammy's going to have to reposition. Second segment gone to B as well. Cammy somehow finds a kill there on the player on the zone. Scrap still keeping the capture going. Purge down and out. That should be the round.
I mean, they just perfectly played that. The SMG is getting over towards Art, getting over towards Stashu, and even when you had a near 4-man wipe in the feed for Boston, they're spawning out at P2 and saying, we can just ignore the guy ammo. Who cares about him? Go flood their spawn, look for the spawners, and effectively a dominant round. And this is the type of emphatic fashion you want to see from the LA Thieves to try to get some momentum back. And look at the kill feed while Snoopy has had a monstrous series so far on this map, getting absolutely shut down, and Hydra, the man that has risen from the ashes, taking the advantage from him.
Those ashes are still red hot. What a bounce back here. Thieves in control. In control. It makes sense. Another round, here we go. The lifeline they're sorely looking for here in the series, just to stay alive. Can Boston get on the board at the very least? Thieves, 1 minute and 20 seconds. We get a map win on the series.
Well, able to get the first blood in the round. Back down immediately from up top. Purge and Snoop trying to work together. Scrap, though, I mean, just making sure everybody keeps their distance. Well, Hydra gets traded out. You imagine you're going to be able to get the trades, or maybe not. Clean two-piece there from Snoop, and that's going to be 3 in the feed. Now got pressure on both zones. Envoy, though, takes care of B. Stock and standard now in this round, working towards A, and Hydra hasn't missed a step.
No, not yet. Cammy up close and personal. Coverage there on the right-hand side from Serge. Hydra now trying to break. No, Serge is going to be there. Keeps it going. First segment now done. The stack is there for Boston Breach. They managed to capture A in their opening attacking round. It was B that was their absolute pitfall. Here we go. Just shy of 2 minutes on the game clock when this goes. Uh-oh, not yet. Completely surrounded. On the attack towards B, but wait. Scrap will be the sole defender. Only finds one, traded out immediately.
He's not going for hard either. He's going to be playing for the zone, and now Awakening is just going to be isolated on it. Needs to play his life and just keep a little bit of pressure up, and is doing so for the moment, but simply overwhelmed and gunned down. Awakening couldn't give you too much there in that moment. Tied up on the life count, middle of the map, owned by Hydra.
Yeah, nice job. It slows down the entire play, makes Cammy irrelevant in that fight. Thieves now pushing forward. They've got way over the halfway mark. Now they're inside to Rugs. Now, again though, the tables turn immediately. Envoy can't make anything happen there. Hydra finds a corner. Purge does not check it now. On the approach towards B, you're down a man.
Such a good spot, always pays off. Art control firmly in the hands, LA Thieves. Plenty of flank opportunities to roll through if Boston ever step foot on this zone, but they're not even able to get there, getting picked apart along the way. Snoopy trying to square up with the pistol. Cammy gave you 2, but that's all Boston are able to get. And a nice gunfight win, but not in a place that's going to matter, at least not in the short term. Boston trying to orchestrate a good push.
Getting close, but still nothing. Life count still a single. Wait a minute. Awakening now finds himself in the zone. 7 HP should be traded out indeed. But wait, Purge is now on the flank as well. Able to get to the fight ASAP, and they do just that. So, folks, it's not over yet. 9-9 on the life count. Players now on the zone for a second. You've still got a player in the backline, and Envoy this time dealt with. This round's not over yet.
I mean, big wins. You got the vault control as well, so the opportunity in an 8v8 is here. You want to play this almost like a round of S&D. Problem is, number 2 on the minimap, Hydra might have a guaranteed flank. You get the pressure over towards the B zone, but now you got problems to solve.
Yeah, does it work though? Kills up front, all good. Hydra now, the flank. Whoa, he's been dealt with. What a kill from Snoopy. Trades once again, 5v5.
They get caught though. Now you're out of lives. Boston, 25 seconds is a good bit of time, but the pressure to the zone is not easy.
4v4, 20 seconds. Hydra pushing forward, gets himself one alongside Envoy. The clock's still ticking. Boston fighting for this one. Hydra spots out Snoopy. No one's going to be in a position to get on the zone, and the Thieves are all over it. Final 10. Couple of kills now. The trades start beginning to roll. The time's still ticking. Last man awakening, and he is nowhere near the zone. He's nowhere near the kills. Control, the lifeline for the LA Thieves in the series. And I can lip read a little bit. I don't think we're that happy with the victory there for the Thieves. They feel like the series should be over now. But they find themselves down so far. And Boston Breach can't be too disappointed with that one. You gave it your all, but again, the Thieves simply too good at control. The 2-3-5 team, congratulations. You took number 2. And now another hard point. Can you steal it? Or will we get a game 5?
Ultimately, I think we just saw confirms that we're going to be in a war. Not about the first couple battles. We're going to have a distant series on our hands, and the gun is right there getting hot for the side of LA Thieves. I mean, Hydra and Scrap making sure they throw on a takeover performance. And as is tradition, the objective kills, guys like Envoy going to be living for it, and Ghost of the Human UAV, dishing up every assist in the world for his teammates. So a well-orchestrated effort, and Boston simply had nothing to offer. Snoopy, for the first time in this series, did get shut down.
Did get shut down indeed. 15-23 for young Snoopy. But a clean 3-0, as you would expect. Hey, what's up? The Boston Breach fan in the flesh out here in Texas. I'm sure there are plenty of you. But for now, we're going to look at the highlights of your team getting absolutely rolled by the Thieves.
Yeah, and just a couple moments that what could have been if they win an extra gunfight or root guys like Scrap out of ammo. Again, watching Awakening just be fearful, running away from the gunfights, not trading these players out, and really not able to capitalize on any situation they had. And then even the offensive win from LA Thieves was just spawn kill dominance, where they're able to run the life count out. I mean, Boston spent the entire time spawning out over towards P4 rather than back hard, and they just never able to stabilize. The SMGs for Boston Breach there on the receiving end of a beatdown, and Cammy might have had a few moments, but I don't think the ARs really ever opened up the map. That is dominance on vault control.
Yeah, it's almost felt like it was more about positioning. They got the job done there, and they get a mastery of the map by the LA Thieves, a mastery of the mode as well. But we go back to Hardpoint, who plenty of teams have had a good run on, but we go to a Skyline chance, a Skyline that can be a fickle map for so many teams. It's a bang out, but everyone's getting that bit better at controlling the chaos now, you know, putting that lightning in a bottle when it comes to this Hardpoint map.
And it's also a map that Boston had plenty of reps on as well, so certainly the hardpoint advantage are leaning towards LA Thieves, but I mean, the Hacienda is one they definitely were wanting to win, and now Boston go, hey, we get one of our best hardpoint maps in the series where we have an advantage. They get to play with no fear in their hearts. They have nothing to lose as far as a winners round one matchups go, and a map that they are comfortable on. And I just know for Snoopy, he's saying, hey, get me away from Vault. I like this map so much more. The more gunfights he's able to take, the better.
Yeah, a lot of gunfights, folks. A lot of gunfights here on Skyline. You know, you've played Ranked. If you haven't played Ranked, try to veto Skyline at times. I mean, for the older players, your hands will go after a couple of rotations, you know, but still a lead coming into this one for Boston Breach is unheard of. I mean, you heard Shift talking about on the desk. Not the best run up towards the major for Boston, but right now, Lanimals, absolute Lanimals. Cammy's looking fantastic. Snoopy's individual prowess is disgusting, and Purge as well, man. Purge is from start to finish in the first hard point. He was the difference maker. Way ahead of rotations, massive individual fights. Doing everything right as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, you can just see the brain operating for Purge when he's able to play on the map. That's why the S&D especially is a standout mode for the side of Boston. Maybe not a ton of moments on Skyline to show off the brain, but it is execution on the routes, trying to lock down the P2s and P4s especially. If you manage to convert it to a Money Hill type of time, you will be happy to walk away with that type of victory. But certainly it is a map where the slang needs to be ever present. Front half of the series, it was nothing but Snoop and Cammy lighting up the kill feed. Scrap and Hydra most recently able to turn things around. Who's going to step up here on the map number 4? Get the tone set for the rest of the tournament.
Crunch time for the LA Thieves. Lose this, you go down the lower bracket. Boston lose this, and we see it game 5. Pressure now for both our squads. The advantage you have, Boston. Don't squander it now. You got the Thieves on the ropes.
Oh, Snoopy's going for the cheeky spot off the break. Yeah, with the AR as well. The window spot will get you every single time, but even with the first blood rolling through, Envoy still made his way towards the objective inside of P1, and I mean, there is no one better that you want on time to be the collector. Envoy will give you everything while his teammates pick up all the kills.
He finds a lot of intel, he finds damage, it's lovely stuff. Counterattack now is on. Breach clear at the top side of the map as best they can, and still, oh, finally you get him off point. Boston now finding their time for the first moments here of P1, but Hydra, what a dive in its time.
Hey, ultimately though, this has been really good P1 time for LA Thieves that they're not going to be able to run that score up any further. Boston able to stabilize and get a nice series of kills going their way, and they have the left side spawns. And I'm looking for LA Thieves. There are no routes being taken. Everybody's still spawning out. Scrap finally makes his way near towards P2, but Boston are gonna have a pretty good setup. They just need somebody to collect the time.
Ghosty Walk might have been the guy. He's gone now. Envoy, the next player up here for the Thieves. Rapid attack. As the LA Thieves are gonna be able to get back in a time ASAP. Close spawns now, all through piano side. Wait, Awakening gets his kill. The next 2 players have been called out and dealt with. No, Scrap's gonna find a way to punch a hole. Here comes Awakening on the pinch. And it's a 2 nearly for Demon Joe, but the damage is there, and the slide onto Ghosty as well. Hardpoint Boston.
And Awakening 8-3 start of the first 2 hills. This is the giveaway that you're gonna be looking for, and his timing on the pinch was perfect. And from LA Thieves, I mean, that was a P2 that they were making some hero ball-esque plays to try to make it through, but not stabilizing with the teamwork. Ghosty might open up the map though here for you, but it's not even gonna get his team any time at all. Traded out towards the end, and now you're just looking for the kills to put Boston on the back foot, but they walk away the first 2 hills with a decent-sized lead.
Yeah, decent-sized lead. Great trades out of Boston there. They're seemingly winning all these fights. The teamwork is great. Fantastic cohesion on the approach. Cammy with a perfect pinch. The snap there from Hydra, enough to get a couple of shots in, and that creates a problem for Boston. They fall in the fight, and that allows the setup now for the Thieves.
And you're really looking for a tide-turning moment here right now from LA Thieves. They don't have the right side spawns, but the kills, they're getting most of them. 1v1 battle for the final little bit. Ghosty gives it to you, but that is just to keep the 50-50. Right now, Thieves a little bit more desperate for the time, because Boston, again, right side spawn's going to be the impact. 4 down in the feed. You get the scrap, you get the rotation, and you get a nice little advantage here on Skyline.
Yeah, real nice advantage. Hydra is going to be in the fight in a moment as he makes his way across the other side of the map. Meanwhile, his teammates are getting bodied in the hard point. No one's having a great time right now for the Thieves. Except for Ghosty, 15-9. You'll definitely take that. 14-8 for Awakening, though. He's certainly coming to play here on Skyline. Set up for New in the best possible way. Can Awakening find any more of this life? Is Strider now trying to drive those players back. Purged by steps. Gets one. That certainly helps down to the point. Oh, an Awakening! That's his hard point now.
That is the calmest dead I've ever seen in the player cam. Awakening comfortable 17-8 right now. And the players on LA Thieves in the meantime, Ghosty's giving you everything he can. Everybody else is getting throttled, and Ghosty found a new place to fall off the map. The Spirit of Clayster lives on.
Absolutely, man. Awakening 6 spree. He's very close to the Hellstorm. Here comes the hit. No hope whatsoever. 20 seconds down. That's a nice 3 down in the feed. Snoopy last man up, essentially a 4. LA Thieves get the break, and they dodge the Hellstorm.
I mean, gentlemen, falling off the map at this point, I mean, this is just not a good look. Somehow they're able to get the break. Snoopy wins the one gunfight, clears everything out, and that's a gunfight that's effectively a 20-point swing. 10 seconds Boston get the Thieves do not, so after the first set of rotations, gonna be a 50-point lead for Boston, bringing the heat in Hardpoint. And Cammy might be overwhelmed as Thieves get into time, and Scrap wins a nice gunfight as well. Thieves looking for the stabilization.
It's nice out the Thieves. A couple of sweet kills. They start to chain this together a little bit. Their first P1 was very productive, all things considered. But again, can they make that? Because here in our second set, Cammy, he gets through in the feed. A big turn there from Hydra now. Snoopy gets a 2-piece of his own, and now Boston are back in time.
And you trade him out as well. That's 2 players from the Thieves that were trying to make the play. Awakening might have lost the gunfight and got turned on, but he at least reads the spawn, so you keep the left side pressure. And first it was Hydra. Now it's Envoy trying to work these pinches, but it has been a P1 effectively where Thieves have been the super soakers. I mean, a 50-point deficit chopped down to 30, and in the meantime, Thieves at least 2 players out towards P2, and a dicey moment, Hydra delivers, and he's gonna flip those spawns.
That's nice. Well, Snoopy had eyes on, he wasn't able to capitalize on that. So Thieves, this is your moment. Can you strike? The iron is getting ever hotter. Scrap with 2. Purge with a trade towards point. Catches Hydra unaware, manages to win the fight.
Now where are the comms? No. Where are the comms rolling through? Thank God Scrap wins that one for LA Thieves. Purge nearly pierced that setup, but the 50-point lead has been closed. And already Thieves right back inside. Boston take the foot off the gas, and funnily enough, it was at P1 where the game turned around.
Snoopy's managed to get in the back line now, trying to cause some problems. Cammy waiting for the reinforcements. He can't do this alone. Cammy through the front, only finds 1, so the trade's complete. Now to Purge in the middle of the map. What a kill and a Hydra that was. His face bounced off the jacuzzi, right into the kill feed. Here comes the lead change. The Thieves are in this still.
Just getting back down. I mean, one single gunfight, maybe for the time that Cammy's gonna look for it, but Scrap reads it, and this has just been a wonderful turnaround moment from LA Thieves. I mean, Boston Breach simply fell quiet. Snoopy's gonna strike, but that's just the entry. You're not getting time off this just yet, but at least you get a setup around it. Looking to execute and get some momentum back in your favor, but now they're falling like dominoes.
Oh, it can be something we can to get towards this hard point. Lovely stuff, Boston, once again. Looking to battle back into this. Whoa, let's go for a listening with Boston Breach.
Side. Coming out, nice. Be there, side. Not weak. On time. On the fireplace. Both there. One more on the left, one more. There's 2, there's 2. It's Envoy 2. Scrap got me. One to the right. I dropped Hydra weak to the right. Scrap on left. Yeah, I got dominated. Yo, last 2 their side. Envoy goes to last guy. All time, boys. Yeah, flip. Waste time, boys, yes. You can ram middle spawn, I have left side. Charlie. Go. We should go, boys. We saw boy.
No, dead.
Tell me, both come in. They're both top 5.
One more.
He's up top. I got time.
I'm on top right, bro.
Guys, one the back, boys.
Okay, can we come left?
Already on left. Dan, in the back, bro. What the fuck on the back? One on the back.
I need.
In the bed. Stay up, Eric. Back strap. Dead, bro. Nice. Ghosty spawn out. He's deep spawn out kitchen.
Back, we bro. Where we come back? Back right, in the corner.
I don't see him. In the corner. Avoid that.
Yeah,
bro. You play for it, bro.
I don't see him. Let's go left.
I got neither. There's two running at me in time. One more. Closet.
Closet.
Nice.
One
Back right, boys.
Nice.
Take our time, boys.
So
Guarantee this.
I suck him.
Could be top. I got top. Top that, guys. Alright, take your time. Good shit, boys. Going under. Guarantee a kill here, guys. Yeah. I'm coming with you. Nice. Top mid scrap. Really weak, Eric. Really weak their side.
Dead, bro.
You're hit, bro.
By the way.
Yeah, they're gonna spawn back at you, Joe. Spawn back at you,
Dead, bro.
Stay down, bro. Get time, Evan. Top mid again. One shot, scrap top mid, boys. Absolute top mid, boys. Scraps, one shot top mid.
You can hit the right behind you.
Yo, I flip, boys. Yo, give me Jim.
Alright,
one time. Alright, guys, one time. Top mid, Ghostie's top P2. Ghostie's top P2. Yeah. Listen, two
I'm just gonna hit up fireplace.
Fireplace. One guy's piano, one time. I'm jumping top right, okay? I'm trying to wall. I'll see him piano, bro. Go see that top.
Thieves back to P1. A good listening there from Boston Breach. Pace in the comms. Trying to find the pace in the game as well.
They go for the flank though. Hydra goes for the pinch around the map. So another P1 for LA Thieves that is ultimately fantastic for them to get back in the game. But in the long-term battle, Boston posted up on this rotation. Purge jumping over heads and maybe a painful moment. I mean, that is a near full 60 coming through on a P1. We have ourselves a game.
Absolutely. Here we go, folks. One more hard point potentially to seal the deal. Purge in the middle of the map, finding him a couple of kills now over towards P2. Cammy behind the desk. Entry from Envoy, gets it. Looking towards the backline as well. Can he clear it out? No, he cannot. Still, numbers here. Hydra, finally gets the kill, but not without a lot of damage. Final cleanups there and the Thieves are in.
And he's able to make sure you flip the spawns as well. So another string of a moment there coming in from LA Thieves. The pinches from Hydra on this map have been ever present. And you're looking to get the time, but somebody's got to soak it up. Another pinch from Hydra. Gets there, maybe a little bit late, but you keep the time at least white or empty. But he has to do so much work to keep Boston away.
Hydra's still doing the work though. He's finding nearly all of the kills. Checks his corners as well. Pressure now from Zip. A man on time. Purge, will he check this corner? He will not. He will be brought down once again. And again is Hydra on the routes. No more kills. No more time. We go to another hard point.
And a P3 where I feel like Boston have just had the extra edge. Strap with the X-ray vision, but he's going to get traded out. And Boston win this rotation again.
They win it again through fire. Envoy brought down. Wins from Ghost. He saves a day for a time being. Over to Snoopy. Can he get it? He can. Scrap with the trades. Hardpoint in the hands of the Thieves. Counterattack Boston. 2 men in, 2 men down. The Thieves hold.
And this is a dicey moment for Boston. You need to get this break as well, but you don't want to overcommit and flip. You got to be very delicate in these moments.
Perfect start right now for the Thieves. First man, Snoopy. Trades are nearly done. The lead change is there, and they hold on for another wave. Now through the middle of the map. Cammy, he finds his. No more in the life tank. You're still fighting tooth and nail here in Kitchen.
I mean, this is almost certainly going to be a rotation as well. Boston, though, got to get these guys out of time. You strip a little bit away, but you haven't forced the rotation just yet. You need to strip away 5 extra seconds.
One more go. One more attack, Boston. Once more in. The trades, they're done. And it's final 10, but you're not going to be able to win it here either. The rotation is on.
Going towards new. You get the setup here for Boston. They're going to have 3 out of 4 players near by the time. Cammy up top, 2 players down low. Thieves are going to be sprinting.
One final bedroom hardpoint. One final go. Here we have it. Boston with a control. A solid break is all you need for the Thieves. You've battled this far. Hydra down. Next up through bedside. Down. Next man. Purge. Down. Hydra dead. That is that.
Sensitivity training for Cammy. Ladies and gentlemen, he's back.
He's back. Boston Breach with a first upset of Major 2. And what a way to do it. The Thieves, they will descend to the lower bracket. Boston can absolutely hold their heads high as they march forward.
And how about them just punishing the mistakes that Thieves are making? You had P1s from LA that were dominant, but players taking massive routes to effectively flip the spawn the wrong way against the team, and Boston capitalized. And I know there's a man that has been on a mission, often criticized so much that Nameless has turned on him, Awakening. 44 bomb on their foreheads with nearly 2 minutes in the time. I mean, the best map I've seen Awakening play all year long, and by God did he pick a moment to make it happen. But obviously, full team there from the effort. Cammy just threw up 21 assists and dished out 4,600 damage. LA Thieves in the respawn, well, at least in the hardpoint, could not hang.
They got him. Demon Joe, 4.5k damage as well. Well, a match that was. A happy Boston indeed, elated. As the first major upset of our tournament. Look at that.
Dude, and just such a cool roster as well. Like, these guys got grouped up together at the tail end of last year, went into the EWC just to see if things were gonna click. Did well enough that they said, yep, this is gonna be our team rolling into new. And I mean, they've been impressive throughout the year, maybe sort of a mediocre major one, but ultimately throwing up a lot of CDL points. And I mean, here they are, taking down the big dogs in a clean series as well. You win 2 hard points against LA Thieves. That might be one of the first times that has happened all year to this squad, in the 6-4 win on S&D as well. I mean, it's their bread and butter game mode, and frankly, one of the most fun teams to watch in the game for Serge. Boston, I mean, they've been a great time.
That was a good blab we had there. Again, who saw that coming? No one saw that coming. I did call this as a weird game 5 banger based on what we had today. Can we also go back and Snoopy, the most ridiculous individual kills I've seen for a long time. He's on stage with Blaze.
Thank you so much, Miles. Texas, show some love to the Boston Breach as they take down the Thieves in this matchup and stay in the winner side of the bracket. I got Snoopy with me on the main stage. Snoopy, it got absolutely wild at the end of that hard point right there. You know, there were a few moments, there were plenty of moments where you guys were up, but I know you want to kind of close it out. Talk to me about what's going on in the comms, what's going on through your head, trying to get that final hard point in those last few seconds.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this match, we knew it was going to be a close game. You know, Thieves is a great team, but we just trusted like ourselves, played our game. And even in those like tense situations, tense moments where you got to hold the hill, you can't like die off the rotation. You know, we just stay composed, just bring the confidence and just, you know, hold an iron.
Definitely had all the composure and confidence in this series against the minor 2 champs, but, you know, your teammates, you know, Awakening, Big Mac, Cammy playing huge, mad assist, Purge doing his thing. Talk to me about how proud you are of your teammates, because you've been with this Boston team for a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since the EWC, and, you know, like, I can tell right now that we're just, like, really close friends. We go out together, we just do, like, stuff, you know, so it's pretty happy to be able to get this win with this team. And yeah, I mean, each one of them trust each other, we trust each other, so that's all that matters. And yeah, we're just gonna keep bringing the energy and like hopefully, you know, we can take the championship.
That chemistry shows on the main stage, Snoop, okay? Lastly, you got a lot of fans out here. You got a lot of fans across the country. Talk to them, let them know how you feel about them.
Yeah, I mean, thank you guys so much for the support. I know it's been like a tough year, last year too, but it doesn't matter, we learn from it. And thank you so much for la comunidad latinoamericana también. Muchas gracias. Los quiero mucho. Gracias a mi familia en México. Gracias. Los quiero. Y a mi mamá también. Que está aquí. And yeah, thank you so much, guys.
All right, that's going to do it for me and Snoopy on the stage. Puckett, take us away.
The best player to come out of Mexico, Snoopy, dominating once again. Did not expect it in this matchup. You had number 8. That's right, David, taking down Goliath in LA Thieves. And we have to go right into our scuff play of the game because this is the end. Boston Breach sealing the deal. It's tied 230-230. Walk me through this, Ant.
Yeah, so we're at the end of the game here, and we saw a couple of on this hill in particular where they just kind of played from, you know, the next hill side and just tried to like get a pick, on LA Thieves and just keep them off the hill, and it's just back and forth. And you're looking at the score here, you're like, okay, we just have to make sure that they can't win on this hill and secure rotation. So we're going to throw just enough bodies to be able to contest. And now once they see that LA Thieves cannot win on this hill, it's okay, get in position to rotate. We're going to send players over towards stairs. Wake, you're the one guy, if you get a kill on rotation here, it's going to alleviate the full pressure. And you see, he finds the first kill on Hydra, which is a massive kill. The follow-up comes in from Snoopy on the back steps, and now you know that you have to go through the front. As soon as Cammy finds that kill up top, you've just secured yourself a win over the LA Thieves. Boston Breach, spark plug, huh? Now, baby, they got a dub, man. It feels good to see Boston Breach actually find some success on land this year.
Was that Gigawake? Is that like the Phantom character I've always heard about but haven't witnessed?
Bro, listen, Giga came out in full force. 44 kills, over 100 seconds in the hill. The guy wasn't just playing for kills, he was getting the objective work done. And that's the Giga that we expect to see through this bracket now.
Ali, let's take a look at the bracket for Boston. What does it look like from here? Well, you're guaranteed top 6. This was your first match victory in any of our minors or majors. They are now looking like they're meeting up with Vancouver in round 2.
And I don't hate that for Boston Breach. If they keep up that high-octane engagement versus a team like Vancouver Surge, they could absolutely exploit some of the respawns in that series. I mean, that Boston Breach is the Boston Breach that could push all the way to a top 4. I mean, everybody was on all cylinders. We saw Cold War Cammy, we saw Gigawake, and Snoopy finally having some help. I mean, it feels like he has been going rogue on his own for Boston Breach.
It's gonna be fun from here on out. We got one more match to go on opening day here at Major 2 when we come back. We've already had 3 upsets. Can Minnesota make it 4 for 4 on opening day? The Rocker trying to cause chaos in our bracket.
Bro, what was that? What was that series?
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Like a cannon. Blast like a cannon. Big bang coming through. Blast like a cannon.
Well, Hex is claiming this is going to be the best champs ever. Well, for these two, it absolutely was. Just a moment ago in the venue, the green wall and the rest of the venue, of course, giving the congratulations to that lucky couple. Heck of a way to set a proposal up, I'll say.
What a fantastic weekend, man. Like, it's all about the love, man. Congratulations to both of them. You know.
I suck with this. Bruh. I'm not using that shit ever again, dude. Straight up.
What do they have to give yourself a fighting chance here in the series? Real, ruthless aggression.
Another on stairs, can't get it, it's Krent with 2. It's now down to Lucky. And will he be that in this 1v2 situation? Here they come, finds the first! Oh my God! Lucky! Dios mío, how has he done that?
Behind enemy lines.
He's getting loose early every round. Like,
do a little dance, make a little love. Get down there. Who's there tonight? Oh my God, here we go. They got the stack. Second tick is done. FaZe trying to go. It's moving so quickly. Can they get in and contest? They're soaring through. It's just about done. The contest is in. Shotzzy kills everybody in front of him, but FaZe are able to get in. Kenny the point man, here we go. Gotta hold with no respawns. They're holding for now. They win 1. Nobody left. FaZe hold with no respawns remaining.
Insight's not going to see it. Kleenex going to get caught off guard, or is he? He gets 1. That's a decent 1-for-1 trade. Insight right back over, looking for a little bit of help from Scrap. 2v3, selling the cross, dealt with by Scrap. Sip also seen on the cross. 22 seconds. Draza trying to work this with Scrap able to turn this down to a 2v1. Just down to Sip. Not gonna happen. Shut your mouth. Toronto in the grand finals here at home.
They sound with a very quick listen in.
Last one. Missing Zach. Missing Zach. Two boxes. Got you. He told me. No, he didn't get to the left. My bad if I need you. You're good. Go, come weak. There's 3 on 3. The short steps. Hold.
The 2025 Minnesota Rocker Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators as well as a weapon charm to keep the competition on ice. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
We are already into match number 4 here on opening day of Major 2. The 2025 Black Ops 6 season continues now after upset after upset. Atlanta FaZe trying to avoid the curse that is plaguing Allen, Texas. They are the higher seed in this fight. On the other side, we got the Minnesota Rocker, who I know it's not just Nameless who's very high on this squad. Chance, you love this team as well. Why?
I mean, a big fan. I just think they have like a couple key pieces that always deliver in the big moments. I'm a very big fan of Estriel. He always turns up against Atlanta FaZe specifically, and it has been 2 years in a row where he's been able to do so. So I like him. For me, it's about the supporting cast, whether or not his boys can pick him up.
So Estriel is one of those up-and-coming players in his sophomore season, but on the other side, you're playing against some of the greatest who have graced the CDL era. Let's take a look at Atlanta FaZe. Abizi has been a monster this qualifier, snatching people from behind and shooting their teammates with them.
They have been disrespectful during this qualifier, Chris. I'm gonna have to echo you on that one, but I will say there's some glaring opportunities for Minnesota Rocker in this series, specifically in that search and destroy. Both these teams kind of sitting middle of the pack. Atlanta FaZe have felt a little bit of a dip when it comes to their attacking ways, but on the flip side, their respawn has been literally dominant across the board. Number 1 and number 2, Hardpoint and Control team. It's just been the kind of the awakening of the SMG. Simp and Abizi, different beasts during the stage.
That's 3 of every match, right? That's pretty good then.
And to her point, I mean, I feel like the ARs have also played extremely well throughout this split. We've seen Celium go back to, you know, his #1 spot that he's had for years. And these guys, I mean, they're coming off of 2 LAN tournaments in a row that they've won, right? So they're coming in trying to get a 3-peat currently. And having just seen LA Thieves lose right there, I think it answers our question. Like, Atlanta is still the best in the world.
Atlanta FaZe at least trying to prove it. We'll see if they can get the job done. They have to get through Minnesota Rocker, who has been very tough. Let's talk a little bit about this squad from up north. It's not just Estriel Gio is putting down huge numbers. You saw Paul X be a difference maker. But truly, if you're looking at this team, I think all eyes need to be on Nero, Alley Cat.
I think that's a good shout because he's kind of that leading force when it comes to this Minnesota Rocker team. When Nero is popping off, it relieves so much pressure off the rest of his teammates. But there's a couple of issues for Minnesota Rocker right now. They haven't lost a Hardpoint in a hot minute. They're on a 5-loss streak and their Search and Destroy, kind of the same story. They lost 4 in a row. They finally got a win versus the Vancouver Surge, but lacking some consistency when it comes to Minnesota Rocker.
Let's take a look at what happened last time these two teams met. Keep in mind, it was over a month ago. The hard point was close, and that's what we want to remind folks, is everyone kind of counts out Minnesota, but if we see Protocol or even Vault Hardpoint, you got to think they got a chance.
Yeah, and that Protocol is a map that Atlanta faces 8-2 on, right? They love that. So I think we'll be going back to it at some point in this series. You know, on the side of Minnesota, like, they've lost a lot of Game 5s this season. They lost their last 5 Game 5s. So we used to call them the gritty team. Now it just feels like when they do get there, they've been crumbling. So hopefully Minnesota, we get the one where Nero is popping off and we get ourselves an electric Game 5.
We asked the Stats Wizard to put together our players to watch, and the machine says... Estriel versus Simp. I like the showdown at the front line. Chance, is it a one-sided fight?
Well, no, not a one-sided fight. For these two players for the square up, I think they're going to be getting after it. And I think across all game modes, we're expecting an incredibly high level of production. But I think if Estriel brings his A game, FaZe still have the advantage. It's really about the supporting cast for Minnesota. Everybody has to play at their best, and that's just to make it a series.
Yeah, and recently Nero and Gio they've
Fallen
taken
off.
a dip in their KD and their damage in almost every category, right? So, like, yes, Estriel can be a win condition. He can have good moments, but he's been doing that this entire split and hasn't led to big wins over any of the top teams they've played. As Chance said, you need the supporting cast. You need Nero or Gio to have that pop-off series.
Which one has more pressure in your eyes?
I'm going to go with Nero. He's always just felt like the X factor.
Yeah.
He's just felt like the X factor, the win condition for this team, although Gio can get it done as well.
I think Miles was onto something. When Nero plays his best, his hair is fully grown out like Wolverine, Logan mode. When he shaves his head, he's been riding the struggle bus. Just pay attention. In the meantime, let's take a look at our maps and modes. I'm told we got plenty of time before this game kicks off. Our players getting ready for their best of 5, which will begin on red card for a double dose of Hardpoint, then Search and Destroy. We have Hacienda Game 3, and then, of course, Protocol and Vault Game 5, Allie.
It's tough when you go into the maps and modes with both these teams because you have Atlanta FaZe on one side who has one of the deepest map pools in the league and Minnesota Rocker on the other that really doesn't have one. So these first 2 maps, not great for the side of Minnesota Rocker. They're sitting at 1-4 on red card and 1-5 in the Hardpoint and Search and Destroy. They are happy to see that Hacienda in that map 3 that might give them some opportunity, but they're going to be playing for the later half of this series.
If they can make it to that vault, Minnesota feel damn good about it. That's all I'll say about this. We just saw like maps and modes in the last series, and did it matter? It did not. Boston just did the impossible. Minnesota have to see that and take some note, like, we can do this.
Chance, we want to remind everybody, don't chase your losses. But if you were and Minnesota is the underdog here, the curse continues with upset after upset. How do they get it done in your eyes?
At Game 5, literally, they're going to have to get to that Vault S&D without question, and the Protocol Hardpoint as well might be another one to slip through. So I love the second half of this series. If you only took a 16-point on the Protocol, you have faith in this squad.
If you make it to that game, you're 7-1 on Vault.
They're incredible.
Literally the best Vault Search team. So, hey, man, did good in the vetoes.
Y'all are
Just
selling
gotta
the
get there.
dream really well right now because I am not there with you. But looking over at this bracket, like, FaZe, they want to get to that Cloud9 New York matchup. I think that one's going to be a banger, but on the side of Minnesota Rocker, like, if you make it through FaZe, you could be looking at a top 4.
The loser of this drops down to play Optic. Just keep that in mind.
Allie, what was more likely to happen?
What?
Breach beating LA Thieves or Rocker beating FaZe?
Oh my gosh. I probably would have told you Rocker beating FaZe just because Rocker likes to come out with a huge right hook sometimes, but man.
Historically, Rocker, like, in the last couple of years, have played good against FaZe. I mean, everybody remembers when you had to paint your hair.
Oh, that is true. They did make me paint my hair purple. That is true. It wasn't the same roster, though. Estriel was on that roster.
That wasn't LAG? Anyway.
Well, I meant to say the players, but yes, Estriel.
I see what we're coming from. In the meantime, let's take a look back at why Atlanta FaZe is so feared here in the CDL. They started off as our Minor 1 and Major 1 champions. How many games did it take, Chance?
Not enough. I mean, I don't know. The more Call of Duty we get to see him play, the better, at least for the Major 2 finals, when all the distance, the Game 7, the Round 11. But in my mind, Atlanta FaZe, the CDL era, they're just a guarantee. Like, there's never a fear. They play against the lower competition. They beat them every single time. We hit the first 2 weeks of this year where they started out flat and the community finally sees the opportunity. 6 years of pent up, I hate these guys.
Yeah.
I hate watching them win. Let's try to slam them. And then, of course, we take the break, come back, and they're back to being the best in the world. So they're guaranteed. Very rare for them to let upsets slip through it all. And, I mean, it's just impossible not to have faith.
And we're at Major 2, and we know historically at Major 2, they've made every grand final.
Yep.
Atlanta FaZe, right? They've won the last 2 Major 2s. So, comfortable territory for these guys coming in, trying to defend their title, trying to get a three-peat, as I mentioned before. These guys are on an insane run in the CDL era.
I mean, that's the funny thing, though, right? Is you don't want to go up against Atlanta FaZe in the first 3 days of an event because they always show up and show out in the beginning, but then it's Sunday when you're like, are you going to place second again for the 20th time in the row? So for Minnesota Rocker, you're not feeling great because it's only day 1.
I am not going to be shaken by the Texas curse here on a Thursday. I will begin our Scuff Pick'ems with the correct choice of Atlanta FaZe. It will be a 3-1. We're not getting a 3-0 this time.
I have faith in Rocker. I just want that on the record. I just have way more faith in Atlanta FaZe, so I'll be taking them too.
I want to go on my 1 here because this is where I can show off my nails when I do my pick'ems. Yeah, we're going Atlanta FaZe.
I'm going to go with Minnesota. Listen, I've learned my lesson, all right?
Clearly
I
not.
finally picked opposite of Boston, and look what happens. I'm going to stick with my guns. I'm going Minnesota. They got this.
You poor guy.
I tip it.
Final match of our opening night kicks off right now. Make some noise. We got Atlanta FaZe taking on Minnesota Rocker.
And it's going to be a banger of a matchup. It's our last one a day. Texas, help me set the stage one more time. You guys ready to get this started? Get ready to throw it up because the first team coming from the stage is the boys from the South.
Who really stopping me? I did not come for apologies. I am not here for the politics. Your confidence started with common sense. They gonna cry for acknowledgement. I got the team to conglomerate. Give it to Austin, not stopping it. I am the one, they not stopping him. No. New level, it's a different situation. Black tails when I pull up in the latest 101, so they never can replace them. This is not the attic, now we live in spaces. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Release the focus in the comments, all canary. I try to tell them, but they didn't get the message.
Texas, give a warm welcome to Atlanta FaZe! Show some love to Draza, Abizi, Simp, and Celium. Your minor and major 1 champions coming to the stage, looking to cash out another check this event. Make some noise, Texas, it's Atlanta FaZe!
These guys are vibing right now. Their biggest competition is already sent down to the elimination bracket. Atlanta FaZe always ready to show up on day number 1, and they got the new gold drip as well. These guys are feeling it this event. Major 2 is always a good time if you're a FaZe fan, and they have been looking unreal in this game thus far. So Atlanta FaZe, they gotta get through a Minnesota Rocker, but I don't think they're gonna be sweating about it. Let's bring them out, please.
It's time to bring them out. Looking to possibly show us another upset today. Rocking to the stage. Here comes Minnesota.
Let's go.
Comes off the backside of Powell's wall, plus the delayed hit from Escriel.
Check the scoreboard, I'm running up stacks. Numbers don't lie, that's facts. Yeah, they can't stop.
Oh my God, Gio, my God, is his Hardpoint.
Check the numbers, I'm running it up. Yeah, I got it.
Oh, Nero gets double over the middle of the map. Has more. Oh, Nero, hello. How about the full team wipe from Nero?
Texas, make some noise for the Minnesota Rocker! Here comes Paulex, Estro, Nero, and Gio. Minnesota looking to climb to the top of the summit of the CDL and get it done. One more time, Texas. Texas. It's the Minnesota Rocker.
I think I speak for everybody when I say that every Minnesota match has you on the edge of your seat. These guys are straight shooters. Can they put it together over an extended period of time? They have such a tough matchup, but we know they have the potential to be great. Let's get this match started, boys.
I'm ready to get it started, and we know Minnesota can get the job done, but will it be today? It's time to find out. Texas, we throw it over to Merc and Maven. Let's go.
Thank you, Plays. All right, we're going to start off with, can I tell you a story, Joe?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to tell you a story of three. Number 3, Joe.
Okay.
Okay?
Is this like, what kind of story we're talking about?
Oh, yeah, no, not
Like a
threesome. Not
vacation?
threesome, Joe. Just statistics with number 3. First, you got the trio, the 3 guys that have been playing together since the start of the CDL, right? With Abizi, Semp, and Cell, okay? They're looking to win their 3rd Major 2 in a row. They're looking to win their 3rd event in a row. We can date back to EWC. We just saw and got reminded how easy it is to slip up in a round 1 with Thieves, no matter how good you are online. Part of the reason they've had consistency, you want to hear their record since CDL started in round 1s?
It's something with a 3.
32-3, which is absurd. And on the Rocker side, they just need to start the series before map 3. I mean, that's what we've seen, like in casting. Like, they got to come out, start. They cannot start it down 0-2. So that's my story of 3s.
Yeah, I mean, that was a much tamer story than where I thought you were going, honestly.
You thought that was going somewhere else entirely,
like Paris or something.
Yeah, not to Paris. But no, this Rocker team, they've been guilty of slow starts. They cannot have it happen here. And yes, maybe we cast our curse, slip up into happening with the Faves roster, but the reason they've managed to get the final after final after final is the consistency, especially early in tournaments. They do not slip up. They don't have to make a lot of losers runs. They do it every year.
No, I mean, we're talking about this because of that Thieves loss that we just saw versus Breach.
It's just a reminder how easy it is. It happens, man.
It's just a couple of maps, and God, in some days you just, someone wakes up, like awakening, starts beaming. But Hardpoint Stage 2, the strength for Atlanta FaZe, and a big fall off here for Rocker. You can see they have lost 5 in a row. And to a surprise here, I mean, we're playing red card, and red card on the year for Minnesota Rocker has not been great in either Serge or Hardpoint. We're talking 2-9 across both of those. They do not like to play it, but they're letting FaZe play in map 1.
They got to get to the map 5 somehow, right?
Yeah,
and they've had some map 5 magic. Can they actually get there? That'll be the question. But let's get into our final match of the day. We got a long tournament weekend ahead of you, and already some shocks and surprises so far on this day 1. Maybe we got another one. Who knows? Rocker finally come out hot in the series, and anything is possible. We'll see if Estriel can get out the gate and get the frying. Not able to get too much going as we'll focus here on the P1. Nero nearly recentering onto a 3rd, but eventually traded out by FaZe. If Rocker is somehow going to bring the upset on this map in this series, is it just the slow starts in general you're looking at, or is there any? It's hard to even highlight a player, right? Because it's like any of them could be that like spark plug that had that moment. Is there one you look at more?
In terms of players, I mean, I think you're probably looking at Nero and Geo if you're talking about stage 2. That maybe haven't, because Estriel's been fantastic. You heard the desk talk about it.
Yeah.
Paul has stepped up a slow start here in this one, but I just think you need all 4, right? I think you do have the individual talent.
All 4 earlier.
For all 4 players. Yeah, it's just, to cause an upset like this, they have to come out early.
We'll see. If they can do just that is, for a moment, FaZe trying to soak up this time, but as we look to the P2, into Celium's POV, we'll see what damage he can get done. He's got help from BZ with the double. Only got to drop is really Simp, and this will set up the next push coming forward for Rocker to see if they can break, but that's a lovely bit of work from Draws to get the headshot pick and make sure they continue to crew this time.
Yeah, Nero making a big play. He's going to wrap all the way around and get those outer spawns for his team, but FaZe just soaked it up the Hardpoint. Celium winning it on the hill, able to hit the second as well. Now they're going to try to push on forward. Looks like the spawns are still safer now for Rocker. Actually, 2 going to spawn out, and Geo's going to get taken down. This is exactly what FaZe want with 15 seconds left.
That is correct. 2 of them going to get off to the races. The guy they're going to meet there will be Estriel. We'll pay attention to that fight in a moment. But
yeah, he's there early.
Yep. But will he be able to catch anybody? And he is. Abizi not ready for it. And he got another one-on-one for Cell, kind of the other side towards camera. And he's able to pull out the pistol and pop away. That'll give you numbers as you go to track down Estriel. Estriel by himself for now, but he's going to spawn one teammate there, and the help from Nero about to come in. Can they actually win this next set of fights, though?
Yeah, both teams just really playing for control, maybe trying to help out Simp on the outer part. Looks like Geo's on the outside, near driveway. They know his position now. They know where everybody else is. So on the FaZe side, you're kind of just playing for spawns, trying to set yourself up for stage hill with those spawns.
So you're really just fighting for that control.
I thought Simp was stunned and dead to right. See, I almost pulled out 2 somehow, but you're enjoying a decent lead up 40. You get the rest of this. Rocker, you're right back in the fight, but we'll see what Paul X can do from this. Bannister's eating some bullets, so he can't make the play, but Estriel will get the kill. That body on top of the trash can looks insane in the corner, by the way. I think that's a beast who got blocked like 20 seconds ago. Narrow common, dipping and diving, looking for his next re-entry here towards the point. His re-entry, though, is going to unfortunately be caught by a teammate there from Estriel. Now let's rotate across. Early on the setup again will be Atlanta FaZe. Pressure to Rocker to once again break. You just got to kind of get out of this pattern eventually. Granted, I mean, you had Estriel, I guess, as the forward man last time, but ultimately numbers to FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe just, this is what they wanted to set up, was to hopefully cash in at this P4. You had Simp on the hill early, Celium locking down the middle of the map, but it's Estriel who's able to find a double. Can they get onto it, though? Draza just chilling for now. Players gonna spawn on up. All the ARs are out, but Rocker have no pressure on the hill right now. You're trying to cut down the gunfights, but Celium up to 12 and 5, cutting off middle of the map. The ARs locking it down.
The players that play from bottom stage look so funny. You gotta pay the tolls roll. Trying to get in, break through. Draza just crouched, hitting nades, and the lead continues to grow. It's not scary territory necessarily yet, but we're getting close. 80-point advantage to FaZe, and this next hardpoint, it's got to be a big one.
Yeah, I think you at least need to get a little bit of time here if you are Rocker, right? P5 is one that can be very scrappy. But a lot of ARs out right now. Abizi trying to do what he can on one side of the map, Celium on the other. Yeah, I think you're starting to be a little worried if you are Rocker, because it felt like even on that P4, there was a couple of chances maybe for them to contest. Just couldn't get that final kill onto the hill.
Yeah, you know how difficult it can be here to turn this actually into time at camera. Just so much is contested, or so much of the time is white. A battle around it, but nobody able to battle actually inside of the hard point. Finally, Rocker seeing what they can do, but once you have Abizi inside the ticket, I mean, he's kind of setting his team up for the next rotation. He's able to pick people out of the hard point, trying to get a little crossfire there with the other side of the Tiny Terrace in Simp. Rossi trying to get what damage he can with the pistol, but I mean, you chip away at the lead a little, but not much.
Yeah, no, I mean, really, Abizi's just been inside a ticket, right? He's just like has this crossfire in. So, yeah, as you said, get a little bit of time, but inside of P1 will be FaZe early on. It should be. Well, Paul's going to be the first one there, just cutting through ticket, but FaZe fighting for outer stage.
We'll fight from outside and try to battle in. A better start now for Rocker. Maybe this is where you try to mount your comeback. A good hold. This lead starts to disappear. Abizi finally able to finish the kill. Tries to square up on the next one, but gets shot in the side. But you've got everything you want in the minimap right now if you are Rocker. This is a great position when you think about the rotation, when you think about getting time here. They're turning around this second set. Great stuff.
Yeah, I think if you're FaZe, it's just sort of what went wrong at the end of that P5 into P1. Just, it looked like you were playing for outside. Maybe you had the positions. They just lose all the gunfights outside of Abizi near ticket. Now, if you're Rocker, you are set up in prime position to get right back into the game. They were down 80, now right around 40 points. Starting to win some more gunfights. Again, Estriel playing so well.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the play clock. So far, maybe okay, but a couple minutes off of it. Might become interesting late. Estriel, still the hot hand. Paul X trying to turn it around at 8 and 16. They're going to need him to step it up likely as we get deeper into it, but you probably feel fortunate with him double negative to be battling in the game like you are. At the P2, though, now you've got what you want if you're FaZe. You've got them spawning back. You've got them penned in for rotation. You're getting the time inside. This can be a great stretch to push that lead out again if you're Atlanta FaZe. Let's see if Paul can find something to get him going. Well, he does find something. It's some shots, but also a great need there from Abizi.
Yeah, what a spawn's going to be. I'd say there was just such a slight timing. Outer was open, but Abizi's going to spawn on up, looked over his teammate.
This has been a great hold.
Well, yeah, I mean, FaZe, sometimes they like to play, you know, sort of their perfect hard point, and this has been it so far. Simp just continues to win gunfights around the hill, finally a trade onto him. And while they're keeping them trapped for that P3.
Yeah, leaving no opportunity for the flip, pinning him in, getting the time. FaZe building the lead out to about 60 again. Let's hear the comms from Atlanta FaZe.
He's going right side.
I have our front poster. Give me top.
Right near. That's right near. I'm going to get. Yo, what's spawning out on me? Mid. Weak heads out. Yeah, I'm trying to stay alive for a second. I'm gonna get a jack shot. Outer.
One shot.
I still want to where?
I don't see him outer. He's P1. He could go top. He could go top mid.
I don't see P1 guys. Outer. Bottom stairs. Weak. Yo, I think. Yo, Gio's top, I think. She was top or maybe something. Yeah, I'm trying to help. Step. Nice, help me.
One shot her, Nero.
Stairs in time.
Stairs dead.
Nice, good shit.
Stairs, Geo, one shot.
Take time.
He's absolutely what's middle, I'm chiming. Bus. Astral bus. Three there. 2 more on time. Yeah, I'm playing a bit. Nice.
Steps to you, steps in time.
You want to go, Scott?
Steps in time. One's mid, pull two.
Mid pole?
Very good.
Geo, nice.
Let's
What's on there?
One's on their bus. Nothing heads.
I just want that.
I'm mid or down.
Tower does that. Nice.
Nothing heads.
He's Ambi heading. Ambi, Astral, one shot, Ambi.
Weak on time too.
Zach, I'm saying.
Yeah,
One's the mid-stairs. He's shining our side. Nice, I get 2. Oh my god!
Empty in his door.
I'm trying to get mid with him. Iron mid. One's mid, Nero. Low weak. Nice, I can die. Stay down the hills on you. Go, Nero. Empty rotate. I have our side. Oh my god, Zach. You're so much better.
Come on, baby. Come on.
Yo, I don't know what they're spawning mid then.
Last one red hedge.
One spawn mid on me. Absolute Nero on ticket.
I'm trying to get BS today.
Yeah. I spawn now.
Yeah,
You might be. You want to get a ticket?
They have BS today. Yes, they have BS today.
I'm actually down.
I'm
Shrinking out.
He's
coming.
okay.
They're going to be BS today.
Ticket, weak.
One seat to 2 BS. Middle.
They're taking Nero.
Ticket! Dead! One shot ticket!
The BS today dead.
Nice, you're trying to sell Chris. Stay alive and ticket.
I
hear. SC, you want double hill? Yeah. Hey, we're gonna hill.
I don't see him taking.
I hear.
Nothing around there. They're taking up it.
Shot, Scott. Get time.
There's a good time. One might be behind us.
I don't think so. One's mid on me. Nero mid, really good.
Two mid.
Two there.
Take it open.
Well, Draza was the understage king again, goes on 7 straight, earns this streak, and maybe you don't get what you want out of the streak usage. You're trying to maybe seal the game or get a big break there, but in a breaking up some time, you now get into your next set, opportunity to close it out. If you're Rocket, you stayed in chomping distance. There's an opportunity to maybe make a wild run. You just have to be able to close the gap.
Well, it's really just a 2v4s. In this one, even more so. There were a couple of chances with draws, but he was just able to stay alive. Had the SMG, was making the plays. Goes on that 7 spree, and then, yeah, gets the Hellstorm. But, yeah, in terms of, like, slaying, you're kind of there. You heard in the listening there were some gunfights that FaZe thought they won.
No, they called dead like 3 times.
3 times where they got fried. They just got fried. So, I mean, Minnesota Rocker, they are shooting. Nero's 32 and 27 going off. They just have not been able to make up this lead.
And maybe, you've heard Draws in an interview talk about FaZe, and maybe some of their maps haven't been the prettiest, but they're trying to play the game in a way where the guns aren't hot, where they're losing some fights. They can still win the map. That has been their goal throughout stage 2, and I'm not saying they're gonna be perfect in that regard, but that's the goal, right? That's a goal for a team. You're not always gonna wake up and be beaming. You're just not.
Most days they are, though.
True. But I think you just saw it with the loss we just saw for Thieves. Like, you're not always gonna be beaming, but Estriel, with his 3 there, opportunity now to battle back. You've been down 50 plus basically the entire game, really from the get-go. Now the opportunity to come alive, maybe mount a comeback like we saw Cloud9 do earlier today, and you're getting closer and closer to doing it. Second by second, the chance is here. We go for the break, that's a great stun. Bails out Cell, who might drop. So far, though, the trades are there. You go 2 for 2. If you're Rocker, nice tracking there from Estriels. He gets to 6 straight, but you're battling back into the point with the close spawns. FaZe get in, 20 needed for the victory. Estriel trying to be the hero, doing everything he can.
Yeah, but they just had to put so much pressure on the hill. FaZe and know this, right? This 20 puts them so close to winning this map. So you have to push on forward.
Geo
does Minnesota Rocker. Great shots out of Geo. He's up to 35 as well.
That was a hit
on this rotation.
ASMR,
you see Paul and Nero already going to be in the spot, but they don't want to give this up. We know that P4 can be contest heavy, so Geo's going to push on forward. That will flip the spawn zone. This is what I was talking about. They had to put pressure on the objective. Hellstorm going to be called in from Estriel. This could be a great moment for Rocker if they win the fights on the hill.
Can they actually win them? They do. After the streak comes in, Nero, Gio, light it up. Now, you cannot win it here if you're Rocker. This is where it gets so tricky. You've got to be bordering on perfect here. You can't let FaZe get 5 points. You also have to win rotation. These have been the comeback kings so many times this year. Can you do it again? But you can't allow one break, and well, the tiny tears pop off. Drop 3, Cell gets the last. It's the final break. And that leads to a map 1 victory for FaZe. Leading throughout, gassing each other in the comms, and walking away with a red card map 1 win.
Yeah, it wasn't the prettiest at all. I mean, in terms of their red card, a lot of times their right card isn't. It feels like it's always within striking distance if you are that opposing team.
This reminds me of like
Walker had the chances.
Last year a bit, like their record Hardpoint looks great, like 11-3, but it's a lot of close Hardpoints. It really is, but at the end of the day, if you're winning them, you're winning them. Fact is, they get it done. Rocker, another just painful one. And I don't want to say they didn't really come out that flat. Like, yes, well, they did though. I mean, what was the lead? Was the biggest it got early? Like 80? Like 110 to 30?
30, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I take back what I said. It was same old Rocker.
Yeah, and I think Paul, I mean, this is something he's been better this stage, but kind of reminds you of stage 1. I mean, damage-wise, he's right there, but 21 and 36, I mean, he's got 21 assists. I just look at the 2P4s. I mean, you lose by 35. If you can somehow break up one of those, this is a much different game.
And another one of those maps, and we've had a couple as of late, even series where Draws has been kind of the takeover guy for them. A lot of times, statistically, you're talking about a guy like Cell or Sipper BZ, but Draws reminds you, I'm here for a reason too. I've got the confidence, I can play at whatever level I need to, and I loved it in the comms when he's like, you're the best. He's like, come on, baby. Like, it's great hearing these guys having fun within a map. BZ obviously not able to grab anybody, which is shocking considering how his stage qualifier has been, but nice map 1 win. This is where, the comeback kind of started. You go down about 80, you bring it back within 40, and that's just this 40 to 50 point advantage you have basically from now till the end of the game.
I mean, this was it. I mean, this was your chance. You finally had the numbers. It was a 1 versus 2. You tried to hit it from both sides. Just doesn't work. I think you get some help from a spawner fewer draws, but he knew the play. The pre-fire was on point. And again, if you split that time, you probably stop the Hellstorm, maybe a bit of a cleaner P5. But those are the moments you kind of look at. Again, you can shoot with the best if you are Minnesota Rocker. We've seen that from all their POVs. Just these couple of moments.
Yes, the very beginning came out flat, but we've had some where they're like just not even like shooting back map 1 or 2, and there's nothing. That is competitive. Like, you have opportunities to win that one. You got to feel a little bit better about it. Maybe as you head into a Serge, and maybe where the opening can be, as much as the Hardpoint and really the respawns were fantastic for FaZe throughout the qualifier. I mean, everything they kept saying in every single interview, every time we talked to them was search. We're working on that. We're going to see if it paid off, because you know the best search record over qualifier too, but we'll find out now in LAN.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of little mistakes from the FaZe side, right, where they have early numbers, they kind of threw them away. And I think they're saying this just because the way they won Major 1, right? Best of 7, you have 3 S&Ds, they won all 3. They know that they have the talent to win a Control, a Hardpoint versus anyone.
Yeah.
It's just if they lock in their game mode, can win 2 out of 3 of those. Like, they should win the tournament.
Yeah, well, now it looks real different. I mean, based on the Thieves loss, I mean, how this could go. Granted, Thieves could still make a run through losers, and they meet up in the finals, but this tournament quickly looks a lot different than we expected it to after one upset there for Breach. Rocker trying to do the same. How wild will this one look if like FaZe were round 1 as well?
That'd be
suddenly both those teams losers.
Yeah.
No, that'd be insane. It's like the whole bracket flipped on its head.
Well, if FaZe lose this, they would play off their round 1, so that would be
okay. That'd be tough. Welcome, guys. Round 1 losers match. No, I'm not thinking that's going to happen. They rarely get upset in round 1. They're looking to continue the tradition of winning these major 2s, or at least get into a final. But we talked about S&D and how much they've been working on it, but there have been some struggles with that. I mean, you look at what they did in stage 1, you look at what they've done over the course of stage 2. 4 and 6 for a team like this, historically in Serge, not great.
No, not great at all. You kind of see the drop-offs there. Defense, they're 8th. Like, again, to me, that just sort of says, like, when you are winning opening duel win percentages, maybe you're just throwing away those rounds, right? The sort of conversion rounds that we talk about, just not paying dividends.
And could it be a thing where, where you're trying to get better at it, you're trying different things, it's like you get worse before you get better type of thing when you're working through different setups, you're working through different situations?
Well, I think, listen, like, when you're sort of on top, everybody's watching your gameplay, sort of what you're doing. I think throughout this stage, in terms of respawn, heck, even Serge, people watching a lot of LADs, like FaZe just, maybe trying some new things or
I felt like
trying to make some adjustments.
These have just kind of quietly been cruising this. I mean, all the talk was really about Thieves, with stuff going on with Optic, obviously. That was where a lot of the noise was. Just talking about social, I mean, us on broadcast. We didn't really talk about FaZe all much, but...
Well, I think you had a couple of losses to Serge, including in the minor too. Then, you don't win the minor, so... LA Thieves have been perfect, and they want that,
no, I mean,
but now it's different.
It makes sense why the chatter was there, but yeah, no, it definitely changed after that last series. But into the map too. Abizi saw his stats on red card overall for the season. Thinking maybe a first blood. He gets some tags in on forehead, but he's double chowed and wisely backs out of that. Worried about the pressure, getting the info, deals with Estriel. Nice first blood there for Abizi. I've said that a few times in my career.
Yeah, no, a lot of times. A lot of times, and well, they're going to find the next two, and Geo on the flank. Again, a lot of maps, or sorry, these first couple of maps, red card, not one that Rocker play a ton of. 2-9 on the year across Hardpoint and Search and Destroy, so you think just early advantage to FaZe, and you're getting that so far.
What did you think, like, overall, just with the map set when you saw it?
I think, like, I mean, you're playing Hacienda Control, like, no one's really been able to beat FaZe there. Like, that's going to be a big question mark, but you know, Rocker are undefeated on it this stage, so that'd be fun. But I think the back half of the series looks promising for Rocker. They just have to get there.
Have to get there. Going to be one of the harder things to do. We'll see. Obviously, FaZe tested, go to a game 5 or 2 towards the latter half of this qualifier. Breach push them there, and well, now looking less shocking after that Breach victory. Maybe they're heading a better form. Well, you found nothing in your opening round if you are Rocker, trying to see if they can turn the tides now on an offensive scheme of things. Just playing for info, biding their time and looking to pounce. That's narrow. We'll see when he gets ready to engage, but you've still got 2 people kind of posted here for FaZe. See what the setup looks, and well, now the info for both sides. You only really see there's at least one here, I believe, so maybe Rocker's thinking we pounce quickly. Slide in, trying to check the door, maybe. Nobody there. You just get gunned down, probably by the crossfire from the 2 ARs, so you get blooded again. Abizi maybe taking a chow or looking for info. He doesn't need to. That's a death you can't throw away.
Yeah, maybe you're just trying to time the slide, but now you're in a 3 versus 3. Abizi typically doesn't make those mistakes, but they've been doing that in stage 2. Cell, though, brings it back, and just like that, it is all down to Geo. But I think just so telegraphed was that round. Simp was in the middle of the map mid-stairs, and he's seeing nothing A side. So you get 2 quick rotations over towards B. You find that first blood as soon as the doors open. Draza closes the round out.
It feels like you just have to show something. Something out towards A.
Well, you know, we didn't see a ton of red card online through stage 2. Like, Major 1, there were so many, right? It felt like, you know, the meta really set itself at Major 1 was like this 2-2 split. You know, one guy lurking, maybe just some rotations back and forth. And now it's just like both teams. Are there any changes to that?
Yeah, no, true. So far, FaZe, though, dominating. We'll see what the planned attack is here on the next offense. Abizi, first blood with AR in hand last time. This time it's right to the sub, and he's just going. He's like, bait me, follow it up.
They just go so quick. Look where 1 and 3 are. They're across the map. This is what I mean. This 2-2 split just gets found out if you are FaZe. So now it's going to be down to Paul in a 1 versus 3. Finds the first, but a tall task ahead.
Yeah, it's like you got to do like a 3-1. Just play a retake type thing. That was a really good example of what you were talking about, though. They just hit it so quick. The rotation not able to come in. Can Paul clutch up? The answer swiftly is going to be a no. 3 commanding rounds now for FaZe. And cruise control in the Surge.
Yeah, just so much pressure early. They just, there's no fear. No fear. Whether they have the info that there's multiple players, maybe based off nades outside A, but they just have the call. Let's hit through the door, use our numbers, and, well, they had it.
Yeah, I mean, look, dude, Abizi just hit that. Like, I didn't feel like he had any chance to actually win a gunfight, but he slides in, teammates get the info, they'll get the next 2 cleanly, and suddenly you've got numbers. Just kind of sacrificing his body there to break open B. No success to write about yet for Rocker, but maybe this will be the round. You've got bodies here to beat him, though. Draws, first blood, damage into Paul as well. Things falling apart early.
I mean, it just feels like they're reading the map so well right now is FaZe. And then on the other side of the map, you're going to have a 1 versus 1. Estriel versus Abizi. Abizi, normally the island player. Does he get caught? It's happened a couple of times. Not going to happen this round.
Tucked away in a corner. Making the play, no opening for Estriel. Advantage grows more. They are getting manhandled. Gio, maybe he can bring it back. He's gonna have to find everybody as he's just trapped in, and Cell's toying with him. Best of luck with that. This has not been close.
Yeah, and this has been the issue with Rocker at times. I mean, just like, where are we?
Yeah.
Early in these series, and here's another example of it.
Well, it felt better, at least with the final score of the map one. It seemed like the guns were getting hot, but as you said, this isn't one they go to often when you talk about Serge. And at least right now, it seems like the search work you've been putting in if you were FaZe, this has been terrific. Solo cool as a cucumber.
No mistakes so far, that is for sure.
Other than maybe Abizi, his little like slide out when you're in the 4v3, that's about it. And even that, I mean, that round gets cleaned up immediately. Draza had a massive map one, he's 5-0. Still yet to drop. Finally a first blood for Rocker. Something to write home about, but you still gotta take the round.
Hey, look at that call. It's just like a 4 through mid. Like, it's a desperation play, and Abizi's gonna get caught. So Minnesota Rocker pulls some out of their hat, and well, it's looking to pay off.
They're just going to pull out a bunch of rabbits. Like they're gonna need more, a whole flock of them, or whatever it's called, Joe.
We'll see if they can find some.
Yeah,
starts with one rabbit.
Yeah,
though.
no, starts with one rabbit. Nice round. Just how many times are you gonna get away with something like that?
Yeah, just sort of a blind counter, just double chow through mid. The other two players go through, take it, fly on through. Be able to catch the players who are watching the flank over towards B side. But yeah, now you have to win an offense.
What do they need to change here? I mean, nothing's really been working for them on offense.
Well, I guess it's just going to be like, do we just kind of go over towards that A site and try to get the bomb down? B has not worked out at all.
Just more traditional, kind of work it up. Take the plant unless there's, well, you've had 2-3, kind of stack that side for FaZe at times. They've had some different looks here defensively.
Just, right up mid. But we're the last round, right?
Yeah, screw it. Let's just send it. I love this. It's just, we're just flying up through lobby. They take mid, they get a blood.
Someone's in a car as well, so I think they're trying to run at the player in the car. And well, that person has to get out. That's going to be Simp, but it worked again. Just run down the middle.
Okay, so maybe that's not going to work that many times. Maybe at least once on offense and defense, it's going to end up working out. But again, got to close it out in the 3 versus 2 against the Tiny Terrors. Stunning, getting info, snapping back and chowing. Nice job there, a little 2-man game to close out the round. There they go back to back, and they're quickly back in it. It's just now FaZe's turn to kind of make adjustments to the hits they're seeing.
Yeah, I think right there at the end, you saw that player throw the stun. I think Abizi misses it, so he's just trying to run on forward. He's thinking like maybe someone's gonna hit on the bomb. I have a 1 versus 1, maybe I can turn that into 2. That's why he's just like kind of sprinting through the doorway. He's got no hit marker off that stun.
Yeah, honestly, I was wondering because I didn't see the hit marker, but then it looked like Rocker like did hit it based on one team kind of holding it. I was like, did he hit it or not hit it? But I didn't think it connected. All right. Rocker, let's see if they can get another one. Once again, maybe just hit it. Just try to get aggressive and find the openings, and it has been paying off. The adjustment not there yet for FaZe.
It's just kind of like 3-4-man hits. This time it's a 3-man hit through B. Challenge early, get the numbers, then back away. Or do you? Nero's just going to keep on going. And while the timing may work out, or is he going to throw away the advantage? No, a nade will bail out that challenge.
Yeah, thank God for that nade. Otherwise, that may be one you're wanting back. Bomb going to be down. Sella draws, looking to reposition. Cell maybe in a little bit of trouble, but Estriel just kind of holding on to bomb. POV, there wasn't really POV, kind of the third person here from Estriel, kind of his little wiggle as he holds the edge. Draws, I thought, nearly gonna win that. That's 5 straight now for Estriel, 3 straight rounds for Rocker. They went from getting stomped to taking over.
Well, they just have these moments where they're just like, I don't know what we're doing, but we just need to play with some more confidence. And well, it's just these early hits that catching FaZe by surprise. 2 right through the middle this time. Be aggression and catch it easy. They know he's kind of solo challenge outer with that AR, and able to get them in that spot, give them that first blood.
Gotta think eventually they're gonna set up something to deal with this. Based on the aggression out of Rocker. See if they do it again or try to slow it down. Now they found a little rhythm to their game, get to a more kind of traditional setup. Estriel still on this streak. All right, so no kind of crazy hit, 4-man up through lobby. Back to a more standard approach. Estriel not spotting anything yet. We'll see what Beezy's position ends up being inside of that B site, as he was able to catch one kind of earlier in this map too.
Well, they know by now, right? Like, Beezy's the only man here, so can you try to find him and then just take the B zone? But here comes the rotate. It looks like maybe Beezy gets some info, gives the call out to Cell. They have a couple of players out array, so they know it's not that. Now Droz is going to be in a position.
Yeah, this is taking so long. Everyone now starting to get together. The utility going to be huge. What's it going to hit? Cell going to take some damage there. They're just sliding back and forth. Kind of toying with him for now. Pressure going to be on Rocker to actually engage.
They're going to try to rotate this. They only have 25 seconds. They have to go.
Both teams try to rotate here quickly. Estriel trying to keep him honest. A nice.
Are they going to go back to B?
We're gonna
what are we doing?
On top of the wrap, on top of the wrap. I'm not sure they know what they're doing.
Maybe it'll work.
It might. We get back in. Now, everybody grouping up again inside. Nades are going to hit. First blood to Simp, but BZ then lines up two. Estriel by himself and drop. They couldn't find an opening anywhere. Back and forth they went between sites finally. Trying to get in, just not finding anything.
I mean, was the play call to fake it 6 times?
It might have been. Yeah, it might have been.
Like, was someone just an AB, 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 AB?
Yeah. We'll see how it goes down from a BZ's POV once they get in. And they just end up stacking up in front of him, kind of in fights with his teammate. Turns into him popping off a triple. Nice round there from a BZ. But no, I'm sure the comms were kind of the same thing for both teams. Just where everybody's at, which side we're going to try and hit. But back and forth we go. FaZe do stop the bleeding in that one after the 3 straight rounds from Rocker. Now just one more needed for FaZe. We'll see if they can do it now on offense. Kind of out of that 2-2. We got a quick rotation over from Geo available, but just a full 4-man line here from FaZe, slowly inching their way forward, playing potentially for a pick. But this definitely looks to be an A push. We'll keep an eye on the flank battle when that decides to go down, but Draza now back to stage where he dominated in the map 1. This time he's playing from up top.
Well, here's maybe like one of the adjustments. Like, I mean, how rarely in Search and Destroy do we see a BZ, the guy on the flank with an AR, right? But you've seen that really throughout this entire map.
True, true. Oh, they've been working on it all qualifier too. So far, paying off. Thought maybe Paul's gonna get blooded, ultimately will drop, but Nero does get one before that happens. Estriel, what damage can he do from up top? I think Draza is gonna get the spot, and suddenly it's gonna be Estriel 1 versus 3 for the map. Bomb has been planted. He is in a world of trouble, knows he's just gotta go. No real options to do anything else. Great shots there onto Draws, snaps the 1 window. Fortunately, they're out the other side, and that's a 2-0 edge now for FaZe. And to be fair, in like your more traditional type rounds, they dominated. In the 3 they got caught, just kind of like, I don't know, off looks, aggressive hits from Rocker. It's just, I feel like you can only get away with that so much. Right, you can only get away with that.
Yeah, there's only so many timings. There's only so many different looks you can have for that, but it's just a question of if they came out earlier with that. It just felt like someone literally said in the comms, we just need to do something. Let's start to take some gunfights.
Well, they seemed real decisive at least with that, but then you saw once they ended up like slowing down how indecisive.
Well, maybe if they don't know what they're doing, FaZe doesn't know what they're doing.
Think less, just hit stuff. With FaZe up 2-0, chance to shut it down at the control, and that's where it gets a little interesting on Hacienda, but I know they had those 3 round losses in a row, obviously, but did you see anything from FaZe? You mentioned the kind of the BZ switch up, kind of watching the flank. They've been working on Search a lot.
No, I think that's really the only thing that stands out. I think a BZ inside of B is going to be something you watch. They'll play a lot of red card Search and Destroy, just sort of how he is on the island. I mean, it's always a lot of pressure on that player, but it feels like when he's in sort of his motion, dodging nades, playing well, it feels like it turns into a multi-kill.
No, it can so often. I mean, he started the game with the first blood, had a triple there late in it. BZ making plays, and FaZe taking the 2-0 edge, a map away from continuing this run. Another opportunity to win a Major 2, a chance to win 3 majors in a row. We're headed to a quick break. When we get back, we continue with the control.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
What is the Classics freshman class? Every year throughout Call of Duty history, there's a new wave of talent looking to shake things up.
He is on a roll right now. It's right there. There's the house on.
And define what the next generation looks like.
Call of Duty World Champions.
So the question is, who's next? You got them suits. Most of you were born in 2006, so to put it in perspective, here's things that happened in the year 2006. Pluto is downgraded into a dwarf planet. Google buys YouTube. Steve Irwin dies. You guys know who Steve Irwin is?
No.
I actually just asked him who that was.
Well, hello there. We are back and ready to kick it into the map 3. A hot contest so far. Yeah, it's hot in the building. It's hot in the series.
Hey, you got shorts on today.
You're hot. Yeah, no, I knew it was gonna be warm today. I had a feeling, so I had to pull out the quads. Look at these things. You think anyone's blinded? I've been
see through them.
I've been hitting the Peloton though. There's some muscle there. I'm telling you, these things feel like a couple of rocks, man.
Okay.
I'm so sorry about that, everybody at home. Hopefully, no one.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Had their vision affected by the bright lights of my quads.
But the Miami Heretics are hungry for a win. Can they end the streak?
Then, Toronto squares off against Minnesota. The Rocker will need a masterclass from the rookie Linz.
What is Ben doing here?
And you both just died to it. It was awesome.
Oh no, Mamma Mia! Oh my God! Mamma Mia! Oh my God! Oh no!
Wow! You are him.
Oh no!
How about you both?
Yeah, perfect.
No, he's mid desk, laying down mid desk, the long desk, snaking the long desk.
Nice play. Good
Let's go, Clay. Let's go, Clay.
Ran at him, bro. Yeah, you should have with the Vaz for sure. All good.
You just the staircase. We're gonna be getting pinched. I have no ammo. I have to push up.
Yeah, you just
Dead. Umbrellas.
And just don't line up with me.
Dead. I had no ammo, bro.
Dude, that's so tough, bro.
I had no ammo, bro.
Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm that's easy as fades. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Hello, everybody. We have returned. Day 1, about to wrap up. It's our final match of the day. Could end here in a 3-0 fashion, or we could have the Rocker magic. They somehow look dead in the water, then they win a control, then we know we're going to map 5, and who knows what the hell happens. If they get there, well, I mean, I think if they get to map 5, we know what might happen. They have a very good chance to win it based on their vault search, but it just feels like they rise from the dead like the Undertaker so often. It's like one time that dude's just dead.
It's just a problem.
Yeah, no, it is.
No, it's a problem. They kind of know it, but they're just in this situation again. It's just, can they beat, FaZe on Hacienda, who kind of set the meta on this map. 6-2 overall in control. Haci, they've only lost, what, one time? And that was just that was versus LAG, right?
Yeah. I was walking to like Freebird or whatever you get burrito earlier. And I walked by, it was like Gio, Paul, and Looney. And I was like, hey boys, how about we start the series before map 3 today? And Looney just looks at me and goes, agreed! The other two were looking at me and pissed off. I was like, oh, I'm sure the coach is like, can we please get started a little bit earlier? That'd be great, but here we go. Familiar territory for Rocker. Down 0-2. And I'm just waiting on, we've seen it on this exact map. Like a Gio gets a triple or a quad, suddenly the team starts going crazy.
All right, a better start here, but a couple of players on the B points. And well, I lied.
Yeah, the start was great with the first two, and then Draws just rips one out of bout. They followed up with two more, and now this might ultimately end up being a second tick. Not going to be as Gio finishes that off on the headshot. We were real close to it. Still have half the progress done, or not, it's getting clears. Never mind, it's not going to be the case. Okay, they're just going to kill everybody, so it doesn't matter. Suddenly you're at risk of getting spawn killed, because through bottom opposite you've got Simp. Spawning up out by P2 and pushing up is number 8 and Draws. A chance to pinch them in. Yeah. Big timing going to be here for Simp, but when he's going to attack, he was holding from the front line. We'll see what Abizi's able to do.
I'm glad he doesn't overshadow there, Simp, right? Obviously just known for his discipline, but there's only 2 players on that B point. So if him and his teammate die up front, you could have like a 3 versus 2 you could retake. Oh! And well, Draws is like, let's just put him right back to the spawn trap. 3 players trying to get up top halls, taken down. He's immediately onto A, make it 4. He's got a trophy in hand, he's got an SMG in the back pocket. Abizi and Draws going off.
Yeah, going off, and maybe one of the faster rounds offensively we're going to have. Simp just putting in damage off of spawn. He's just delaying the troops, and that's gonna be big because you're on the point. He just delays a couple, gets one, makes it difficult for them to get in. Basically 1 tick left to get done once they get the second one in. You're on 5 straight, make it 6 for Abizi. That's only his second death, and he had 1 off the break. Nearly done. Big gunfights here for Rocker if you're going to stay alive. They're able to clear them off the point for now.
There's 2 minutes left.
There's 2 minutes left and you have 8 lives. Like,
I was like, all right, how long do they have to hold for? 1:50.
They had to hold for an eternity. They're going to need some insane sequences here. Cell somehow staying up through the stun, bobbing and weaving till the help comes in. 14 versus 4, no respawns remaining. Paul trying to be the hero from bottom arches, but can't quite do it. They close out the round 1 phase. Dominance offensively, and yeah, they've been good on Hacienda.
That's just it. I don't know. Throughout today.
The fact that they had the first 2 deaths on the first push too. And it went like that right after.
Yeah, I feel like Draws is always that last player B. I feel like he's one of the best, if not the best, at staying alive on that point, just sort of finessing around fences. But he buys enough time for his teammates to come off spawn, put him in that trap, they get done with that point. I don't know what, Abizi gets 3,
Yeah. Rocker got smacked around a little bit in that first round. Maybe this is when Gio pops 4.
Maybe this is it.
We're just so used to seeing some kind of hero play, and all 4 Rocker players kicking it into another gear. We've seen it online so often, maybe not happening here on the main stage.
Yeah, Paul again, a slow start. It felt like for a bit there throughout stage 2, he got away from that.
Yeah, I remember like after kind of what that optic match was up, he's like just 40, he's like, I'm back. Like,
had it in this map 1, had it here.
Yeah.
These are the rounds that hurt him.
Solid opening go from Rocker. This time they actually turn it into getting all 4 players. It might not turn into much more after that. Gio not able to chain it together. Sent back to respawn is everybody for Rocker, so you win that opening push at least. But the next waves from FaZe shuts you down, sends it back. And looking to send them to losers.
It's just not close right now.
No, it's not. Well, at least within this round, it's not too bad. Simp's just cheesing. After he's able to turn that into 2, pushing up towards the spawn to try and get kills is going to be Draza, and Cell they're going to have to deal with, and then on the other side is going to be Simp. And he's just popping from well, but that buys a little time for his teammates to now rally across. Draza not able to chain that together. So there's only 20 seconds remaining, and you're still getting cut down by arches. Easy is already 13-5, and you're just gonna get no chance at this. You're just a line sprinting off spawn to try and get someone. One by one, you're getting cut down and put into the absolute blender. Neither round close.
I think there's just a lot of teams where you just looked at today's vetoes and map choices, and like the map pool has been such a big discussion throughout the day. Like in every single matchup. Yeah. This is like another one where, you know, you're starting off with 2 red cards. You just don't play that if you're Rocker. You're kind of forced to. And then here, like, I mean, I just pick your poison, Hacienda or Protocol.
Well, what did we talk about, like, all qualifier? I mean, some of the teams we saw improving, it's just difficult because you're trying to improve, like, on your OK maps to begin with, and then you're also trying to add maps to it. It's just hard to.
You're also trying to win.
Also trying to win, yes. Like, you don't have the luxury of your FaZe or Thieves to, like, work on things, and if you lose a series, it's not the end of the world. It's so hard to do, and I think, yeah, it becomes a much more glaring issue once we get to LAN. Everything's on the line. You have just no map advantage really over FaZe, well, unless we get to like the map 5, but there's not going to be many you're going to find. Last chance really for Rocker before they get kind of blown out in this series.
They got 3 kills to start here, so maybe a little bit of a difference, but Sim's going to work inside of the office. The hip fire hits, the stun hits. He's going to find a double to open up the map, and you see the arrows just flying forward.
Flying forward is exactly the case. You have Cell inside your boathouse. Just shots on the crossbar. This is not what you want.
Like, what is this angle? Who sits here?
This is not what I don't think we've ever really seen this from a player on offense. Like, I'm stealing your boat. They finally deal with him, but like you get track back to him the whole time. You're on B. You get your second bit of progress done. Collapsing on you will be Draza. They get picked apart from the front, the side, at least not the back anymore as they shut down Cell. And Cell just gets right back, guys. I'll get over to us. I'll deal with that side. I'll deal with the spawners.
Someone's got to finish.
Yeah, someone needs to get back on to finish it. That's going to be Draza will try back to do it.
We blacked out.
They all start rotating.
Who's going to go for a spawn kill?
They've been a step ahead. They've just been a step ahead of themselves, too, it seems. I mean, you're in better shape than you were last time.
Right, yeah, small victories.
I'm not sure it's going to turn into a round win. At least you prevent them to kind of chaining right from B into A, but outcome might just be the same. Cell has just been working this side and winning one-on-ones for it feels like the entire round.
Yeah, and really, he's just buying time so his guys can hunt down the players' hallways, right? Like, because that's what they're doing. They have to focus on Cell, and well, it just sort of forces the lurkers out. Where are they? Force them to make a play, and well, Sim's gonna catch Geo. So now you can work the objective because you have an idea where everybody is on the map.
Well, finally Cell drops, so maybe a chance to battle back in, but you've been pausing the clock this entire time. Still got a minute to go. You get 2 bodies on it now. The 2 bodies on the point going to be really your remaining players. Easy going to climb up and try to cut off the reinforcements, and he does a beautiful job of that. Just towing the line between slaying and working the objective. Doesn't finish that kill immediately. It leads to a teammate dropping and maybe a retake, but you got 5 lives. There's nothing you can really do here. 50 seconds still to go. No respawns remaining. Cell is shredding you at 19-10. This round has been diabolical out of Cell. It was the 2 subs on the point. Now it's the ARs to try and close it out. They get so close, but can't quite finish it. Maybe Simp will pop off to shut it down. Won't able to get there in time. One more does. One more kicked out of the lobby. It's dominance from FaZe, the 3-0 win, and with the Thieves loss, who the hell is going to slow down this FaZe team now?
I mean, I don't even know what to say. That was straight belt ass.
Yeah.
I mean,
it was.
legitimately.
It was like the last, like the map 1 was all right, like once you came back into it, but map 2, like I know you had those 3 rounds, but you mostly got dominated in like your actual like search rounds. And then this was not competitive at all. Not, especially like this. When you're on defense, it's got to look better than that. Like you just got choked out, I guess with that belt after it was on their ass.
Yeah.
Jesus. Dominant.
Some people like that.
Yeah, true, but
I mean, listen, I definitely, if you're an Opti fan in here, and that's the way Rocker are gonna look like.
Yeah, true. Maybe it's an opening.
Maybe an opening.
You gotta think, you know, who knows? I think in front of the crowd.
Just don't pick ball.
Improved. Just don't pick ball. They might though.
They are notorious to picking 3 vaults.
Yeah, they are. Maybe not against Rocker though, but we'll see that match tomorrow. That'll do it for our matches today though. And sheesh.
don't even know.
I just look over the desk and Chris is cracking up about Pels. That's our bad, bro. We're having fun, Chris.
I don't know what else to talk about.
No, I mean, it was not close at all. And yeah, Paul has a rough one in the response. Like, he has a rough one.
And I guess if you're a FaZe fan and you were worried about the Surge, like Red Card, they haven't really shown a lot of weaknesses. This was still a strong map for them throughout the stage. So, you know, they're like 3-1 in that now throughout stage 2. Not a worry at all. It's sort of the other maps where you're kind of worried about that, but that was...
No. So, I mean, so we knew how good the respawn was, at least for them on this stage. So nothing really to take away on the FaZe side. Kind of what you expected. Like, they dominate what they should. They're good at their one Surge. We need to see more, like some of their other Surge maps, to see if they're really in winning tournament form, winning 3 straight Major 2s. See if they can do it. But Abizi, guy's been a demon his entire career. We've got him on the main stage now. Let's see what he has to say.
Thank you so much, Maven in Texas. Show some love to Atlanta FaZe as they close out our day with a hot, fast 3-0. And, you know, I got Abizi on the stage with me. Abizi, just first question I got for you is just how does it feel to be back on land with the boys in front of a crowd playing together again?
Oh, it feels amazing as always. I mean, you know, looking for the back-to-back, obviously, from Madrid, so feeling good.
Hey, man, going back-to-back major champions would be a huge feat for you guys. It's been a while since you've been able to do that. Now, talk to me about at least, you know, the casters was trying to, you know, figure out a few things from the series, but it was playing and cut right here, 3-0. Talk to me about what you're proud of your squad in this series, in this 3-0. What were some things you guys were trying to work on, if you could tell me anything?
I mean, there's nothing really to work on. I feel like we're just, you know, playing really well right now, and I mean, we're vibing. I feel like on stage at all times, so I mean, yeah, we're feeling great.
All right, now your next matchup is Cloud9 New York, okay, on Saturday. How you feeling about that one?
Oh, I mean, looking forward to it, obviously. We just played them online, so looking to, you know, beat them again.
All right, we'll see if you guys can do it. I know Texas is going to be here, and this venue is going to be full out to watch that matchup on Saturday. But what do you want to tell everybody in the venue and at home as you guys get ready to prepare?
Yeah, shout out to all the fans as always. You guys are amazing, and appreciate every single one of you guys.
All right, that's going to do it for me and Abizi on the stage. Puckett, take us away.
Let's go, man.
Congratulations, Atlanta FaZe. You did not fall on day one. The other top seeds all did, and that means Atlanta is the clear favorite in the winner's bracket, at least according to the numbers. Chance, did you see a 3-0 coming in this?
I mean, yeah, that would have where I'd put my money on for sure. Atlanta FaZe, again, they are just always a team that takes care of business. They almost never falter. The only team that's like sort of a lower seed than them that can beat them is Serge. But until we see that matchup, Atlanta FaZe, they're going to coast.
I love the fans here in Texas. You can tell they've been to a sporting event or two. At halftime, it was up 2-0 Atlanta. Everyone rotated out of here. They just went straight to the parking lot racing out. 3-0. How'd they get it done? Let's take a look at game 3, Allie, shall we?
Yeah, we shall. I mean, it was one of the faster game 3s we've ever seen. I thought maybe if there was anywhere in Minnesota, maybe you could have had an edge. It would have been in this Hacienda control. I mean, they're 2-0 in it during the split, but once you go down 0-2 in the way that you did for Minnesota Rucker, I mean, the pedal was just not taking off the gas if you're Atlanta FaZe. I mean, Abizi and Draza just having their way in these top hallways, and the map control from the side of Atlanta FaZe. I mean, you're just put into a box over and over and over again if you're Minnesota Rocker, and nobody, you know, Minnesota Rocker loves that momentum push, and then there was nobody here to give them some life.
Yeah, I mean, Atlanta FaZe come out, win an offensive round immediately.
Yeah.
Under control, right? It just kind of sets the tone. In the search, we saw like the back and forth, like the mental game they were having. Atlanta FaZe just have their number, and that momentum just goes straight into this control where they've been, you know, one of the top dogs right alongside the LA Thieves throughout this whole split. The difference is Atlanta gets to land, and they're just confident.
Was Cilium stat padding there? Game 3?
I mean, you call it what you want, but it's just the fact that there is never a moment where he rests. He's never given away a free kill. He's never thrown away his life, and that's the type of thing that builds up over time. So a big part of the 1.4s he consistently delivers is he wants the other teams to know, you're not better than me. You're never going to kill me. You guys can't hang. He doesn't rest.
MacArthur, a bully.
Just a demon.
And so is his teammate who earns our Scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at Draza. You know what? Let's just give him a whole map one. He set this series tone right away, dropping the 40 bomb. Draza, every time he's on land, the man is confident.
I'm telling you, man, this is the Atlanta FaZe team. Like, you cannot ever catch them slipping in the early days of major events. Maybe in qualifiers, but when it comes to land, like, this guy is just a different beast, especially when it comes to teams that are under them. Like, they are not going to get caught slipping. Draza just literally having fun with his food at this point.
Yeah, and that was just such a massive play, too. Like, he has the SMG in his hand. He's the only guy alive bottom stage, and he's getting pinched. He finds both the kills, and we're back in the green room. We're just saying if Draza's having a tournament like this, they're just going to win. Like when Draza plays that well, it is so hard to beat them.
Let's go to our first match of the day as we recap everything from our opener here at Major 2. It began with Carolina. Top 4 seed, guaranteed top 4 anytime they're on land. We all picked them. Except for Allie and Miles.
Yep.
Saw Serge winning.
We had the faith in the Serge, dude. I mean, yeah, you could argue, like, there's obviously the expectation of what this team's going to look like on LAN in general, because Vancouver Serge, obviously in Major 1, had a really slow showing as well. So we didn't think that was going to have such a big turnaround with Neptune as well, with the question marks of if he was going to perform on LAN. All of those questions got answered.
Now there is a new question. As Neptune, I will never doubt you again. Can I ever trust Gwyn on land?
No, you cannot.
Not at this point.
Gwynternet is a very real phenomenon. The guy went from, like, even on Vol Hardpoint, like a guaranteed 35 per map, it felt like, to a poor performance. And I'm watching Vivid actually, like, pop off and carry. Like, that's a player that has been consistently getting over time, but when it comes to land, he has just been consistently, I mean, statistically, from like stage 1, he was the second worst player from online to land. The only person that was beneath him, I think, was Dahum.
Yeah, he has a big drop off, man. And in this matchup where you really needed him, because you look across the board and their stars are taking over. I mean, look at Neptune translating immediately in their first series, popping off.
Vancouver not the only team walking away with a dub in the opening round. There was another upset brewing as Cloud9 New York took on the number 3 seeded Toronto Ultra. Cloud9. Fantastic comeback in the hard point. Then we saw some close search and destroys. They get it done.
Yeah, we're getting the best out of this team. Like, you want to peak at the end of the year, but in terms of where they started, they have hit their form in sort of the perfect time for the squad. Once, like, the roster change doubts, like, get in the back of your mind, you need to start improving. And Sib just went from maybe bottom 3, bottom 4 AR in the game, and now he is right back out on top. And the dynamic of the team as well, they're playing exactly how you want them to. Mac is the setup guy, Kremp's the pop-off dude in S&D, and let the ARs either be post up or get in the mix when they need to, and you just perfect coordination. They're there in the clutch. They're strong across all game modes as well. C9 are here to play.
Allie, I know you crunched the numbers. Well, Sib gave us a bunch to tally up. Let's take a look at what the AR has brought to the table for New York.
Just unreal. I mean, go back to that map 1 and watch the first half of it. I mean, this guy was getting slammed for a minute, and then it was just, they started to hit the flow, and suddenly he's got a 1.7 overall in search and destroys. So for Cloud9, clearly this guy is going to be an X factor when it comes to their success, and it's all about the confidence, and that was literally imbued from the stage today.
It's our second major, and for the second time in a row, an 8th seed has taken out the 1st seed as March Mayhem is taking its toll on some of our top dogs. LA Thieves fall to the Boston Breach.
Yeah, I mean, this series was wild. I mean, we kick things off on the Hacienda. It's a 20-point game, and just Cammy just looks insane. Has some huge plays on the P2. The ARs really in this series played so much better than they did in the online portion. They win 2 hard points, sort of how they played so well in the online qualifier of stage 1. They were great at hardpoint. Started to get away from them a little bit, but Thieves challenged them on a couple of their better maps, and Boston run away with it.
And the biggest thing for me for Boston is, like, over the course of the year, we've seen a little bit of everything from all the players. Snoopy's been electric, as we're expecting. Purges had some phenomenal pop-off moments and has continued to be a high IQ player. And Cammy's been incredibly impressive. Clutch in the S&Ds. His production's been there in the respawn. Big Wake is the only guy that I've still continued to have question marks on. And then we go into this Skyline hardpoint, and he dropped 44 against 2 of the best ARs in the game. So Boston have officially answered every question I could possibly have for them. And in my mind, similar to C9, they're here to play.
Giga! As well as Giga Wake was playing, it's got to be this man who earns the MVP for the team. Hardpoint stats through the roof against LA Thieves, dropping 38 and 37 kills, Allie.
I mean, just literally unreal. You look at the Boston Breach squad, and there were so many questions of, like, are you sure you want to build around this rookie? Like, they have stuck by Snoopy in the past couple of years, and it is slowly but surely started to pay off game by game, major by major.
Would you guys like to guess who is on top of our KD leaderboard after opening day? It's only the top 8 teams.
Draza. Draza is my first pick, yeah.
Someone from Atlanta.
Yeah, probably. That was pretty swift. Could be Snoopy, though. Snoopy did have a really
It's a KD question.
Pretty smart.
It's a KD question.
It's Draza Well done, everybody. Simp right behind him, and Snoopy at the third spot. Atlanta FaZe with 3 players in the top 6. They bullied Minnesota. Somehow, Gio finishes number
Look
7.
at Mac slipping up in there. How did Mac get there? Wait a minute.
Hey, you had a good series.
Very sneaky, sir.
Very sneaky.
What's the bracket look like for these players? Well, FaZe gets to take on Mac tomorrow as Cloud9 New York is fighting for a top 3 position here at Major 2. Same can be said for Boston Breach and Vancouver Surge. All 3 of the squads could really use the points.
I did not have the top side of the bracket looking like that.
No.
I mean, hey, but listen, either Boston or Surge will be top 3, and that's an incredible story.
Tomorrow is all about the elimination bracket, though, Chance. So which one of these is an upset?
Well, definitely not the second series. Almost certainly not the 4th series. And yeah, probably not the first one. The only competitive match we might really have is Optic versus Minnesota.
Hey.
Maybe Sleeper's potential for the Heretics.
There we go. There we go, Chance.
But that's the only other shout.
I will say, as I was coming up for this last segment, I saw Hydra backstage. He looked pissed. I think he shot at least 3,000 bots since that match. So I think Thieves come back with a vengeance tomorrow.
They're about to take it out on somebody.
Yeah, unfortunately, it'd probably be Heretics.
Sorry, fam. As we say goodbye tonight, if you didn't get enough Call of Duty, well, check out our friend Shawston. He's always dropping the hottest content.
Woo!
This is called The Freshman.
This is awesome. It's just like young guys trying to make it into the league. You know, they've been creating a buzz, and Shawston does some awesome content, documentary style. It's going to be sick.
With the 1990s NBA level suits as well. That's hysterical.
Get them while they're cheap. It's coming out tonight after the broadcast. YouTube.com/ClassicsGG featuring LA Thieves' very own Dan Ghosty.
The hosty.
Ghosty the hosty.
I love it. Today was way faster than I thought. We can have dinner twice if we want. Chance, as we walk away, though, from the venue, what do you take away from day one?
Just the fact that I think LA Thieves not only got beat by Boston, but as handily as it happened, I think is the biggest shakeup in the tournament.
Allie?
I have to echo that. Also, the 2-3-0s to start the day. We've had a day almost completely full of upsets. LA Thieves getting sent down is unreal.
Nameless best player on the day.
Giga.
No.
Omega.
We'll see you all bright and early tomorrow. Broadcast kicks off same time.
Omega. You gotta buy him a drink after that.
Huge.
Like this. Nothing like this. Maybe you ain't never seen nothing like this. Nothing like this. Baggage full of garbage and I think they lost my tempo. 36 cookies on the candy paint bento. Jabber, jabber on, keep my brass knuckles warm. Put a crash on the one, get the cash from the pawn. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Maybe you ain't ever seen nothing like this. It'll be two over the top. He's one for the bread. Oh my goodness! On the cross, Dylan attached. Dylan attached.
Dylan 2, Dylan 3, Dylan 4!
Oh my goodness! Let's go! Wow! Let's go! Full save!
They're throwing our prediction mark.